Watch your back, there's a just put your back. Go. Yeah. Mr. President. Yes, yeah.
Bank, and I met the exchange rate at about 138 naira. I am the governor that presided over having seen the rate move down from 138 to 120 to 118, and actually came down to 112 naira to the dollar before the global financial crisis of 2008-2009. And I met $10 billion as external reserves and built it to the all-time almost 63 billion that we had. And even in spite of payment of the 12 billion in external debt, and then going through the worst financial crisis in history, I still left behind about 45 billion the day I left office. Now, I've seen this myself. I've seen it up, I've seen it down. And I know quite a few things, but there's something, a note I will leave with you. And that is that we must realize where we're coming from. That we sat here in this country and saw the monetary authorities literally printing money, literally illegally, and I must say, printing money. Because I superintended the development or the drafting of the 2007 Central Bank Act. And to prevent us from getting where we are today, that's why we had an explicit clause there that prevents Central Bank from lending, recklessly, granting ways and means advances to the federal government. And we explicitly put in the law that you cannot grant more than to federal government more than 5% of the previous year's actual revenue as ways and means advances to the federal government. And that so granted must be retired by the end of the year in which it is granted. And where the federal government fails to retire that, the central bank is forbidden by that law from further advancing ways and means.
The full press interview. I've heard all kinds of things going on, all kinds of brickbats in the social media. But I cannot preempt my president. I cannot. All the documents, all the reports, everything we have forwarded to Mr. President. The issues we met on the ground. But just to say that it would have been irresponsible of me as minister to take over office, and I feel the pulse of Nigerians. I feel even the National Assembly raised concerns over that. And so many stakeholders. It would have been irresponsible to close my eyes totally to those concerns. So because of that, we suspended it to say, let's just look at all the issues and recommend. Now we have looked at all the issues, and it's before Mr. President. But let me just give one or two snippets because of Nigerians who are, who are quick to judge. In the agreement, you are giving tax waivers to Ethiopian Airlines coming into Nigeria. They asked for tax waivers for 5 years. And you granted them to come and compete with your local airlines who are paying those heavy taxes. How? You want to create a monopoly. That's why when they tell you that, we want to crash price by 70%, it's a lie. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because they have removed all taxes from you, and you granted them the tax waivers, And initially, they will crash prices. Once you drive every other person out of the market, you now have a monopoly that you can hike it 500%. Nobody there to challenge you. The only thing that brings down prices in the commercial world is competition. It's fair competition. In the agreement, they also made, a proposal that they will appoint everybody, top management, everybody Ethiopian in Nigeria. And we agreed. We agreed. I'm just giving you snippets. I'll do a full interview. I will not give more. So, when I'm ready to talk, I will talk. But I cannot preempt Mr. President. We have raised all the concerns before him. Thank you.
That will now drag me into the controversy of Benin and Lagos. I cannot help but saying that at least it is in history books that Benin founded Lagos. But when some people will hear it now, they go haywire and say, what is the Oba saying there again? But it is true. Go and check out the records. Maybe not all over Lagos as we know it now, but certain area in Lagos, maybe the nucleus of Lagos was founded by my ancestors. The Oba of Lagos will say so. I'm sure you know that he will always emphasize that it comes from Benin. Everybody knows. But the source of Lagos is Benin, whether or not he likes it or not.
But we actually been requested to say something because there are some other people here who are so much interested in what we said. Our topic is the issue of corruption as far as leadership in Nigeria is concerned. I expressed my own understanding. I said corruption does not spare any other country. And the human being, as you see him, as long as you don't implement the rules and the regulations of the country, don't think you can stop him. Human being can turn into anything. Sometimes he can even become animalistic. He even kills in pursuit of his own interest. It's universal, it's all over the world. That is why you find the world in crisis today. In Nigeria, you can really see somebody whose salary is not more than 300 naira a month. You find him having many houses, many cars, and everything. Nobody can believe what recently happened. A former accountant general of the Federation in Nigeria, who is accused and before the court of law for stealing over 109 billion naira, was last 3 weeks turbaned by the emir of Kano in Kano, great celebrations, and the people were celebrating what actually was not in our character. This is something entirely new to us. You can't believe this. People claim that Nigeria has no money. Nigeria has money, but Nigeria has mismanagement. The leaders are not sensitive. National Assembly is not sensitive at all. And not only that, if care is not taken, future elections will be very, very difficult to be conducted in Nigeria. You queue up, you vote. At the end of the day, the final decision will be taken by a number of few people at the tribunal. You move for appeal, then you move even to the Supreme Court. And for every stage you go, it is expenditure. I assure you, expenditure of the lawyers and the others. And not only that, every part of Nigeria today is soiled. The ordinary voters are affected. People who are conducting elections affected. INEC people affected. You can't believe this. And even our malams are affected. As long as we don't use our laws, we don't take care, we don't punish those who are offenders, then only God knows where Nigeria is moving to. We blame the bandits every day. Why do we blame them? They risk their lives. Then what of these people in government houses well protected, but looting treasury every day? And when we see them, we almost worship them, we praise them, we sing about them, we dance for them, we create drama for them. This was not the culture of Sokoto Caliphate. This was not the culture of Sokoto Caliphate. Somebody came here and they met Muhammad Bello during his own time. He couldn't believe that was the Caliph. He said, I'm looking for the Caliph. He said, he's the Caliph. He said, no, you can't be the Caliph. He said, I'm the Caliph. What we were told is during the government work, they use the government light. Then during their private work, they use their private things. How do we expect Nigeria to move forward? And we don't blame ourselves, including myself, university lecturer, doesn't attend the lectures, is always busy following politicians, becoming the scribe of politicians, waiting for? No, hand out. Something is really wrong. We have to think. I can't believe this. How can somebody justify to me and tell me that 500 cows being moved, nobody will trace their steps, no dust, and they disappear? And you tell me former director, NSO, another, former director, NSA, another, former NSA, another, director of military intelligence, former, another. Yet something is wrong. Something.
Hey, how are you? How are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you. Are you you live here? This is my first time in Lekki.
Lekki.
Yeah, can you believe that?
I don't live. I walk around here.
You work. What do you do?
I am a brand strategist. I do billboards and all that. Yeah.
Maybe I need you for my branding. You know what I mean?
No problem.
So are you? How are things going for you?
Oh, well, fine.
Fine?
We're pushing on.
Pushing on.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Do you care what the government, people in government, they do? Do you care?
Yeah, I care a lot because
Does it impact your life?
yeah, absolutely. We are all in it, you know, and I feel that they should do better.
What should they do specifically? People are complaining. I've been talking to people all day.
So
Look at me.
From my experience, from my training, and from what I feel,
Yeah.
economically, to boost the economy, the only thing that needs to be done now is to actually bring down the cost of governance.
Aha, that's a very good point,
The
because
cost of
in the
governance.
papers today, we are seeing Lagos State government
Right.
spending
This and
millions,
that.
millions.
We just need to.
Abia State, all these state governors
Yeah,
spending millions. And
Yeah.
what do you think about that?
There is a place for transparency, and that is what they are supposed to do.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel that each of those government, maybe state or federal, should be. There's a word I want to use, and it's pure sincerity. They need to be sincere, you know, to say, okay, this is the cost of this particular thing, and this is what we are spending on it. We are not inflating the prices. Do you get?
Yeah.
So what I meant by, like I said the other time, it's I feel they should cut down on the cost of governance. You know, for instance, you will see a convoy of the governor and you see like 30, 40 cars in it.
Mm-hmm.
The fueling of those cars being on the road and the people
What
inside.
about the chief of staff of the governor needing a bulletproof vehicle,
I don't think
Lexus,
I don't think that is necessary.
400 and something million or something like that?
I don't think that is
Outrageous.
necessary. Actually, it's outrageous. Yeah, I feel it's
So
seriously.
what can
outrageous.
people do? What can people do to stop this? Because it's okay to stay in your house and complain, or on the
complain,
street
yeah.
and what should be done?
Okay, like as it's were, if you look at the judiciary, the whole thing
There's
is
no hope.
stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel that maybe going forward, the next one is to just come out and vote en masse for.
But people voted now and they were not happy about the outcome.
Well,
Did,
it's a serious
did you vote? Did you vote?
yes, I voted.
You were happy with how it went?
Oh, not really.
So
Not really.
some
So-
people are frustrated about it.
No, the point is we keep sensitizing a lot of more people to vote, because a lot of people also did not vote. A lot of people were like Adasika that okay, the last one they did wasn't really what they wanted or so people backed out. But also a lot of people came out. So it's just to re-sensitize, reorientate people to be able to do more, you know, come out and vote and then vote the best candidate. Yes.
All right.
And I
Thank
am
you.
ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go,
It is
And you
not
took
good
my
for you
time
be
to
on the.
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on.
Listen
You
to what
already
I'm saying.
started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
I'm sorry.
There is
Just
more
let me
in
ask.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure.
This is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in. And you use some of those money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion, we want out. Or this is $10 billion, we want out. You know what I'm saying? They will reason with you. You know, because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock there and they'll be doing a lot of business there, and that's what the Jews did. And that's why now on the internet, you see advertisement on Tel Aviv, you can come around, you can enjoy yourself.
And this in don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
So
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
people are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether
what are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We've had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question.
A topic.
I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is see,
unbelievable.
See, listen, forefather. Let me tell you. Let me.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's December the 2nd, 2023. It's nice to see all of you again on the show. Thank you so much for those who were with us while I was away. I was out for 2 weeks or 3 weeks in all. I thank you all for keeping the conversation going. especially at times the moderators who ran the show when I was away, people like Show, Forefathers, Scribe, Electricity, all the people who helped out behind the scene, people like Alexander Gomez. I thank you all. I went to Nigeria for about 2.5 weeks, and I saw the country. It's very interesting. During the show today, I will talk about some of the things that I saw in Nigeria. And I will also give you a chance if you have questions for me. And maybe that will help me to bring out some of the things I may not remember. It's quite interesting. I spent a day or two in Lagos, and I spoke to people. I essentially went on the streets and spoke to people about how they felt the country was going. We will get to that, and we will get to so many other issues. On the show today, we are talking about there are indications that one is that Nnamdi Kanu is going to court again on the 15th of this month, and the lawyers are thinking that finally he will be released. But at the same time, there are indications that President Bola Tinubu might do that himself and take credit for his release. So the question we're asking today is who will benefit most from Nnamdi Kanu's release? That's something that will be of interest to those who follow the politics in Nigeria, because someone will benefit. It is going to change the dynamics of Nigerian politics one way or the other. Also, we know that the president presented a budget to the National Assembly. Some are saying that he presented empty box, but details of the budget, they are coming out now. We're beginning to see how much is for concurrent expenditure, how much is for debts, how much is for the presidency, how much is for the National Assembly. So we want to look at the budget, analyze it. Is it going to serve the country? Is it going to help us? Of course, we know that they pegged the exchange rate in the budget at 700 and I think 50 something naira to a dollar. Will it stand? And of course, they are also borrowing money to finance the budget. So we're going to talk about that and hear your view on the budget and what you think would be the importance of that and whether that will help the country be in a better place. Of course, in Ondo State, there's still a political stalemate with the governor not showing up. And we saw that the president is also backing the governor. We are also going to talk about so many things. The Northern Group is basically giving 21 days. They gave 21 days ultimatum, or they will stop sending food to the south. A lot of things are going on. The Oba of Benin was recently involved in the controversy about who founded Lagos. So we will address that. But for me, the most interesting thing is that Portable went to the UK and Portable saw snow. He was excited to see snow for the first time. We are going to touch all those things. But before we let you in, if you want to join us, please, I'll share the link again. You join us and come in so that you can have the conversation. But before then, let's watch a little bit of what happened in Lagos when I was there. Hi. Hey, how are you? How are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you. Are you live here? This is my first time in Lekki. Yeah, can you believe that?
I don't live. I walk around here.
You walk. What do you do?
I am a brand strategist. I do billboards and all that.
Yeah. Maybe I need you for my branding. You know what I mean?
No problem.
So are you? How are things going for you?
Yeah, it was fine.
Fine.
Pushing on.
Pushing on.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Do you care what the people in government they do? Do you care?
Yeah, I care a lot because
does it impact your life?
Yeah, absolutely. We are all in it, you know, and I feel that they should do better.
What should they do specifically? People are complaining. I've been talking to people all day.
So
look at me.
From my experience, from my training, and from what I feel.
Yeah.
Economically, to boost the economy, the only thing that needs to be done now is to actually bring down the cost of governance.
Aha, that's a very good point, because in the papers today, we are seeing Lagos State government spending millions.
We just need to...
Abia State, all the state governors spending millions. And what do you think about that?
There is a place for transparency, and that is what they are supposed to do. You know, and I feel that each of those government, maybe state or federal, should be, there's a word I want to use, and it's pure sincerity. They need to be sincere, you know, to say, okay, this is the cost of this particular thing, and this is what we are spending on it. We are not inflating the prices. Do you get?
Yeah.
So what I meant by, like I said the other time, it's I feel they should cut down on the cost of governance. You know, for instance, you will see a convoy of the governor and you see like 30, 40 cars in it. The fueling of those cars being on the road and the people inside.
What about the chief of staff of the governor needing a bulletproof vehicle, Lexus?
I don't think that is necessary.
400 and something million or something like that.
I don't think that is necessary, actually. It's outrageous, yeah. I feel it's seriously
So what can people do? What can people do to stop this? Because it's okay to stay in your house and complain on the street. And what should be done?
Okay, like, as it's were, if you look at the judiciary, the whole thing is stop. Yeah. And I feel that maybe going forward, the next one is to just come out and vote en masse for.
But people voted now and they were not happy about the outcome.
Well, it's a serious.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
Yes, I voted.
You were happy with how it went?
Oh, not really.
So
really.
Some people are frustrated about it.
No, the point is we keep sensitizing a lot of more people to vote, because a lot of people also did not vote. A lot of people were like Adasika, that okay, the last one they did wasn't really what they wanted or so people backed out. But also a lot of people came out. So it's just to re-sensitize, reorientate people to be able to do more, you know, come out and vote and then vote the best candidate. Yes.
All right. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Nice to see you. All right. Hi. Hey, how are you? How are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you. Are you live here? This is my first time in Lekki. Yeah, can you believe that?
I don't live, I walk around here.
You walk around, what do you do?
I am a
National Assembly was a song of allegiance. On your mandate, we shall stand, which was used to usher in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu before he presented the budget. Well, let's take a listen before we come back for a discussion.
So, distinguished colleagues and honorable members, let us at this point welcome the President, a man with track record, an alumnus of the National Assembly, to present his budget estimates. Can we give him a resounding applause?
Well, all right. Let's take some reactions. This is the big wig. His tweet reads, National Assembly singing for Tinubu. We have witnessed rubber stamp Senate under Ahmed Lawan. But this Godswill Akpabio Senate is a collection of hype men. He has moved from wearing Tinubu's insignia cap to on your mandate hyperlord, right on the floor of the Senate. Every well-meaning Nigerian must condemn this rendition of Tinubu's campaign tune in the National Assembly chamber, an evidence of outright totalitarianism. Dr. Abati.
This is how it starts. Hero worship.
Yes, sir.
This is how parliaments in Africa turn their presidents into dictators. The National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, if we check both chambers, both red and green, a collection of members from different political parties. Labour Party is there, PDP is there, APGA is there, you know, other political parties are there. So it's a place for lawmaking, for good governance, an oversight assembly. This kind of open sycophancy is primitive. if I may use that word. On your mandate we stand is the slogan, is the song, for the APC.
Right.
So the APC cannot hijack a bipartisan National Assembly, where there are other political parties representing the interests of Nigerians. And if you look at the result of the election, it's not every Nigerian that is standing on the mandate of President Tinubu. When the president arrives at an occasion, the appropriate thing to play is the national anthem.
Correct.
And I hope that these lawmakers are not going to pursue the idiocy of playing APC song at public events. The recognized song in Nigeria is the national anthem. If they want, and the presentation of the budget before the National Assembly is a national occasion, not an APC occasion.
If you recall, during the Niger crisis, I know that the president is the ECOWAS chair. They played the same song of allegiance there.
The allegiance will be to the constitution, not to an individual.
Rufa is...
I'm blowing hair this morning because, God help me. At first, shame on all our National Assembly members that were seated there where another song of allegiance were played. Shame. And if we truly had a country, if we truly had a republic, by now, those in their constituency should be sending them letters to show how disgruntled they are, and if possible, recalling them. It is that bad. We're losing a country with psychophants. But what level of madness have we got into in this country? It's a whole new level of madness. What level of madness are we doing? At the hollow chamber? By playing that song, a partisan song, they desecrated the hollow chamber. And they must account for it. The parliament is for the people of Nigeria. Parlement. The meaning of the parliament is parlement, to speak on behalf of the people. Not to do political sentiment and hypocrisy, or listen to songs of allegiance posed to a certain political party. And there were some other lawmakers that they couldn't talk. How would they be able to talk? Maybe we're telling Labour Party lawmakers, when they were part of those that collected the 160 million for cars, will they have the nerve to speak? We're telling lawmakers from other parties to discountenance that they didn't do it. But how will they be able to talk? We forget in a hurry, Oji. We forget that there are three co-equal arms of government in this country. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. President Tinubu is the head of one equal arm, the executive. The legislature has a head of his own arm. But we have a legislature that don't even know themselves, and they are kowtowing to the executive. They are worse than copy and paste now. They are worse than rubber. They are hype men, as Big Wig called them.
Hype men.
So shame on all of them for not understanding that they are a co-equal arm of government in this country, and they are singing an allegiance song.
Well, all right.
To the executive. You can see where we've started.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was important to highlight it. We don't need a hype man at the National Assembly. Another reaction.
Name?
I'm Nigerian.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So what are you doing in Ikeja here? We came to the mall.
Okay, no, I actually came to NIN office. NIN office.
NIN?
Yes,
okay.
NIN.
You want to jack?
No, not really.
What are you looking for, NIN?
I actually did an update, date of birth update, sometime last year.
Okay, last year?
Yes. So I noticed that as of last year, the date of birth was reflected, was updated.
Okay.
But recently, I tried to verify my NIN. I noticed that it's still showing the old details instead of the new details. And I actually paid for it, so I was now wondering why it has not been reflected on NIN portal.
Okay. So did you resolve it?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to pay more?
I actually didn't pay more. It's just that I came since like around 6 a.m.
Wow. 6 a.m.
Yes.
So you must
and
be
we still
hungry.
have a lot of people over there.
And people are still there.
Yes. Besides the network is down, so they kept on complaining about network downtime.
Okay. So why do you need NIN? I don't know. I was told I needed to get my passport.
Well, you don't only need NIN for passports. It's very important as a citizen of Nigeria to have your NIN because it's a means of identification. Okay. So
what about the ID card? There was an ID card that we got, and then voters card and the BVN. How are those things? What are they?
They are all regulatory ID cards. So you necessarily will not need an NIN if you have a voter's card.
Okay.
But it's actually advisable and safer to have all the regulatory ID cards because you never can tell where you need it.
Okay. So let's talk about how things are. What are you do? What do you do? Are you a student? You are working? What are you doing?
I'm a housewife.
Oh, housewife. This why is it that there are no house husbands? You know what I mean?
There are house husbands too.
Now,
Maybe you've
there?
not seen. Yes.
So how do I know the kind of woman that will make me a house husband? You know what I mean? I want to stay at home and just come out and look at.
Actually, we have a lot of house husbands lately because
Now?
a lot of men don't even want to. They don't want to work. They just want to get a wealthy woman and be at home while she sorts the bills. So they're actually house husbands.
Where can I find such women? Do you know?
can find them anywhere.
Anywhere. I don't know where to go because I'm tired of. I want to be a house husband. Let's talk about the country. So your husband goes to work. You take care of the family, the kids.
Yes.
So how is that? Is it going well for you?
It's actually going well for me because the thing is some husbands do not want their wives to work.
Okay, that's another thing.
Yes, because you have children to take care of, and especially in this part of the country, Lagos, you agree with me that you don't seem to have time for children, and especially when you are working.
Yeah.
So imagine you are working in let's say I'm working on the mainland. Traffic and all. I have to get to the office early, come back late, so you will not really have time for your children. But when you are a full-time housewife, of course, you don't have an excuse. You must ensure that your children and the family is well taken care of. So
That's very good. Now, what about so the money your husband is making is enough to take care because most people don't do that because they want to. He's making enough money.
Yeah. No, actually, money can never be enough if you ask me.
But at least
it
takes care of everything.
Takes care of our bills,
Yeah.
the house rent, food, and school fees. Basically, if your money can take care of those things, basic needs, then of course you are doing well to me.
Does it feel like tell you like things like because I'm thinking of myself, not you, being house husband one day. Does it say things like what do you contribute to this house?
He can't say that because he was the one that asked me to be.
Okay, that's true.
Actually, I'm a graduate.
What did you study?
I studied microbiology.
Okay. And what was your dream before you became house?
I actually wanted to be a doctor. Unfortunately, I didn't get. I didn't get. I didn't actually get.
Did you apply for medicine and you didn't get it?
I did. I applied for
Just
medicine.
like me too.
I didn't get. So the next year, I had to apply remedials. So it was remedials that gave me microbiology. So I had to study.
Where did you study microbiology?
University of Jos.
Jos. Okay, yeah, I'm glad to say I like that school. Okay, so now what do you do after the kids are grown?
What will I do?
Yeah. What will you do after they are grown?
Actually.
Now that you people that started with you, they're already moving up in their career and what will you do?
Exactly. Okay, actually, I have plans of going back to school, maybe to do my masters. Then from there, I can just try to do one or two business.
Okay, very good. So let's talk about the state of the nation. How is the country treating you? Are you happy with how things are?
The truth is, nobody is happy. I'm not happy with what is happening in the country, actually, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one. Even those people we feel. People that have money and all, they are still complaining about the state of the economy. But God has been faithful anyway. As long as I have food on my table, I can, sort out little bills. I think I'm good. But then the economy is not favorable for anybody.
Because as a housewife, you go out there and you buy things, you see how the price is changing.
Every day the price is just, it's hiking price.
Did your husband add money to what he's been giving you?
Sometimes, but then you have to understand that he doesn't have also. So, as an understanding wife, even if he doesn't give me, he doesn't add anything to the money.
You manage the one.
Yes,
so, what cuts have you made in your management style? What did you cut off? I spoke to someone who said we don't eat bread anymore every day. What did you cut?
Yeah, actually, we don't. Not like we don't eat bread every day, but I had to. What I did was I had to cut down on some things. Like then I used to buy plenty of meat and stock my freezer, make lots of soups. But now I don't get to do that anymore. Before I used to make like different soups, like 4 kind of soups.
For your husband,
Yes.
every time he comes home, there are 4 types of soup.
I stock my fridge with different.
Do you have a sister that is not married?
Yes, I do.
Oh, we should talk after this.
So, but then I don't get to make the 4, 5 type of soups anymore.
Yeah.
I just get to do like 3, and then try to make like some sauce just to save costs.
Yeah.
And cut down on a lot.
Now your husband, is he from the Jos area? Are you from that area?
Yes, I am.
He's from there?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no what brought you to Lagos? He married you and then brought you to Lagos. All right. Thank you so much. It's nice talking to you. All right.
Hello, my dear. You know, Christmas is already coming, there, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji Jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in Jackpot, Otilofa, you're not wondering who will help mommy in Beji to, buy all these remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Koda, you that are giving Baba Adejo that is doing the work of farmer, according to farmer in your collection, your bearing. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, it has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love class. You already know that. They're going to put clock. Remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm going to put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Lile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka, will help me to resolve it. You will buy joke and think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it, I will wash me eyeball to eyeball. So you can come to my house and come and take it. But cut me, Lily. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not too welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother from America.
Wow! So excited! I need to go. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm so excited.
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys?
Ooh,
Nice to see you. I'm
live.
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house. From your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again. And we want to start the show properly. And for those who want to join us, that's the link to click on, and you can join us. We're coming to you live from New York City. And I can see some people in the studio, but you have to turn on your camera so that I can bring you on. And again, This is the link. We want to have interesting conversations today. One of them is about the budget. There are trillions of naira, and we don't have the money. And we're hoping to sell crude to finance the budget, and we're also hoping to borrow money from whoever will give us money to finance the budget. By some estimation, the money we are owing will get to 51 billion by the time we are done with this borrowing. Let's bring in Olumide. Like I said, if you are in the studio and you want to come on, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you on. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you.
Yeah. So how has it been for you?
Well, I'm okay. I'm good. I mean, I'm not back home in Nigeria, but we see everything that is happening, and obviously we wish that things back home were as some of us living outside are. We wish that the country was prosperous and they were treating every citizen very well, with dignity. But it's unfortunate that right before our very eyes, we're seeing things collapse and worsening. 60 years from our union together, and nobody is the better for it. And they tell us to be patient. Oh, it will get better. It will get better. But they are not even doing things towards that. But rather, some criminals have imposed themselves on the country, and they find a way to hand over to themselves from military to civilian, and then sham election every 4 years. It's just criminality going on. Criminality going on. And all these ethnic groups that are involved in this have found themselves, found some kind of unity within themselves to keep the people suppressed.
Now, let me ask you, one of the ways that people see an indication of where a country is going is by looking at the budget. Have you had any chance to look at the budget of Nigeria? And is there an indication from what you're looking at that we're going in the right direction?
I mean, I've not seen the breakdown of the budget, but for me, I'm not excited to see the breakdown, because all we have every 4 years is a repetition of projects that are meant to be done, and all these are just avenues to siphon money into individual pockets. In whatever sector of the economy, there's no oversight, and I mean, it's just a sorry sight. It's a sorry sight.
All right.
Those are crumbling. The same thing, not just the federal. It's the same thing with the state level. You understand? It will always be an oversight over everything. And the only way the people can access the record card of the head of the country to say, oh, you have done well, we will give you another thing, or your party has done well for the people of the country, and then we will give another of your candidates to continue the good things they've been doing. It's through the ballot. But when they deliberately rig it to impose themselves on the people, then we don't expect any positive change to occur. It won't occur. Even at the state level, the same thing. The governors will choose the local government chairman, impose them on the people through their state independent electoral commission, and then they don't allow a free and fair ballot so that the local government chairman can question the fundings of the states. How will development occur? I mean, everything is just backwards. I mean, there's no development. I can speak the same of my state, Ogun State, where the late Sage Awolowo, of all people, came from, and criminals are in charge of government there, and you want development to occur. It's never going to occur. It's just the same of the same.
All right, Olumide, hold on, okay? Let's get Prince join this conversation. Mazi Prince, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Damages, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. It looks like Nigeria looks so good. Nigeria looks so good on you.
Yes. I went and I saw, and I'm reporting back.
At least you were able to eat the food cooked with firewood.
But yeah.
Yes.
So what have you been paying attention to in the last few weeks?
Of a truth, I've tried as much as possible to stay away from Nigerian politics because, to tell you the truth, it's been messing with my mental health. I try as much as possible. I take the ones I can take and just let it go. You know, yeah, yeah.
So Master Prince, you can't if the truth is messing with your mental health, that means God is
Mhm.
calling you. God is calling you to come and be a prophet unto your people.
Let's hear KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I must say we missed you. First and foremost, I didn't know you were in Nigeria, so I was looking for you. I said, have you rebelled against the system not to appear any longer? But seeing you this morning, I see you're having your journalistic jacket on. That means today is going to be fire. It's good to see you. Just like Mazi, I'm trying so much not to engage myself because it's draining emotionally and otherwise. It's draining to see that what we have been seeing since our childhood is still what we are seeing even today. The budget you asked about has never changed. If you look at it, there's going to be buying of plates, there's going to be buying of cutleries, there's going to be changing of seats, there's going to be renovations. Nothing of this that affects the ordinary man in the street. Nothing. It doesn't change. All they do is just change the heading. If it was 2021, they'll make it 2022, and they'll mark up every other thing. Remember, there was a Senate, a House of Rep man who said they were padding the budget, and he was dealt with seriously, and he was dealt with, and he fell in line, and he came to apologize that it was even a mistake. That is how the country operates. So if you are looking at where we're going to be in the next 60 years, it is where we are today. We're not going to move, because the system have been cued such a way that it keep favoring those who are running it. They will not change it, and they will not make any amends. If you look at the Wike, for instance, I was listening to Wike's presentation in the assembly, and I was so honestly, I felt so sad. Now you are talking to use 6 billion to change or to renovate, 16 billion to build a new house for the vice president. The White House that Biden is living is how old? Who has ever changed it? The 10 Downing Street where the minister lives, the Prime Minister of Britain lives, how old? It's over 100 and something years old. Who has ever changed it? Who has ever built a new one for him? Is that they don't have money to build it? In a nation where people are struggling to eat, even one square meal. I mean, when I mean real one meal, and you are investing the people's money in such rubbish, it's appalling. It's disgraceful. It's not even something we should discuss on international media because it's very embarrassing. Honestly, it's embarrassing.
All right. Thank you, KJ. And we are going to get deeper into that. The figure that they put out there is 27.5 trillion as the budget. And of course, we know that payment of the money we already borrowed, we take a big chunk of that. I think it's about 8 point something trillion to pay debts. So that's where we are. And we are still borrowing new money from anybody who will give it to us. I don't know. What I found interesting was the pegging of the exchange rate. They are basing it on 700 and I think 750 something naira to a dollar. And today we know, I think yesterday was about 900 and something. This is the official rate, not the open market, the rate. So the question that we're asking, and people in Nigeria, when I went home actually, one of the things that I found very interesting is that the regular people, the people we think we talk to every day we come here on Saturday, I had a new understanding of what is going on. For most of them, they don't think anything will change. They essentially they felt invisible to the people who run things. They keep telling you that they are counting on you outside the country, to keep talking about this. Meanwhile, some of us sometimes we talk and think that they are the ones who are going to do something to change. They feel so helpless. They don't even know. I try to get people to tell me what they can do. They are waiting for a savior to come from somewhere, a messiah to come from somewhere. It was very, very, very shocking to me, and to see the reality of things on the ground. I'll have more time to reflect on it, but it's not something I expected. They look at people who came from outside, like from the airport. They look at you like you are the lucky one. You escaped. That they are trapped, and they are hoping that you can do something to help them. So, not that I didn't know that, but I didn't know it's to that extent where they don't actually think they can do anything to help their situation. Yeah, Olumide.
Yes. So, sorry, Rudolph, can you come again with the question? Sorry.
No, it's not a question. I'm just saying this is my reflection, and I wanted to know what do you think about that disconnect between people who are outside and people who are inside the country. When we hear people talk on this show and other shows, people say things like, we're expecting these people at home to do something, to protest that, to complain about. They feel so helpless.
Yeah. So Rodolph, so what you're saying now kind of aligns with what I've always said. Some of the things I said in your absence. I mean, particularly last weekend, when Righteous Man was asking a question about does prayer really help, or something that has to do with religion. Well, I've always said that this, if we were going to kind of analyze what happened during this election cycle in February, early this year, the people, I mean, right from 1999 till date, the people have played their part. They've collected their PVCs. They've encouraged the government by funding the reforms in INEC. I mean, it was taxpayers' money. It was people's money, revenue, that funded the election at the tune of about 300 billion naira or thereabout. So the people have done everything that they needed to do. They've stayed. I mean, they've had agents supervise each party, supervise the election, done everything that needed. But in the Nigerian institution at all levels, the executive leading that failed the people. They failed to allow the people's mandate vote count. They made sure the beavers didn't work. The House of Assembly or the Senate and the House of Representatives, they've never failed to fail the people since 1999. The judiciary, it came to a crescendo with the election tribunals, presidential election tribunals, where they gave judgments at odds to the constitution, and to the surprise of the people, I mean, they didn't make the right decision, and it was very glaring. And then we would have thought that, fine, with the presidential election, we would have thought that the new president would try to appease the people by making sure that these things that didn't worked in the three off-cycle election that occurred in the three states. But it was even worse than what happened in the presidential election. They ignored the beavers. They ignored the technology. There were evidences shown online that they were rewriting, they were manipulating numbers, and they did everything to rig in their candidates. How do you want change? How will change? And these people will not be beholden to the people. And when they come in, they won't do what the people expect them to do. They will start sharing money among themselves. owe people in the States 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 8 months salary. I don't know how people survive in that kind of environment. My employers don't pay me my wage for the month. I mean, it's going to affect so many things. They've never skipped my wage for the last 10 years that I've been in this country. There are people survive in Nigeria when they skip their wage for up to 6, 7, 8, 9 months. I don't know. It baffles me a lot. So the institutions in Nigeria have failed us. The institutions in Nigeria are not. It doesn't matter whether the president appoints anybody to head an institution. Once you appoint that person, that institution should be able to work independent of anybody, or should not be dependent on the president to act. That is what we call competence. If a president of your United States that we copy in the presidential election appoints a head of the government, a head of FBI, it doesn't mean that the guy will kowtow to the president when the president starts to act outside of the constitution. He won't do that. So I mean, even the U.S. Army generals, they won't do that. You understand? They will never do that. Anything that acts against the interest of the people, they will never obey such order. You understand? And the president himself will not dare do that. But these people are not independent. They have to wait. They have to get order from the president before they investigate a certain individual that has stolen the people's money. I don't think. I say if once institutions are independent, the police. I don't even know why we're even going to the U.S. If there was a problem with Tinubu's certificate and his qualification, it is the Nigerian police that should be investigating him. But because they don't trust that institution, we have to go all the way to the U.S. to find answers. You understand? So our institutions are broken. They failed. The people did their best. The only thing the people stopped at, they didn't do, is carry arms to say, you know what, we must guide this election and they carry arms. But they didn't do that because they knew they will be fighting the states. And NSAS was a very good example where till today hasn't accounted for the people that lost their lives, and there are still people in prison in different states of the federation. We heard who are still incarcerated because of that protest.
All right,
they're captured. I don't know what else they're going to do, Rodolph.
Olumide, thank you so much. Let's get other people involved in the conversation. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. I saw your video there when we were in Lagos, when you were damaging them over there. That's good.
Yeah, I think it's important to every now and then to touch base. I have not been home in 4 years, more than 4 years. So sometimes we talk in abstract abroad, and when you go back home, you remember, you are reminded of the reality of people who are there and the people you are supposedly talking to, and how far away they are. So what do you think about how things have turned out, especially now that we have a budget that should be an indication of how this government is going to solve the numerous problems facing the country? What is your take on that?
Thank you, Doctor. My take on this is that I don't see anything positive coming out of that budget. Right? Why do I say so? If you look at the previous budget, it's all still the same thing. Because I can't imagine a country whereby we budget for the old thing over and over again, right? What they budgeted for last year, let me say the assets that were budgeted for last year, this year again, they're also budgeting for the same thing. So it is a repetition of the old system, right? And while they are doing those things, they know that if you don't do those things, they're not going to have money in their pocket, because those things are not going to be bought. You cannot be budgeting for computers in your office every year, because computers last for more than 5 years, 10 years. You can use one computer, right? So if you are budgeting if you are repeating the same thing in every new budget, it is a method of corruption. It is a way of trying to blind the people, taking money from them. So I'm not expecting anything, even from what happened when Tinubu was presenting the budget in the House. It is a clear indication that Nigeria has been adapted. Nigeria has become a one-state country. While we don't no longer sing the national item, Tinubu now has a national item for the country. It is very funny. I've never seen that happen in any country. So it is like this government is not serious. I said it before. If you know Lagos, how Tinubu hijacked Lagos, I said the same thing we're going to do in the national level. It's going to hijack Nigeria and try to make it its own property. So what he decided, that's what is going to happen. That was why he was able to put his people that are loyal to him as the leaders of the National Assembly, and so that he can be able to have his own will, his own decision, without argument, without debate, going through the House. So you can see since May last year, since Tinubu took over, you can see that everything he presented to the House go free without no objection, right? Because he has his people there. He has bought every other one's over. Even the so-called opposition parties, PDP, Labour, all this, they are all in the same basket because they are doing what Tinubu wants them to do. So I don't see anything, but the situation of Nigeria is just sympathetic. Yeah, people are suffering, people are dying, and these people does just care. They don't just care. If they care, at least they will have done something. There's nothing to solve Nigeria problem at this time. And look at what the naira rate or the oil price they peg it. If oil price fall tomorrow, what's going to happen? That budget goes to zero.
All right.
So I don't expect anything positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me, I'll go back. I'll come back to you, KJ. Let me just touch on OT. OT, welcome to the show.
Evening, everyone.
Yeah, nice to see
you. Don't you say welcome? Yes, I think I saw you were at a node as well.
Yes, somebody said that I wasn't in the East. That's not true. I went to the East. I will show videos to prove that.
Right. Anyway, yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think is really is what you said the last time you spoke. Talked about the sense you're getting from Nigerians about the sense of impotence, really, not being able to. It doesn't surprise me too much, And again, much of the discussion we've had here is essentially Nigerians in the main. Mostly Nigerians abroad, kind of agonizing. What are we going to do? How do we solve this problem? And there's a problem. There's no doubt about it. For me, I always like to go to the basics. So is in my reading is the major problem we have is that of legitimacy. And if we don't solve it, everything else we're talking about is really kind of whistling in the wind. Legitimacy in the sense that the politics, the political order, once there's been, you might say, corrupted or hijacked, those that have seized the power, you can't expect them to do anything good with it. They're not there to serve the people. So it's and so the question becomes, what is to be done? Those in Nigeria, those that are suffering this, we are suffering as well, but of course, perhaps not directly. They are demoralized. They can't do anything. They can, but I would rather think those of us that are abroad, it'd be a lot easier for us to engage more actively and productively towards this single purpose of legitimizing the regime and possibly, opposing it at any rate, serious opposition. That's what is required. Okay, we can see. You can see what is happening with the elections that was, that took place the the midterm elections. What do you think? Can anybody expect anything different in maybe if we're gonna have elections in 2027? There's no way. So the signs every day, the handwriting is clearly on the wall, and therefore it is up to us, if you ask me, to rescue Nigeria. So the Nigerians in Nigeria feeling looking up to us, I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame them. So of course there's an element of fear, and of course element of the nationalisms in Nigeria. It is there, tribalism, if you like. So Nigeria was never kind of we understand the structure of the country. You see, so that's kind of fundamental. The elements are there. So how to bring it together and then fight, forge a common destiny is difficult. Nothing has changed from before independence up to today. So that one Nigeria entity ideal hasn't quite hasn't quite manifested. Or so that problem is there, and it makes it much more difficult for people to oppose an illegitimate regime, because people have loyalties. Whether you like it or not, there are people that owe loyalty to, apart from those in the political class, that see the owe loyalty to the man that is there now at the helm. So it's from a part of in Nigeria. So whatever happens, at least we can keep quiet. We can not say anything.
All right. Thank you, Uti. Thank you so much. Janaba, welcome.
Dr. Rode, welcome back home or foreign land. I don't know which one is a home, whether Nigeria was a home. I think where you feel treated with respect and dignity, I think you can consider it a home. So welcome back anyway, and good morning from here, fellow panelists. I watched your video. I didn't see you in the north. I know I saw some of your thing in the east and of course in the west, but I didn't see you in the north. I could have gone. Maybe I could have sent you money to go there. It's a politics as usual, but nothing surprising from what you say is that the Nigerians are depending on the Nigerians in diaspora. The reason I can say is the fear of the system, the consequences. I think so many of them know what to do, but Nigeria is a lawlessness country where those people that are supposed to protect you will not protect you. I believe Nigerians are smart enough, know what they want, but the system that been not only in this regime, but from the previous one, from the judiciary to the ordinary branches of government that are supposed to protect the people, are so corrupt. So if they're to riot, if they're to protest, if they're to challenge the people, I mean the people that are presiding over them, the consequences will be severe. I think that is their most fear. They will be locked up, they will be killed. But then freedom is not free. I think at a point they have to rise up to the challenges, and they can get through. Freedom is a lot. It costs a lot to be free. Then we are looking at the people in diaspora speaking to the issues. It's easy for us to speak because we have the opportunity. Some of them, they worry about what they will eat. They worry about how they'll take care of their family. And it's become a long walk to freedom for them. But hopefully we understand that we can always channel our anger in one direction as one Nigeria. We cannot use every opportunity we have to just say that as far as we talk this way, we will get a result. And no LP, no PDP when Tinubu they sang that on Your Majesty we stand or whatever. No, all of them stood up. None of them resisted. None of them refused and say, no, I'm not going for this nonsense. This is not our national item. So this is not just one person. It's a compromised society. And I think the people have to turn mirror on themselves, all of us. And when we have opportunity to speak to issue, we can be brave and be straight. And I also applaud so many people like Rufai, and I may not accept all what he says or what he stands for, but his braveness to speak, and so many of the journalists, it's not easy in Nigeria to speak directly to issues like that. And that is what we are lacking. We do not back those people who suffer consequences for our pain and for our freedom. We easily cave in. And if we cannot have one person that champions the cause, then it is going to be more difficult to make any progress. Let's support those who speak, who are, they jail them, kill them for the sake of our freedom. And that is how we're going to fight together and overcome it. But the morale of Nigeria is low, and it has been like that. And it just is what it is until we all continue to speak and to push and to support them in any way and champion a good cause as a unit, as a united country, not divided.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Let me bring if Niger go better, did you pull back, are you packed? Okay. So I'll give you the chance to speak so that you continue with the journey. I know you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And Doctor, are you back or you're still in Nigeria?
Oh, no, I'm back.
Oh, did you bring something for us?
Oh, yeah. I'll give you kuli and other things very soon. I'll bring what I brought.
Okay, maybe I will just go ahead and book my flight and come to New York.
Yeah,
is that
okay? Go ahead.
I don't have much to say, but before I go ahead, I need to say something. Doctor, are you sure Rudolph will allow me to say this one?
Go ahead.
Okay.
But Rudolph is driving now. Let him pull up if he wants to talk.
Is he still driving? I thought he pulled up.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not holding the phone, so I can speak. Just like me talking, like receiving a call. So I don't think my life is not in danger.
Okay, go ahead.
Something that baffled me, I don't know whether it's one of the leaks of things that you guys want to talk about today. The cost of feeding for government and some of these. I think it was during Fire Me that they said they should start publicizing the spendings of the governors. I wish the federal government also will start doing the same thing. But one interesting one there, I saw Iroko TV in the leaks. Doctor, do you know anything about that?
No, Iroko TV is different from Iroko Post TV. So I'm not Iroko TV. So I know people confuse that. I have nothing to do with Iroko TV.
Yeah, I'm just asking. When the list came out, incidentally, I started seeing Rudolph's pictures in Lagos. But
no, I have nothing to do with that.
Okay. Maybe I won't ask you how's the Lagos State governor doing? I wanted to ask you before.
No, I actually asked a lot of people about the governor of the state, how he's doing. Most people were reluctant to criticize him, although that was the week that they published the amount of money he spent buying perfume, buying fan, buying rechargeable battery, millions and millions. And for the chief of staff, spent 600 million to buy a bulletproof vehicle. And they were wondering, why do they need to spend that amount of money when basic things are still lacking for people in the states? So they also could see that
Doctor, it's not Nigeria's situation. It's not like basic things are lacking. Everything are lacking in Nigeria. Every goddamn thing that the country is supposed to have. And if you look at it, what I'm seeing is that the so-called leaders are living the best life ever possible that anybody in a position of authority can live. even more than what a governor or even the president in the United States will enjoy. I think the most lustrous one is the US president because of the motorcade and all of that. But you don't see a governor moving around that much, going around with a car of like a worth of 400 million uh, naira. That's a lot. And incidentally, when you talk to some Nigerians also, the way they kind of call money sometimes, it surprises you like, are they all this rich? Or Nigerians are just like poor people, but they don't have any problem calling figures. Kind of crazy. But one other thing that I want to like that baffles me also that I always think about most of these people ruling currently right now, like Tinubu and the likes, when they were fighting the government of the day during their own time, they don't have enough resources as we do currently. We have more access to information or to disseminate information these days. But I think we are not that effective. I keep wondering, like, what exactly were they able to do those days that makes them to be able to topple government, for government to be able to be on its heels, despite that they are military government? Because if you look at it, the way things are going, the Nigerian system is set up such that the people in power are the ones that are enjoying the resources. So the only way for you to enjoy Nigeria or to enjoy the resources of Nigeria is either you're in power or you need somebody in power to just become all this contractor or whatever they do in Nigeria that they get the contract, but they will never pay for it and all of that. So it's kind of confusing. Like, is there a way out of this problem? And another thing I would like to add into the mix, I saw in the description that you talk about Nnamdi Kanu relates and all of that. Are we going to talk about what's it called? Sunday also. When is he also going to be freed? I know he escaped, he's in Germany, but most of these boys that were arrested, they are still in prison right now. Nobody is talking about them. They are also human beings.
All right.
So those are things I would like to.
Thank you, thank you, Niger Go Better. Thank you so much. Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Let's go back.
Rudolph, rule na rule. The law is the law. I don't know why you will permit Niger Go Better to break the rules just because he wants to make that comment. And it was very important for you to have his view, so you had to break the law. I don't feel comfortable with that, but it's okay. Having said that, I want to go ahead and make my comment. One of the things that Olumide said, I agree with largely what he said, but I differ a little bit. You see, nobody who is, and I totally agree with John Abba, nobody who is under slavery that expect that one day you wake up and your slave master will say, okay, it is time for you to be free. Here, I hand you over the authority. And that is what I see. Tell the truth, Rudolph. The last, time we met here last week, I said I stopped commenting about Nigeria because it has beaten me to. I'll be lying to myself because some of the things I've said here, what has just played out. So if I continue to comment, it makes me look like a mad person, because I'm expecting a change where there's nothing to indicate that change is coming soon. Now, why do I disagree? Some of the political leaders also are people who help to keep the system in place. You see, we were talking about Shore here. We were saying, look, these are the people who nobody who makes a change in a nation that thinks that has don't have some level of madness, because that's the only way you can need to push out certain individuals from office. They are never going to hand off this thing clearly. Atiku said, I'm following the law, everybody remain calm. Obi said, I'm following the law, everybody remain calm. Now the law has come to, become an ask. What do we do? You didn't tell the people what you want them to do. Okay? Tomorrow we'll form another NGO. Let the people remain in peace NGO. And that will be their campaign. And you see, they'll be funded by the same government to make sure we continue to remain in that position of not doing anything. And like I said, if we, the people of Nigeria, refuse to take our destiny into our hands, that is how we will die and go away, and our children and our children will suffer the same fate. No nation, go and mark it. We just sit, and these guys come into office, are beginning to appropriate our money to themselves. Nobody says anything. Rudolph, you saw how Lagos was. It was normal. Everybody was going about their normal business. You even talk to them, it's like everybody in them. Let them be. God will help. Look, God was in heaven on his throne when they were crucifying Jesus on the cross. He didn't come down. Why do you think you are Nigeria? God's going to come down on your behalf? Why? Why? Okay? If we do not organize ourselves in such a way that to battle the system, and we refuse to fall back into regionalism, we are going to remain this way. Because when they come, they don't take permission from you. They will appropriate everything to themselves, including their cats and their dogs. They will get, share of the Nigerian money. And then you, the Nigerian who is paying the tax, who owns the land, who owns the government, you continue to suffer. That's the truth. We like it, we don't like it. It may favor me today because my friends are in government, yes, but eventually it may not favor me. It will favor Olumide because his friends are in government, yes, or he himself has taken over. Is that the way people build a nation? What is the ethos? What is it to be a Nigerian? What does the government what do we benefit from the government? What does the government do for the people of Nigeria? Why should we continue to support illegitimacy? Now, we thought that just like, the 2 days ago, Dino Melaya was making noise on the TV. I was laughing. These are the same people who were clapping hands some years ago and saying, "No, they were clapping hands and celebrating the system." Today, that same thing we have been saying has fallen on you, and you are telling us you don't want to go to court. You people said the court. It is not now it started. Awolowo in 1998, 1986,
79.
yes, 79. Say he won't go to court because the court is corrupt. What is he going to go and do? For you to begin to look for how to tell him that on technical basis he didn't win the election when you know that the real thing. And then the chief judge of Nigeria comes to Nigeria, to the television and tells the Nigerian people, you people are mobs. I will not go to listen to you. Who set you up? Based on what is the authority that you're operating where you're operating? It's not the Nigerian constitution that says we the people. If it is really we the people, then you can tell the people who put you in government that they are a mob, I can't listen to them. Is the law made for animals or for the Nigerian people? A British judge said, in consideration of the people, the plight of the Nigerian people, I cannot in good conscience award this judgment to this company because I know how the ordinary people in Nigeria will suffer. You, the Nigerian judge, says you cannot listen. Do you see I don't know what to call it. You see the difference?
Discrepancy.
I don't know. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me play a little bit of this before we continue. A conversation I had with just a regular guy on the streets.
Hi. Hey, how are you?
Oh.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you. Are you?
I'm so sorry. I played that before. I'm trying to plan another one, but let's go to CM. I'll find the video. CM, welcome to the show. CM, can you hear me?
Yes, let me unmute first. Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon. Is it? Yes, it's afternoon here. Good afternoon and welcome back from Nigeria. In fact, I purposely came in to say welcome back.
Thank
like you. I envy that you Fakwo with Inchuanwu and all the rishi about the shake, all those things you put in. So welcome back. It's good to visit home and then have a taste of what the atmosphere is like there. So welcome back.
Yeah, the surprise. All right, go ahead, CM.
Okay. Oh yeah. You see, I think I will tell her what I want to say to this focus of a thing. The thing is that for those that do not know, you don't need to wear spectacles to pound nuts. So that is the first adjustment you have to make. Now, looking at this thing, the mortar, It is either that they get you a lower stool, or they will give you the pestle that is taller, a bit taller, so that you do not just for posture, so that you do not need to injure your spinal cord. you know that type of thing. So at least I did all this, sieved it, prepared it, and they run the errands associated with doing it. So, but from the look of things, the motor has seen a better days. This show is an evidence of the motor is as old as the woman, the aged woman who must have been using it. So the motor is old. Look at the damage by the right answer. So it's okay. It's a typical village life. We all pass through it. So welcome back, Rudolph. You people were saying something about the budget. In a simple terms, a budget is a financial statement of what you expect to earn revenue and what you expect to spend. The only thing Nigeria expects is what to spend on. What do we earn? Where is the money coming from? We are not industrially based. Even if they budget 10 trillion naira, it will still be borrowed. If you budget 27 billion trillion, more than 50% will be borrowed. So, and when you borrow, you are not impressing anybody. They spend it on useless things again, expensive cars, buying is it building 15 billion naira house for a vice president. I remember, I don't know who was saying whether the White House in America since is it not 18th century or 17th century, it's been there. 1801 or something like that, when Abraham Lincoln lived there. So I mean, no, I mean 1864 anyway. So all those things. 10 Downing Street is a street. It's just a terrace house along the street in Downing in UK. That is where the prime minister lives. Even if the prime minister is a billionaire before becoming a prime minister, you have to downsize and live there. I don't see anything wrong with a typical three-story building in Nigeria being the official house of the vice president. I don't see anything. But Nigerians want to waste money. Why? 15 billion for what? For what? Is he Lord? And then all the other nonsense. Until Nigerians do what Obasanjo told them positively, the man is now talking. I mean, you protest. It's a normal thing. You don't need to be violent. You don't need to burn things down. You don't need to destroy anybody. Just carry placard. Sit down somewhere, stand by the street, show your placard that you do not agree. The world will capture it. If you do it consecutively, frequently, the government will sit up, knowing that, look, we're not in our name. But everybody keep quiet. Now they are singing on your mandate. APC song, campaign song is what they are now singing at the National and House of Parliament, a hallowed chamber like that. That tells you that Nigeria is captured. To be honest with you, this is a big shame. How can people be singing? How for what? My dear Rudolph, to be honest with you, I don't know. Those that have a better idea could say, but for me, I don't see there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Tinubu can claim victory, but he can never claim legitimacy. And that will haunt him for as long as he's there. It's a shame. Nigeria has gone to the dogs. Let me stop here.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And let me try again and see if I can find the video I wanted to play before. If not, I wanted someone to address. I met with solutions. I know people like us to go beyond people complaining. We're challenging our people to give us solutions to the problems. Let's talk to this our man here who is busy, very busy on the roadside. Let me sit down. Do you mind if I sit with you? No problem. All right. Hey, I've been suffering here. So how are you today?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Ismail.
Ismail, okay. My name is Dr. Damages.
Okay, welcome.
So yeah, so I came all the way from Okokomioko.
Okay.
To come here. You live in Lekki. This is the first time I'm coming to Lekki. You know, okay. Things are just tough. Okay. So tell me, how are you doing? How is the business? Is this POS?
Yes.
Wow, I've never seen it before. I know I hear about it.
Okay.
So this can give money now if I have a card.
Yes.
I don't have a card. That's the problem.
You have a card. Yeah. We give you money.
Money.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, we'll try it later. See whether this our man got card. So how do you think? How do you think things are going in the country?
This country is so bad.
So bad?
Yes.
What? Why?
Yes.
We have Tinubu now. Why should things be bad?
Yes. This time around, everything's not good.
Why? Is it the cost of living? What's the problem? Sell your market first. Okay.
There's no money. There's no food. Not anything.
No money. No food.
Yes, foil is too cost.
So what do you want them to do? Because they said they are just starting.
Yes. Yes. But the starting of our president now.
Yeah.
It's not good at all because before our president entered the place where the countries not be like that.
Yeah.
Yes. So
okay. What else? What about the governor of the state? Because we they talk about president, but this state, Lagos State, how is the governor doing?
Oh yes, we dey manage our governor. The manager. All of us is the same thing. Seriously.
Did you hear how much the governor they spend recently for food and for perfume and for all those things?
I don't even hear anything.
You don't hear anything.
Yes.
You know see am for newspaper.
So I know.
People they complain. Say the thing too much.
See.
So waiting how people go stop this government, all these government people from wasting the money for the people?
I don't know how to do it.
If they call you now and say make we do something, you go do something.
Yes. Then call me. Yes, I will go.
You go.
Yes.
Did you vote in the last election?
I not vote.
Okay, but you did Lagos at that time.
Yes, I did Lagos.
Okay, why you no vote?
I no vote.
You no get hope, trust for the process.
Yes.
For the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
hope.
wow. So this year POS, how do you think they work? How are you making enough to take care of your family?
Yes, no, they're making small money.
Small money
Yes.
to take care of your family.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
No
I appreciate you.
Yes, you are welcome.
Okay.
All right. Where are we?
Rudolph, you told the lie. Rudolph, you told the lie there.
Where was that? What was it?
You say you are from Okomaiko. Say you are from New York. You say you are from Okoko. How can you say Okomaiko? You say you are from New York. Are you afraid?
CM.
Because of your
CM.
because of your kidnapping.
Yes,
of the kidnapping value.
Yes,
kidnapping value.
CM.
Yes. Yeah.
If the kidnapper, will you pay the ransom?
There actually there was a point. There was a point where an area boy came to me and said we must pay for doing what we're doing on the streets, that he was in charge of the streets. And I said, I just came to Lagos, from the rural part of Nigeria. He looked at my shoe and said, no, you are.
You were lucky if you didn't have any of them to be at your side. If they allow you to go free.
No, he actually wanted to insist. He insists that I should pay him some money.
Yes.
But, and my camera guy from Lagos was afraid. He was afraid of going anywhere. He was scared. I'm not scared of these people. I lived in Lagos. At a point, the guy looked at me and said, let me go. He just allowed me to go. But it was intense at one point. So
we always go for area boys who follow us in productions in Lagos. Yeah, that's the only way you can do your work.
Yeah.
Rudolph, that is very common. If your car just break down anywhere in Lagos, in less than 2 seconds, you see area boys surrounding you. And if you don't pay, you're not moving your car from there.
Yeah, the guy was
everywhere in Lagos are ruled by a group of people.
When we got to Ikeja, it was so bad. They started on their own, joined the production team. They started bringing people and managing people on the streets with the hope that at the end you give them something. And at the end we gave them something. That was the only way. But they did not stop us from doing the job, and they did not insist on being paid before. But they felt that they became part of the production.
And so after the work, they must get their pay after the work.
Yes. It was quite fascinating. Anyway, but all right. So I wanted to point out on the budget, because it's important that education is getting 7.9%. Health sector is 5% of the budget. infrastructure is 5%, social development and poverty reduction 2%. But someone did a comparison: the budget of Nigeria, that of Egypt, that of Ethiopia, South Africa, and it was embarrassing when you look at the figures in dollars and compare that to the population of these countries. With Nigeria with over 200 million people, budgeting about 33%, $33 billion. While countries like South Africa, Egypt were in big 90, I think Egypt was 95% of the $95 billion. So the point is that, and in our own case, we are going to borrow most of them, and one third of our budget is going to repayment of money we already borrowed.
Another, the root of, they are still borrowing, even with the budget, they are still borrowing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Look for example. Since Tinubu came to power, he has always been on the road, traveling everywhere. Does that not cost Nigeria money? Why is he traveling? He has not even settled down to sit down and think over Nigerian problem, right? But he has traveled almost all around the world. Every conference, Tinubu is there. So what is he presenting? What is he suggesting that the world will listen to? And he said he's going to meet businessmen to Nigeria. How many of them have come since the past 7 months he has been in power? So the cost of traveling alone is costing Nigeria heavily. Those money can be put in other things that will benefit the citizens. So I don't see any reason why it should be jackpotting here and there and coming back, come and stay and come and sing this mandate in your mandate. So let it slim down all those. Let it cut down all those things and let it concentrate on Nigerian problem and how to solve it.
All right. Thank you, Dave Blackstone. Ndubisi, welcome to the show. Oh, you can talk? Okay. So Ndubisi is not available. So Jonaba.
Why did he come on the show if he cannot talk? He could have watched from the background. It's a Nigerian problem.
Now, there's a story out in the papers last week about a northern group farmers, businessmen threatening that they will block food from coming to the south. People in Benue, are they part of this group? Are they going to block yam from? I ate a lot of yam in Nigeria. Are they going to block yam from coming to the south?
It's yam that you worry about. What is the reason why they say they're going to block the yam from all the food stuff?
They gave actually 21 days.
I say, what is the reason?
Yeah, can I speak to that?
Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. I know Jonaba have not eaten pandemia for a while, so he will not remember. Now this same group have different names. They choose the one that fits the occasion. So in this occasion, they've chosen a different name. Before now, they were Arewa, Congress, Arewa Youth, and all that. So this time they've chosen a different name. And their reason is that they were in agreement, or they had an agreement with Buhari's government to be paid. Okay, I can't remember the exact figure now, because the food blockade they did against the East, their food wasted, and so that food that they were supposed to pay the compensation, and that Buhari's government entered into, I think it's 3 billion that they accepted to pay them. 3 billion. Buhari's government accepted to pay 3 billion for them refusing to take the food to the east or to the south, and the food got wasted. And for that, they said that if they are not paid, there'll be problems. So Buhari's government set up a team that was led by, I can remember the story now, that was led by Governor Bello of Kogi State, who went and agreed with them. Despite I think they had asked for, like, is it 9 billion, I mean, like 11 billion, somewhere thereabout, but they were eventually slashed to 3 billion. And now that 3 billion was not paid until Buhari left. So when Tinubu was campaigning, they met him, and Tinubu said, "Well, right now I'm just campaigning. I don't have authority, so I can't promise anything. But when I get in, I will see what I can do." So now he has got in. They waited for him, and he has not paid. So this same group have said, you know what, we are giving you 21 working days outside of public holiday, outside of weekends, that you should do something, yeah, or we will stop food from going to the south, you know. And we are yet to see what Tinubu is going to do. But if I were Tinubu, I will wait for them, because look, this when they make this analogy, they forget. I grew up in Makodi, I grew up in Benue, and I know Benue people produce food, and I don't think Benue people are a part of this anyway. But here's the situation: in the south, all of us there's no Nigerian tribe apart from, I don't want to call the name of those who I think they don't produce food, but there's no Nigerian community, whether in the north or the south, that don't have some form of agriculture. In the east, where I come from, in Abia State, it's called farm. We even have so much farm that there's one that's called farm settlement. You and your family own a small house in that farm. You go there during those of them who own house who live there. Live there. Some of us who have houses there. We go there by Friday and come back Sunday evenings. Okay, because you go, it's a big farm settlement. It's plenty of farm and all that. So every tribe in Nigeria, especially those from the south that I know, they farm some kind of food. So when you keep making this assertion, I know that we don't produce tomato in a large quantity. I know we don't produce carrot in a large quantity. I know we don't produce cabbage in a large quantity, or even cucumber in a large quantity in the south. But aside that, we produce yam, we farm cassava, which is the basic food for the people from the south. Okay, and we farm yam. The Igbos, there's a name called Okobo, which my late uncle was. Okobo, which means that you are a great farmer. He has bands and bands of yam that are tied to the sticks. Okay, year in, year out. So it's not like production of yam is left to one particular set of people. So when these things are threatened, I don't know whether the government doesn't see it as a national threat to the government. Because if it's coming from the south, by now all of them would have been rounded up and put in jail. But they have been threatening and threatening and threatening. This time, before now is a particular tribe, before now is a particular region. Now it's become the whole of the southwest, the south that they have been threatened with food blockade. I don't know how long we're going to continue to do it, but that is what is on the news. And so far, I've not had any response from government.
I think go back to what you have said, KJ. I think, in honest speaking, the government supposed to supplement food is a different topic from whatever the blockage is all about. But we should encourage a supplement from the government to do more for the farmers, whether in the north or in the south or in the west. Good luck, the former president, good luck, Jonathan. He did a little bit on the agricultural sector, and we can channel this government to do more on that, so that we can become independent nations. And the problem is that there's a lot of wastage from all over, whether it's Benue or Taraba or any part of the east or west. There's a lot of wastage. So the government should do more to avoid the wastage in our society by a good preservation of food. For instance, they'll get a flavor, five alive orange, and all of those things. While we have original organic one getting wasted all over, think if we would be a real survive and change so much, and that will bring a change to our society, because the common man problem is food. And if we can sustain ourselves, avoiding importing all those food like rice that is a large quantity is imported, if we can preserve what we have around in Nigeria, it will help our economy, it will help our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just respond 1 minute, Rodolph? Jonaba, I like your this thing, and I want to invite you. The Benue governor has a meeting that's coming up sometime this month. So please liaise with your people to know how you can participate, because he's looking for ideas of how to do things. Because we are tired of giving ideas. what you said is totally true. I was part of that Jonathan's team that, with the former Minister of Agri. They did a lot of silos around Nigeria. They did a lot of, even ideas were presented to governors. One of the governors I know, which I participated in, is the state governor, our Benue state governor, then Suswan. We were told how we can preserve some of those things that have been produced in Benue so that they don't get wasted. But nobody picked up on that. Instead, they were asking for money. They were all asking for money to be given to them so they can do what they want, not following what experts have researched and giving you in booklet form, to implement for your people. The truth is, Jonaba, these people do not have our interest. Let's face the fact. They don't have, because if you have the interest of Nigerians, is it difficult to develop Nigeria? Is it difficult when there's low hanging fruit everywhere all around Nigeria? It's not difficult. They don't want to do it. They prefer to allocate money for first lady's office that don't have any office, any place in the constitution, and allocate office feeding and all that. If you calculate the amount of money that state governors and the federal government use for tea, for food, for what do you call entertainment alone, can develop one state and put every amenity you need in that state. And is that how a government in America, the president pays for his food. You pay for it. So how come when you come, you bring the whole of, if your whole of your village come to visit you, they will feed on government money. Where is it done? Why is it done? And that's what
Bro, Dr. Rudy, I'm not cutting you, KJ. So, what do you think that since this thing was announced, there's no opposition party that have come to condemn it? Why?
Condemn what?
The budget.
Oh, the PDP already said that it was a useless budget, that it won't achieve any goal.
That is a statement. Anybody can put a statement. Do you think this is not the first time the politicians or party? Don't you think you expect more like protests and pushback from the grassroots level to the leaders of parties?
Look. Let me take that, Rudolph. Let me tell you something, Doctor Jonaba, my brother. The government in Nigeria knows those who can make sense, accurate judgment. That is why Olusemetu is still rotting away today and has been forcefully declared for PDP, AP, so I can have some peace. They know those who can present a balanced argument and they take you out of the system. Either you fall into their direction or you fall out. Okay? It has continuously been that way. Look, all oppositions died as soon as Buhari came into government. Those who went to the streets to campaign and to occupy Nigeria for 150 dollar naira gas fuel didn't go when it's 600. They have never found their voice to speak. They have not said anything about it, even though the oil is in your land. Nobody have said till today. It is December. Dangote has not come into the stream. Nobody has taken over Lagos. Nobody has marched. All of a sudden, all of them, even the media, are now saying, it was just a projection. So this is why it's difficult to even make an informed decision in Nigeria, because if I decide, and that's why I stopped going to protest, that we will on this issue we will not leave the street. Tomorrow you find out you're the only one there, and the rest, the government will come and, what are you doing here? And you are arrested, and that's the end of it. Nobody comes to try to rescue you. Nobody comes. So you find out that you are fighting on your own. Look, let me tell you, that's why I have respect for Orore, okay? Because he has held on, sometimes in the street alone, with nobody supporting him. He stands on his ground, and he keeps saying the same thing. Whether you like it or not, that is where Nigeria is right now. The more we listen to such people, the better for the country. Because if the government fears the people, the government will not do what it is. But the government have pocketed Nigerian people. And so no matter what they do, you will say, God is looking at them. Of course, God will look at them. Okay? And their children will come back and do the same thing to you. And their children will come back and do the same thing to you. Okay? When will it stop? That's the question. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Jonaba. Let me play this old video. It's something that happened while I was in Nigeria, and I just wanted to talk about how it played out in the country while it was going on.
Drag me into the controversy of Benin and Lagos. but I cannot help but saying that at least it is in history books that Benin founded Lagos. But when some people will hear it now, they go haywire and say, what is the Oba saying there again? But it is true. Go and check out the records. Maybe not all over Lagos as we know it now, but certain area in Lagos, maybe the nucleus of Lagos was founded by my ancestors. The Oba of Lagos will say so. I'm sure you know that he will always emphasize that it comes from Benin. Everybody knows. But the source of Lagos is Benin. Whether Oni of Ife here he likes it or not.
All right, that was the Oba of Benin getting into the mix about Lagos. It was quite interesting when some of us abroad were on this issue, fighting really hard from different points of view. I spoke to people on the ground and people in Nigeria. So for property owners in Lagos, they look at it in a different way. For those who are regular guys who basically live and try to make a living in Lagos, the way they looked at it was quite different. And also, it's important to see the difference. When the Oba of Benin said this, the reaction, how people took on him, was different from how they would have taken on any other person from any other part of the country. And also, we saw the Benin people fighting back in defense of their Oba. So I know that most likely most of you discussed this when it happened, in the context of the destruction of properties that were happening across the country, especially in Lagos. All this came into a mix. And I went to several places in Lagos that period, and people were saying to me, especially those who own properties there, that something has to be done. But the ordinary people on the streets who are trying to make a living, they don't have that sense of urgency. They don't think this is an issue of interest to them. And I saw that dichotomy, and I wondered that sometimes when we discuss these things, where do we belong? Do we see this conversation? Sometimes it's not relevant to people on the ground, majority of the people. There were people who were actually having meetings and inviting me to come and see what is happening to them, how their property in Festac area or this area are being is at risk, that some people are trying to take it back and the federal government is not backing them up. I spoke to some lawyers in Nigeria during that period, and I was saying, why don't you guys take this to court and see, let the court decide the process, the proper process. Even if you are going to bring down a house, if it's illegal, if it's not built on a place it shouldn't be, there should be a process. It shouldn't be someone wakes up one day and say, I'm bringing it down. There should be a court, So there are many angles to this this conversation, and they all happen at the same time. I wanted to know what you guys think, and if you've been able to reflect on the conversation and whether we are going to move forward. Prince, let me start with you.
Dr. Rudolph, thank you once again. As for me, with all due respect to the Oba, it's good that he mentioned it, but however, my problem with it is mentioning it, is it gonna solve the problem? And apart from that, when things were going wrong in Lagos State, I did not hear the Oba say anything. He did not say anything. I live in California, and I don't think there's ever been any discussion as in, oh, these people particular founded California, or these people founded this city or that city or this or that. To me, those are all lost priority for now. It's lost priority. And as for the properties that they're breaking, you know, in as much as I don't want to tribalize it, because if they say, okay, people were building on canals, you can rechannel the canal. You can rechannel the canal, and you just have them pay some money, because this is actually victimizing more people despite the economy at this time. Imagine somebody whose house, about 300 million, was destroyed. How is he gonna start? How's he gonna start? Because it's not only the building, the other properties, the TVs, the refrigerators and the equipment, even some documents. To me, it's not right. Whoever got this idea to destroy people's houses, I don't know. That person must be an assistant devil, probably originated from the kingdom of the Satan. And just one thing I just wanted to mention, John Albert, thank God that we are both in the same class now of taking high blood pressure medication. So I try to take my high blood pressure just following your footsteps. Hmm? Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prince. Olumide, what is your take on this?
So for me, I think I said this before on some other platform during the week that for me, I think the optics for what the state government is doing is very bad. So even if the government has the authority to do whatever they want, you know, for or use those lands for whatever purpose, the optics are very bad. If people feel that they've been targeted, largely from the eastern part of the country, um, they should have allowed them to exhaust every opportunity available within the law. Um, like you rightly said, let the government, let the courts decide. You understand? And again, why the optics look so bad again, especially on the government, is the fact that APC has been in power since 1999. What were they doing when these people were building those houses on those lands? I mean, when they did the investigation, was any government official culpable in that act? Did they indict any government official? Did they punish them? Are they going to prosecute them? I mean, it's just a one-way traffic. It's just the people who built, and some of these people are alleging that they have proper documentation for these houses. So are they going to be compensated? Even if government will forcefully take their land away from them by force, are they going to be compensated for the monies they've spent? I mean, this is just it's terrible, it's barbaric. That's why I say that is not civilized behavior. When you treat people with disrespect, and we are saying all this, and then some people are saying that oh, then go back to your part of the country, blah blah blah. Is that how you integrate the country? Is that how you integrate the whole nation? Is integration not to make people feel at home and make people belong? And then we are treating ourselves this way. Then how do you treat a foreigner? You understand that it's all hypocrisy. And then the Oba of Benin, I mean, for me, the only evidence for me, I wasn't born at that period when what he was talking about. The only evidence for me to see if what he's saying is true or not is to go back to unbiased resource. And my unbiased resource from the British Encyclopedia says that the indigenous people to Lagos State were the Aworis, the Yorubas. And at a point in time, the Benin colonized a particular part of Lagos, the Eko, they named it Eko, and they were paying taxes to the Benin Oba. So I mean that's all I read from history. I haven't whatever it's saying is just trying to rewrite history. So colonization is different from being indigenous to a particular area. So there are so many facts. So but he went there for a purpose too. So for me, that's his own personal opinion. I'm not going to argue with that. He went there for a particular purpose to stop and plead on behalf of the people whose properties were being destroyed. And I think it kind of worked. So we should look at the message that he brought with him, not forget the messenger. And him saying that God ordained Tinubu doesn't change anything. It's his own opinion. You understand? It doesn't change anything. The fact that the elections were rigged, it doesn't change the fact that it's just one man. He didn't give legality to Tinubu's presidency. It was the courts that gave legality to his presidency. And the man went there for a particular purpose. He was only trying to massage Tinubu's ego. He's only trying to be smart. You understand? He's not a politician. I know the Oba to be non-partisan because I remember the last election that brought Obaseki in. This man brought Obaseki and Oshiomhole to their knees. You know what? He told them, brought them to his palace and said, you know what? You're not going to destroy Benin, Edo State because of your politics. Let the people decide. So this man is non-partisan. So I don't know what people are saying or trying to crucify him for. I mean, the country is a shithole, complete shithole. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you, Olumide. KJ.
No, sir, I think it's I think
sorry, I think he wants to go line by line.
Let me go so that I won't miss someone. I'll come.
Okay, now you want us to combine this with?
Combine the three because I know it's an old conversation.
Right.
I want to hear.
First and foremost, I want to speak on the Oba's issue. You see, you cannot blame the Oba if he says that the Benins founded Lagos. There are many sides to every history, and one side may have been written all this while, and now the other side is deciding to tell the part of their own history. Now, 2 days ago, I was listening to another program, and an Igbo guy was saying that the Igbos are from Benin, because his mother told him that there's something that they call in Igbo, which is something with their own. So, and that's why the Igbos, he will say that the Igbos, no, it's a woman that was saying that the Igbos are from Benin. And I had a good laugh, because if you know anything about the Igbos, we don't quote what our mothers tell us, even though we respect them, we revere them. You hear what your father said, that's what you are going to use to speak in a meeting. Okay, and because I am married to somebody from Delta. Tomorrow my son wakes up and say my daddy says that my mommy says our pot is called Efere or something, and that's what is going to go with. No, we forget that in that time long ago there are also intermarriages, and some of these cultures have mixed in such a way that only those who have the foreknowledge that can actually tell what is correct and what is not. I don't want to go into because people have tried to take it as a reason to insult the Oba. Well, my hand no there. If you want to insult Oba, you carry the consequence yourself. The truth is that if you go back to history, you find out that the Benins had control of that other region. It's not, for those of us who went to proper schools and read history, you know that. That's one. Two, I want to also speak, that's the reason why I came into this panel. Anyway, I'm sure Rudolph knows that. The destruction of the property of the Igbos, let's put it the way it is. It is not the first time, okay? It's not the second time. It is not the third time. It's every time there is an issue in Nigeria, most especially in the West, they come for the Igbos and their properties. You forget those people, these places they are calling canal. It was all filled of water. They sold it as water. Water. Those guys went there, filled it up, reclaimed the land. And today, they are being what? They are being chased out of it. Even the parts that are not canal, that they're just normal land, like the Festac 77 sites, okay? They are also breaking down. What are we saying here? Just like somebody have said, in a nation that has over 17 million deficiency, is it 17 million? Yeah, about Abi, more than that, in housing, the little that people are managed to put together, you are breaking it down. Any nation that wants to develop, are you not supposed to be supporting those who are building houses than breaking it down? Okay. Now, some of these people are all their life earnings, like the guy who was saying he lost 300 million. Where is he going to get it at the age of 60 to build another house? Where is he going to put his family? Okay, you thought that you have been able to run a good race. Now you have a house that at least your children and yourself can live until you eventually go back to your heavenly father. And now you wake up one day and it's gone. The government is not giving you any excuse. Like the man who are listening to in Arise News at 2 a.m. they came to his house and said he was vacating 1 hour. 2 a.m. And he asked a question: why are you coming at the dead of the night? And all he got was some, military blows. And eventually, tear gas was thrown all around the people who refused to open their doors. So you must have to come out, and your house is taken down. Is this what people do to a citizen? They are citizens. I mean, you are not a criminal. You are a citizen. The highest office in the land. The highest office, and your only crime is because you develop in another part of the nation, your own nation. These people who are doing these things have houses in America. They have houses in England. They have houses in Benin Republic. They have houses in Ghana. Nobody is chasing them. Nobody is driving them. Nobody is breaking down their houses because they are not, indigenous to those places. You will always find an excuse. In fact, you can always give a dog a bad name not to kill it. You always find an excuse to say these houses, and these houses have some of them have been standing there for over 10 years. Okay, now this government have come to discover that they don't have COO. I told the story of Wike in FCT. A friend of mine, their house is in Area 10. Those of you who know Area 10. Area 10 is totally a developed place. That house has been standing there, built by Mama Vasa. Now Wike comes and says, "Oh, your CFO has a question. You must pay 5 million or within this so and so." It's only Nigeria government that gives the citizen all. Those of you who live outside, check and see. If you have an issue with the IRS, do they say you must pay all? They tell you to tell us how you can pay. You space it out, and they agree with you most times. Or they say, no, adjust here, adjust here. And that is it. Gentlemen, when shall we recognize our people as human beings? Because if we cannot treat our own people as human beings, how do we expect other people to treat us? These things are on international media. If you are one of those people who follow news around, check and see. It's playing in Al Jazeera how Nigerians are being their houses are being brought down. It's playing. I mean, people can see it. And tomorrow you say Nigerians are being deported from Saudi Arabia everywhere. Why wouldn't they? Because your government don't consider you as human beings. They don't consider you.
Okay,
Okay,
you're right. Very, very uncivilized set of people.
these same places where your house are being broken, you pay tax. It's only in Nigeria when you go to a place and help to develop that place, you become an enemy. Not because anything other thing happened. You paid legitimately for that land, whether it is illegal or not. Okay, you brought some form of development to that place. You brought some form of employment to that place. You brought some form of commerce to that place. But if anytime there is an issue, you go first. And you want to tell me as an Igbo person not to be worried? You see, that's where we, the younger generation, you see, one of the things that Nigeria forget that we didn't fight the war. Look at me. I'm not part of those who fought the war. Okay? So you are fighting the wrong people. And so let's upgrade our mentality. If the war has ended, end it with those people who fought it. My father is going to be with the Lord. Okay? All my uncles who fought are going to be with the Lord. Are you transferring the fight to me now so that I can get ready for it? Or are you saying that we're not wanted just like Nnamdi Kanu, and I still stand by it? What he said. If you don't want Igbos to be part of Nigeria, allow them go. You cannot continue to after almost like every 10 years or 5 years, our things are destroyed around Nigeria. Okay? If it's not the Igbo person, are you looking for a set to make as a sacrifice? It is his property you're burning down. And you still want us to be part and parcel of the system? And you don't want us to talk? You see, let's face fact. You see, we not be saying with a fear. I mean, those listening to me. Igbos are not afraid. That is how we cure the people in Kano. Stop burning the Igbo people's business, because each time the same thing was happening in Kano. They burn it down until Ojukwu went there and said, "Look, you are running. They say you should be part of Nigeria. So why are you running? Deal with the issue." It's not as if they are afraid. And you see, some people have come to national TV and say, "Oh, why the hue and cry about Igbos? It's not only the Igbos." Can you have asked them, my friends who are there, please send me, go around, look for people who are not Igbo speaking people, whose houses have been brought down. Let us get the numbers and also play it up. So far, nobody has sent anything to me. So what am I saying? Am I saying that we should be preferentially treated? No. I'm saying that if the Igbo man has built on a sewage, knowingly didn't have a certificate for that land, you want to break it, it's okay. But can you tell him, please, this is December. December next year, we're coming to break down this house because it's not. That's how people behave. That's how you treat people with consideration, whether they're your tribe or not. I don't care whether it is Steve, Hausa, or Yoruba. Okay, but give the people notice. Treat them like human beings. Let there be respect, because the highest office in the land is the citizen, the office of the citizen. Okay, and so if we continue to treat our people like goats, like cows, like just nobody will treat us better outside of Nigeria. Okay, and there have been some secret, uh, um, um, audio going around, and I want to end with that. And of course, if you listen to that secret audio and you see what is going on in Lagos, this thing also went on with. Remember, as I said many times, when El-Rufai took over as minister, the first thing he did was take over Wuse Market with this that they are renovating it. And when they took it over, after that, they gave it to other people. I'm conscious. I'm calling places now. The building material market have changed 3 places. Any land they cannot develop, they push Igbos there. You go develop it. After 3 years, come and tell you, "Oh, we're moving it to somewhere else." The Apo Mechanic Village was first in Area 1, where Dunamis Church used to be. Okay, they move it to there, to where the legislative quarters is now. They move it there. They move it to behind the legislative quarters, to where they are right now. And I see plans to move them, because when you develop a place, when you go there and make the road, when you go there kill all the evil spirit there, they come take it over and give out the land, because they have made it habitable. It cannot continue. We know these things. We have seen over the years. Let's stop it.
Thank you so much. The Blackstone.
Thank you, Rudolph. Okay, first of all, about the Oba of Benin statement regarding Lagos. Yeah, according to KJ, we should understand that the history of Benin dates back to 18th century, even 17th century, right? Even before the British arrived in Nigeria, even at that time they also have a very good relationship with the Portuguese. The Benin monarchy was the first monarchy that had an ambassador to Portugal. Even my native name is even being answered by some Portuguese people today, because I was surprised when somebody told me, right? And so the issue of Lagos, like the Oba said it's not. He said it may not be the old Lagos, at least some part of Lagos. So they were the first people that actually settled there, Eko. So that's why Eko means maybe place of settlement and things like that. So to some extent, it's right. Lagos have expanded. So he was talking to his own fellow Obas, so it has nothing to do with people, the common people and things like that. It was like I see that as maybe just trying to remind the Oba of Lagos and so on and so forth, the Yoruba monarchy, that the part of Lagos, or Lagos belongs to the Benin people, the origin of Lagos belongs to the Benin people. Same confusion we also have with the Oduduwa, the history of Oramiyan, why the Benin people now use the word Oba as for the monarch and things like that. Those also a controversy, but they forgot that before the Benin people start using Oba, they were the Ogisos. We are already living there, things like that. So I want to go there. So Coming to the issue of the demolition of properties in Lagos, for me it is very sad because as I think I was like seeing that Nigerian government are civilized class of people, but I think this time I don't see them as civilized class of people because they cannot just wake up and just begin to demolish people property. It costs them money. They are not, these are not government properties. These are not state property. These are personal properties. And you cannot come out and say they didn't have any documentation or approval from the state. If you say the approvals were fake and things like that, why can't you trace it back to who approved it? Who are the government officials? Who are the workers that approved those buildings, those locations for them? Right? They come up and say, yeah, it is of the master plan, like we said, the master plan of Festac. Can the Lagos state government come out and show to the people what is the initial master plan of Festac? Because one time I studied in Festac, I know a little bit about Festac. Let them come out and give the initial master plan of Festac, how these people and how these buildings are destroying now is frustrating or against the Festac master plan. You know, so I guess that there's some issue of targeting some class of people. Yeah, I don't like these people. What they are doing is that, and so on and so forth. I think at least we should be more responsible. We should be more, at least there should be a way that at least this thing should be done. You can tell the people, okay, this properties is located in the wrong place. You have to pay for it. You have to pay fine for it, or give them time for them to move out. Or no, so even like for example, when they took over the community where Dangote today located is Oil Refinery. They never paid those people. They just went there and gave it to Dangote, and Dangote start developing that. All the people were driven out. So this is the nature of Nigerian politicians, Nigerian people in government, because when they are there, they think they are all powerful, but they forgot that tomorrow it will come to an end. And once they're out of power, and that's when you see them talking like as responsible people. This is what Nigerian politicians, this is what they are. So let them stop all this demolition of properties. People spend money, it costs them money. It's even creating a lot of problem for the. But I don't expect somebody can lose 300 million house building, and the people that are destroyed will be happy that they have done something good. This never happens in a normal society. It doesn't happen. So let's face the fact that this thing should be stopped, and everybody should rise up and fight against this demolition in Lagos. And let them bring out those people who approve it. People approve these things. They just wake up and start building. And where were the government when they were building it? That's on that question.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, the Blackstone. Oti, you're next.
Right. So I think one of the issues about the Oba really. I think the question, this who founded Lagos, to me, is really a distraction. I mean, it's inconsequential. Lagos is a metropolis, is a Nigerian city, so I think it's a distraction really. But I just wanted maybe a bit of clarification, because Olivia says something about the purpose of the Oba visiting Lagos. It has to do with I mean, he's pleading for the house demolitions to stop or something. I don't know. I didn't quite get him. Did somebody, make sense of what he was saying in that connection? That Oba was speaking on behalf of any
He was trying to assert that he was speaking on behalf of the Igbos. I don't think that is true.
So I don't know. I just wanted some clarification. But anyway, so yes, I think his comment, it may be of historical interest, but what does it matter? It's inconsequential. So now the question of house demolitions. I think any way you look at it, is a tragedy, right? That such callousness can, can be happening, and nothing. The country is what it shows really is that we'll be deceiving ourselves to pretend that we live in what is called a Rechtsstaat, in a country that is governed by the rule of law. No, that's it's just a jungle. It's a lawless place. This is the fact of the matter. And to me, knowing this as a people and seeing it, played out, what are we, the only topic, the only discussion should be, what are we going to do to overthrow this system? I mean, that is the only thing to discuss. All these things, budget, that is nonsensical. I mean, this kind of system, that such a thing should happen, right? If people contravene the law and then build in places where they're not supposed to build, is that how to deal with it? And where was the government when the plans were drawn up and land and they waited, and years people have lived in these structures, and then you come one day and then do that. I mean, and in the whole world is seeing it. It doesn't bug them. It shows you we're dealing with human beings. These are not human beings, quite frankly. And it's look, to me, we come here, I don't know, kind of talking about things that no, the whole system has to be overthrown, overhauled. That should be the only topic for discussion, quite frankly, if we're serious. Otherwise, what are we talking about? Human beings that could do this. Okay, what has the president said? And all these people, respectable Nigerians, all over the country, in Lagos, in everywhere, has anybody said anything? And can they pretend not to see that or know that this is happening? People's dwellings, it doesn't even happen in a war. This kind of thing. Where do you want them to go? Children went to school and they are coming back that their homes have turned into rubble. Where does that happen? And the country, I mean, it goes on as if nothing is nothing. So what more is going to happen before? So I don't know. I don't know how to look. Okay, quite frankly, yes, is even though the Igbos, I know that everybody knows that we've been the butt of all sorts of attacks, but I think is we should not fall into that trap, temptation of making it an Igbo affair, Igbos against Nigeria or Nigeria against Igbos. I think that is something we should always try to kind of be smart enough to not to fall into. Now, because it is not. Nigeria is for all Nigerians, okay, except those, of course, who are, I mean, so let us not lose sight of that and not make it every Nigeria against the Igbos, even though we have borne the brunt of all sorts of uncivilized attacks, but we should again be careful, not make it a tribal matter, because that's what perhaps these people, that's the game, that's they're playing, they're playing it with the politics, I mean the elections and all that. So that is the thing. Look, it's time has come for Nigeria to really kind of we should crumble the system.
All right, Oti, thank you so much.
That's my view.
Thank you. Let me just do a favor to
I beg, I did walk, but give me 2 minutes now.
Who is that? Who is speaking? Ovie?
It's Imad himself.
Okay, so let's go to Ovie.
Which kind?
No. I'm sorry. Just he's at work. Let's give him 2 minutes, please. Ovie, go ahead. Ovie has a new.
Yeah, I'm at work, so I'll just introduce myself. Then I'll be back in a few hours. Yeah, somebody saying a new horse. When a new horse, and somebody is asking which
Why are you
bank telling
jumping
me.
queue
Well,
now?
I think it's
Okay,
the.
why are you jumping
I,
queue now?
I,
This is what you were attacking people last week that you were jumping queue. Why are you then jumping queue?
Tone. Now it's
who
me.
be this guy? Who be this guy, sir?
Go ahead.
I'm talking to you.
Who,
I'm talking to
who
you,
be that? Who
brickhead.
be that boy?
Brickhead,
Who be that
brickhead,
boy when they talk?
brickhead. I'm talking to you.
Please.
Who be that boy when they talk?
Still in
Shut
there.
up. Who be that boy when they talk?
All
Behave
right.
yourself.
All
You
right.
think you're just something. Behave
Okay.
yourself. That was how.
All right. That's enough, Tone. That's enough over here. I'm moving to Jonava now. To you guys.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think you should even take them out because we need to reshape this place. Take them down.
Take the rascals out.
Jonava, go ahead.
Um,
Forgive me, I'm just joking.
um, I I cannot agree more with OT in the summary of his word that we should not make this in a tribal issue. I've never agreed with him for so many things, but I agree with him on this. It's a trap. And another thing is that no one is more Nigerian than Igbos. Nobody is more Nigerian than Igbo. Igbos stay in every part of Nigeria and beyond Nigeria, and they become who they want to become. So, and we are not, I'm not taking uh, the side out of it that, yes, it may be happening, maybe majority or all of it, but we should not fall into the trap. The only thing is that let's speak into it in a practical term. We all know what is expected when house is built in illegal places. There should be a due process why that house should be demolished. It cannot just get up overnight. There should be a notice, serve the people, and there should be a court process giving time and date. Yeah. But beyond that, I don't want to speak to the Oba issue. Those are he's speaking for his own word and is entitled to whatever and who is addressing. Beyond that is that Nigerian, whosoever is doing it, the motive matters, but what goes around comes around. Nobody. There was a time Nigeria asked Ghana to go. Uh, Today, many Nigerians go to Ghana to settle. So, end of the day is that it is all good that we see beyond this time that migration and all of that is part of life. Life changes and generation move around and raise and all of that. But we cannot allow those short-sighted individuals simply because they grip into a power and use it for what it not supposed to be. There is whether whatever religious or your belief system, whatever you sow, you're going to reap. Focus on building the future of the next generation with a neutral mind and appreciate those who invested in your area or your community and to the development of the world. So on that issue, I want to leave it for that now that it should be a due process. And once the due process is not followed, it should be condemned. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonava. CM, Enes.
Yeah. Am I? Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you. Actually, what I need to add, most
Did it
people
disappear?
think this issue has been topical for since 1 week or 2 weeks. Actually, what I need to say is this: on the Oba of Benin issue, I respect the opinion of the Oba and the institution he represents. I so much revere and respect him. But do I accept his verdict? No, I do not. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm entitled to mine. That's where I will leave it. I respect his opinion. Also, he's a first-class traditional ruler, a kingdom, and the institution he represents. So I respect that. But I do not accept the verdict. That is the only thing I could say that. Then on the demolition, sometimes I think it was it Chido Donkalo that said, Professor Donkalo said, it's always good to listen to what is not said than what is said. What is not said, listen to that. Part of what is not said, go home, take your investment home, and we're one country. But Chinese will bring their own. Nobody will tell them to take it to Chinese. So you now ask yourself, who actually who actually hold the same path with you? Is it the Chinese or the person you are sending to the east? Sometimes that's why I said what is not said. Iwanyanwu, as chairman of our Igbo, President General, he addressed a press conference and I agree from beginning to the end. In summary, he said sort of a committee or an office, oh dear, to handle. Oh Jesus Christ, why is this thing? So he said the Hanez Ndibo has called on those with claims that your buildings were demolished. Come forward, present your document. They will look into it. I mean, Ohanes Ndibo, they've got all the resources: architects, engineers, town planners, administrators, lawyers, senior advocates. They will look into it in detail. Those that has a genuine claim, so Ohaneze will support them. In other words, they bring the resources of Ohaneze Ndibo worldwide to back them because justice must be done. But those that for one thing or the other they are found wanting, they will also look into their case with the intention to do something. The good thing, one of the things people will also recognize, particularly for those who say that it's not only in Igbo, the house belonging to Igbos that were demolished. I agree because I've been in a platform in which a lady phoned. He said Urobe was also crying. He said their own or his uncle's own was also part of it. So to them, despite the agony Igbo are going through now, Ohanese Igbo want to open a fund for those that are affected. They will do something. That is the way Igbo man does his own thing. We don't desert. We don't desert people in their period of agony. Talk of what happened in Sudan, and Igbo man Allen Onyema brought his aeroplane free of charge in South Africa, in India, everywhere. They do all this free of charge. So they are saying, Ohanes Zendi, but that's where I'm going. He said anybody they will set up a fund, not just for Ndibo, whoever his own is affected should come forward because they have a funding for them. I know some people may be surprised, but that is the way it is done. But let me leave everybody on this note. When they tell the Igbos, take your investment home, go home, leave Lagos, but the Chinese are coming. Who actually is your countrymen and women? Who actually, because on the strength of this, I can raise a flag that I'm a Biafran. Because if I leave Lagos, a Chinese could be allowed to invest, a Lebanese, a Korean, invest in Lagos, anywhere you like in Nigeria. But an Igbo man will be told to go and only invest in the East. Lebanese are investing in Kano. Nobody tells them to take this thing home. Nobody destroys them. But Igbo man will only tell you, these are the area you have to invest. Invest in the southeast. That is your area. A Lebanese will leave Lebanon, come to Nigeria, invest anywhere. They have Chaguri and Chaguri. Nobody is telling them to go to their place because they are welcomed. But the people you told, do not raise your flag. You are not a Biafran. We are one Nigeria, indivisible, indissoluble, everything. They take your distance, go and stay. See, let me tell you, you can only tell a blind man that the soup you are leaking, there is no oil in it. You can't tell a blind man that the soup you are leaking, there is no salt because it has a taste board. Let me leave it at this, but future will tell. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Concern, welcome to the show. Concerns.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome. May God bless your coming.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure that you good. We're happy that you came back peacefully from that jungle country. That hell, second hell in the world. You see, it's unfortunate about what is happening. If some people say, don't say it's an Igbo thing or Igbo against Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, it's an Igbo against Nigeria. These people, these Nigerians or these people who are ruling or those people they are very, very wicked. And every day they say that man who is ruling Nigeria is the face of the going everywhere to look for investors. Are those investors not see what is happening in Nigeria? All these embassies have why people don't know why there's embassy. You have embassies so that they will tell their people what is happening in that country. When in a country people are destroying people's houses for one thing or the other, how can that investor come to invest in that place? They can't. The judiciary is not working, nothing is working, and they said that man is taking the whole money, going abroad, is looking for investors. How you gonna work? It's not gonna work. You see, last 2 weeks, I didn't come out here last week because honestly speaking, my blood pressure was very, very high. When I see everything happening in Nigeria, not just because of this destruction, everything happening in Nigeria. I've never seen such place like in Nigeria. And when somebody said Nigeria is like a zoo or a zoo is better, the people start criticizing them and say they must kill them. Things honestly, things are not. I don't know. Even look at the people, the lady that was killed that last time in Sokoto, where the Christian woman that tweeted, that lady is still in prison now. She's a Christian. She tweeted, and the lady is still in prison. The people that killed the young lady were left from prison. They were discharged, and the lady that tweeted is still in prison up to now. Nobody's talking about that. You see, so about this house issue. We are here in foreign land, not only in America, even in other African countries. When you want to, even in your house, you want to make a fence, immediately you put a block or you put a block, the county will come. Then just 2 days or 3 days, they will come and tell you, why is this being put here? So then you see a house that was built with Mongo's amount of money. And after some years, you come to demolish that house, saying canal or no canal, road or no road. Who said those land to those people? Who approved those land? Now today, nobody approved the land. How can now let's say a man from Kano just come to Igbo State to build a house? Nobody approved land for him. Nobody do everything for him. He start building land. It doesn't happen. It's only the municipality, the council approve that place for him before he can start building. So let whatever is happening. One, the election came. Igbo markets were born. Two, they intimidated Igbos. They even stabbed Igbos. They did everything. Three, now that one is not enough for them. They went for their houses. And now somebody is talking about canal or no canal, or this or no this or no this. Why these things are not happening before? Why they are not doing this thing before? Just now. Somebody, my brother, how much is the bag of cement? How much is the bag of cement? You send money to build a house for you. After building that house for you, millions and millions, and people come to demolish it. I believe that for me, the devil is now living in Nigeria. And when you put somebody like these people ruling, not only Tinubu, all those people ruling, Akpabio and all those useless idiots, you will see that's what you'll be getting. These are not human beings. And the citizens just keep quiet. Well, even people say go and protest or no go and protest. But for all I know, the people in abroad cannot do much. What the people in abroad can do is to send money to them. If they want to stand up, let them stand up. Without me, as I'm here now, even 100 days I cannot go to that country. I may have investment, I may build a house, I may build even 20 houses if I have the money, but I cannot stay there because that place is not a country. I've been in many countries. I live in many countries. I've lived in about 7 good countries in the world. I've never seen what is happening in Nigeria to happen. Look at the National Assembly. How can those urchins read keep quiet and such a song is being read for mandate? Who mandated Tinubu? Those people we voted for. Many people voted for them. They just kept quiet, and those useless song is being sung there. At least they're supposed to have walked out. If they don't want to be part of, they're supposed to walk out. They just say that we are mandate for Tinubu. They know who's Tinubu. Tinubu is just supposed to live in a village in the whole world. Such a man, and now there's my mandate will stand. I'm very confused about Nigeria and all of us are talking here.
Thank you.
Some countries, please, some countries develop even with 7,000 people, even with 7 million people, 2 million people. Botswana is how many people? 2 million people. Namibia is how many people? 2 million people. Go there, they have social security, they have everything that America have. They have everything that Europe have. The justice system, you can't. You can't. It's something in America. So, but in Nigeria, oh man, I don't see. Please, Dr. Damages, I rest for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dan, welcome.
To everybody.
Yeah.
Greetings to everybody, and I know it's a very hot topic, and I can see anger and everything, frustration, and what can we do? It's our country. I've always been calling for revolution. Some people tell me because they never shoot me gun for leg before. That's why I still dey talk. But we have to talk now. It's our country now. These people who are destroying Nigeria. Sorry that I'm just flowing into the topic because I'm so frustrated and confused. My country, Nigeria. I've tried, and you can see where I'm in one of my corners somewhere in West Africa. That's where I'm connecting from. I was a little bit tired, and I said, let me just disappear. It's sorry that I have to mention it because it's very quiet and nice. It's not like Nigeria. Nigeria. I wish to be there, but God knows I can only be there in my dreams. So anyway, where I am now is very nice, and listening to you guys. The topic on the ground, let me just go straight to the important ones, the demolition of houses in Lagos. Because people are talking about this. When you talk about it, they will take it to an ethnic side. But reality must be said. We the Igbos, of course, I speak Yoruba very well, even more than a Yoruba person. So I'm a very neutral person, and I mingle with everybody. But when they single out a group of people because of their glory, because of their glories and how they survive in any situation, and upon the suppression where we the Igbos are still doing well. So there's nothing to. I mean, the prosecution is welcomed. All I wish that the Igbos will start thinking of packing their things and going home. All those jujus that used to drive us, they say, boy, if they no come home, or if you come home, this and that, we have to fight that demon first because it's time to go back to our homeland. Because it's not easy after spending a lot of money building a house. They saw when you started building it, somebody approved everything. You went to the same office. So this office, if you go tomorrow, is the same office. But now here I come now. They gave you the paper there. And suddenly they just come now, they tell you that place you're not supposed to build after eating your money, approval, and everything. And we, the Igbos, are watching them. To be honest, what is left for us now is to just try to reverse back to Igbo land. All those jujus and everything they put to drive the Igbo people out, all those people who call them pastors and whatever, they should start praying because the only solution now, if we're asking for Biafra, we have to go back first. Yes, because they will not grant it to us. So the Igbos should stop complaining what is happening in Lagos. What we have to do now is to take our baggages and luggages and face back to our place. And when we come there in numbers, Biafra will be given to us. We cannot be scattered everywhere every time people are talking. And they are really dealing with us too. Not only scattered, they are dealing with us every day. During the election, they burn our markets. That's why we no talk. Now, the demolition of houses, and people are still not talking. So my only solution, so that I don't waste too much time because I'm full of words and anger, I can keep talking for the next 2 days about this issue. So let me just caution myself and break down by telling the Igbos, turn back home. Let us take our things and go and develop our country. We have the money. Because for me, if they break my house, I feel suffocate and die. If I build house finish, I come back, I see say they break up. With my kind of tension, I can just collapse. So that pain is, please let us, the Igbo, start thinking of going back home now. Thank you, Mr. Damages.
All right, thank you. Tone, welcome to the show.
Hi, greetings everybody. My take, I'm just going to comment with the Oba of Benin. Again, that's his opinion. He knows what he's talking about. He said it boldly, not in his palace. He said it in Yoruba land. So that's between him and Yoruba people. Let them keep bantering about that. But my main concern is about the demolition of properties. Now, everybody just seems to be drawn into emotions. Yoruba people are emotional about it. Igbo people are emotional about it. Listen, none of us here or anybody that has been commenting about this have the um, statistics and the figures or who those properties belong to. Some of them may be non-Igbos. Let's just be factual about that. Some of those properties even may be Yoruba people properties. See, listen, when you come to a land, yeah, when you come to a land, you need to obey the laws of the land. It's not just in Lagos State that these illegal structures happen and all that. Even in Onitsha, you have people that build anyhow. In my own town, you have people, even in Aba, they have people that build anyhow. If they start enforcing it, maybe the governor of, for instance, of Anambra State will start enforcing it and it touches one or two Yoruba people will take it and run with it and say, you see, these Igbo people are destroying our property. That is what we see. Listen, most times, I know that even my house in Sulere, I know that I know of one or two illegal properties. I know that because people know the right thing to do. I think on this platform, I've said it. There was a time I wanted to buy a property in Abuja. I know that. I found that the thing was not straight up. The guy was telling me, "Oh, God, don't worry. I know that we'll just pay money, nothing's going to happen." I said, "Listen, by the time I spend millions and all that, and they come from my property and all that, your organ, don't worry, will not save me and all that. I'm going to." So I told him, "Sorry, I'm out. Let us speak the truth where truth exists." These people have a master plan for Lagos State. You have built illegally. If you're built illegally, your property will go down. It's just as simple as that. It's just as simple as that. Now, another thing is compensation. If your property has been brought down and all that, are you do you have the right to be compensated? That is another thing. Go to your lawyer and all that. But unfortunately, we don't have a judiciary again that would legislate on this. The judiciary is corrupt. So it's terrible. It's just a terrible situation we found ourselves. Go find out about most of those houses and all that. They knew, the owners of those properties knew what they were doing before because they think they can get away with it. They knew actually what they were doing, and they went into those places and bought. So it's not just it's not just Igbo people. There are Yoruba people that have properties. Because I know one or two people that know somebody personally that their properties. So let us stop playing this race card and all that. It's not going to help us. Well, let us stop being silly and all that. You know, the you are built in a place that Lagos State has say the master plan. Now, after all what happened in the election, do you think you're going to escape? Oh, it's a political thing and all that. I know, going very very the way they went about it very very suddenly. Obviously, you played into their hands and all that, and somebody must pay the price. That's politics. Although I don't agree with it and all that, they were very swift in doing it and all that. But listen, just dry your tears and then learn from this mistake. If you're going to buy a property, do it properly. And if you want to go back to the east and invest, if you say the idols of your village is pursuing you, get a very strong pastor to cast out that idol and go and build. It's just as simple as that. So I don't want to be drawn into all these it's Igbo. They are trying to they are looking for Igbos and all that. Yeah, go to Anambra State. Go and start developing Anambra State. Go and start developing Delta State, where nobody will this thing. And that is one of the reasons I know that I'll come to IPOP. That is one of the reasons why I don't support IPOP. It's not about talking about rocket launchers and you want to go to war with the Raktak army. Make yourself an economic giant. So when you talk, the government will listen to you. This is what Nnamdi Kanu is supposed to be preaching. This is what Simon Ekpa is supposed to be preaching, that Igbos would need to be a force to reckon economically. When you are a force to reckon economically, nobody can mess you about. Onyema can move all his operations from Lagos completely to the east right now and all that. They can't mess up people like Onyema. So um let's just be sensible about this and all that. I don't want to be drawn into all these this thing. Most of those properties were built contrary to the master plan of Lagos. So that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ton. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
I hope my own offer is in the deep freezer. We'll talk about that later.
Anytime.
All right. Let me skip the Oba of Benin versus the Echo people. They know what they are saying. They can settle themselves about that. Concerning the demolition, earlier on in this program and last week in another program, I was saying that if actually those people built on a place that was not permitted to be built, and it has been demolished now, it may be a good reason, but they should have given them enough time, follow the due process, and then they leave them. And then they compensate them because they bought it from Lagos, even if they bought it from some owners who are Lagosians, but they went and they formalized the papers and all that at the Lagos state government offices that takes care of all those stuff. So they should be compensated. But when I heard from one of the owners that some of those properties were demolished, like his own was at the dead of the night, I felt, oh, this is not the right way. Why should they come at that point, at that time? So it got me thinking that, yes, like one of my mind was telling me, this thing it is politically motivated. It has ethnic coloration, no matter how you want to look at it. That is what it is. We're not saying that Yorubas hate Igbos, but this set of Yorubas who are in charge now in Lagos and the one now in at the villa, obviously they have been known. It has been their way. They have this bigotry going on with them. They try to color it by bringing in people from other ethnic groups to work with them and so say, sometime there was one Igbo man that was, I think, finance minister in Lagos during Tinubu's time and other, but some of us know beyond that. Me, I was born in Lagos. We know what they do. So these are sets of ethnic bigotry. If you are to be someone like Mudashiru, the former Lagos State military governor, Mudashiru was a civilian and he's in power. He wouldn't do this. If Jakonde was there, he wouldn't do this. Jakonde was even the man who gave Igbos that Alaba International area. It was a swampy area. The old Alaba was being crowded. It was causing movement and obstruction and all that. And he called them. He told them that they have to relocate. They said, give us a place, so I will go. He pointed that place out to them. I don't know how much work he did there, but they did majority of the work and established that place. And now, because that place has become a multi-trillion naira business, the eyes of these crooks who are now running the state are there. These properties we are talking about, they've been existing in that area. Nobody even knows how that area is in particular. How we should have a way of going to that area, to look at that area very well and to say, these houses, were they supposed to be demolished? Is there any way the waters can be channeled to still move around and the houses remain? Or just to ameliorate it, so the pain will not be too much for people who own houses there, whether Igbos or non-Igbos, but they won't look at it. But because of that ethnic bigotry and all we saw before and during the elections, and this set of, I'm particular about this set of rulers in Lagos. Their bigotry, that is what people should be focused on, not just Lagosians. Though they try to convince their fellow Lagosians and some buy their way. But I know I was born in Lagos. I know that they are very good Yorubas. I have some of them as my very close friends up till now from childhood. They are free. They are among Yorubas. They are most of the free, the liberals. But this set of people, I don't know where they got this kind of hatred, not just for Igbos, but if they want to have their way, they will do the same thing. If that tribe was like a big group in Lagos and did this thing to them, they will still go after them. That is kind of bigger this are. So we should call it what it is. Alaba International has been there for long. Nobody disturbs them. When Lagos Island was overcrowded and they said, okay, people should go to Trade Fair Center. Many of those Igbos, people who sell shoes, cosmetics in wholesale and large, they moved to that place. They have shops there. I have a friend who bought about 5 or 7 shops there then. I don't know where they are still existing there. They are all there. So Lagos has always have that thing of if a place is crowded, they will say we are relocated, and they do it formally. They give people time and other, and they say we don't have money to develop, but we are going to give you land. Come and buy and then develop. And people do that. But this set of people, because of what happened in the elections, which they know the man is not popular, but they're not. It's a way of trying to punish people who voted against them. And who did they target? The Igbos, because the Igbos, if you take away the Yorubas, Igbos are perhaps not even perhaps they are the second largest population in Lagos. So we should call it what it is. And the man in power is keeping quiet because it is a premeditated plan. He's aware of it. Probably he's the one that who even gave the order. The man that spoke on channels on AIT on Arise was talking about FHA. Even if it's FHA that is doing it, it's still in Lagos. If the Lagos governor wants to stop it, he has a way of calling them down. They can all come and sit and discuss. But going to just demolish people's property just like that, 300 million or so properties, is a terrible thing. We should call it what it is. And they say we are one Nigeria. At every junction, they remind us that we fought a war against them, that we are not one Nigeria, that we are different from them. They remind us of that. And some of us who are able, we can't keep quiet. I can't overlook it. I want one Nigeria, but I want a fair one Nigeria. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know who said, maybe Oti said earlier, the system is broken. The system has to collapse, and we have to renegotiate how we are going to live as one country, and the kind of rules that will be just for everybody, not one rule for one people, one rule for others, one rule for others. Or maybe when it is time to take a decision, they'll say, okay, these people are like this, let's keep them this way. And some of our people are talking as if they are begging to be accepted. No. Every ethnic group in Nigeria has the capacity to survive on its own. We're in a modern world. So if we want to be one Nigeria, let us sit down and discuss this country and let it be for all of us. See how the judiciary is running amok. They have run mad with the kind of decisions they give. That is not, and other countries are laughing at us. Even small countries that we are looking up to us, they are not saying that this country, they are not serious. What are they using their large population for, their large landmass for? Some areas in our country now, people cannot go there and live in peace. Rural areas used to be the quiet place when, after working for a long time throughout the whole year, you go home and rest in your village for 1 week or 2 weeks or a month. But now everybody's in the city, in the north, in the east, in the south, in some parts of the southwest, because of insecurity everywhere. I have a friend in Niger State who works with the then NEPA. He says those inner rural areas in Niger, those bandits or renegade terrorists, they have taken over those places. And then the government come and they sit down and tell us that everything is fine. Sorry, before I go, I don't know if you saw when an army spokesperson or an army senior officer was talking at the National Assembly, that this Simon Ekpa issue is giving them headache, that it should not be solved diplomatically. That Nigerians, that the country should explore diplomatic interaction with the Finnish government. Whereas these ragtag boys in the east, they're just very few. If the army is coming to send them away, they can organize themselves and take care of them. There's no, you are Igbo myself, like myself. There's no part of the east where you cannot use intelligence to clear these people out. No part of Igbo land is uninhabited. People are always there. It can be taken, and they are all penetrable. Then he talked about the north, that when they get these Boko Haram boys, after intelligence and all that, they take them to court to release them. You can see what they are saying, as if their hands are tied. Why can't they do their job? I don't know a military. If they don't have that kind of information, let them ask some foreign powers how they do these things. Right. They are just giving excuse at every point. Let me stop so far.
Thank you so much. Ed, welcome to the show.
All right, welcome, Rudolph from Nigeria. Hope you had a great time. So I'm going to speak on the issue that everybody has been skipping, because it's kind of, I think it's something that's home to me as a Benin man to speak on this issue. But I know it's a very controversial issue. So whatever I'm going to be saying, I'm going to be looking at it mostly from a more academic point, because to be honest, I was not there when Lagos was founded. So I'm just going to be putting forth two lines of arguments for us to probably reflect on these issues. So the Oba of Benin said the Benins founded Lagos. And it was also very specific to say that it wasn't generalizing the entire Lagos to be under to be founded by Benin. So let's look at the things that are not controversial. First, there's some level of Benin influence in Lagos, right? The name of the place, or the name it's called, is Eko, which is a Benin word, which means camp, because it, according to Benin history, a Benin king, Oba Orogba, actually who was a sailor king, the son of Oba Esige. He traveled all the way to the western parts of the country, and in it's kind of in as a part of his military conquest towards that side, and his army actually camped in a place, and they named it Eko, right? So in terms of the name of the place, you can draw some Benin influence there. You look at the leadership of the place, the Oba, the monarchy of that place draws its origin from the Benin kingdom, starting from the first Oba, Ashipa. That's what the Yorubas call him, but the Beninese will say is Aisipa Ewoman. That's you don't run away from your land, like you don't pack away from your land, right? So in that is those are things that no one can really argue, right? And then you look at the names of places in Lagos, like Oshodi. Oshodi is a name of a chief of an hereditary chieftaincy in Benin Kingdom. So there's still the Oshodi of Benin Kingdom today. You look at places like Idumota. That's not a Yoruba word. It's actually an Edo word, which is Idumota. What that means is the area where people come out in the evening. So that brings me to the controversial part of it. Because if you name a place Idumota, meaning that's a place where people come out in the evening, the question is, who are those people? Because if you say Benin founded the place, that means when they got some people would argue that doesn't mean that there were no people when the Benins came there. So that's really the controversial issue, right? So if there were no people when the Benin army camped in the place they called Eko, you could make an argument that the Benins founded them, right? What is not controversial is that the Benins had a hand in the governmental structure and in the leadership of what is today called Lagos, right? So in that regard, there's no controversy about the influence of Benin. But the question is, were there people before the Benins came there? And that's where, for me, it's very unclear. Because if you call a place the Idumota, which is not really Idumota, I think is not even in the island, because the island is where is the real Echo, right? So it means there were people in that area. That's why it's called Idumota, people that come out in the evening, right? So that goes back to the Yoruba argument that there were Aworis there, right? So again, this the argument I'm making is just a purely academic one. You know, again, we have to still come back to the definition of what founding is, right? For example, you look at the United States of America when they talk about. I'm hearing feedback. Can
Yeah,
someone,
I know.
Ovie,
Trying to find
Ovie,
this. Go
Ovie,
ahead.
could you mute, please? Because it seems like okay. So when you look at America and they talk about the founding fathers of America, most Americans will trace that to not even 1776. They will look at the pilgrims that came into Plymouth through the Mayflower. They draw the founding of America to the Mayflower Accord, which was sometime in 1620, right? Whereas about 200 years before then, there were already Europeans in America. Actually, the first set of slaves that came to America recorded was in 1619. So there was already America, at least within the influence of Europe. Let's not even talk about the America within the influence of the indigenous people, which is the Native Americans. So, but then they draw their founding to when they were able to develop a system of government, which is the Mayflower Compact. So it depends on how you define founding. If founding is about giving structure to Lagos and providing leadership to the people, it's incontrovertible that you could make an argument for Benin. But if it's about people being native to there, that is a bit controversial. And again, the Oba, we have to also cut in some slack with all due respect, because his point was not that the whole of Lagos was founded by Benin. It was very specific in saying in at least some part of it. So again, he's our revered king. I was not there. He knows more about the history than I do. I only just put out a sort of academic argument based on some things that I know are not controvertible and some things that I know are controvertible. So I want to talk a little bit about what's the topics that we've looked at before, which is the issue of the budget, right? We talked about it earlier. I'm sorry, I'm bringing us back. So we're looking at the budget, and our current budget is about 27 trillion naira. I think some time ago we spoke, we were discussing on this panel, and we found that Nigeria's annual revenue is about 10 trillion naira. That's what we produce as a country, at least at the federal level. That's what we gather. So there's already a deficit of about 17 trillion, right? And then we look at the current government. Let's just use the scenario of what is going on now is it in the Middle East, the COP, is it COP 28, right? That conference. Nigeria is sending about 8,440 delegates to COP 28. And if we, just probably we say that each person is going to cost the Nigerian state about 1 million naira to sponsor to that, and we know it's way more than that. So we are looking at 1 billion naira already spent, right, for that conference, and all we produce in a year is 10 trillion naira. Out of that 10 trillion naira, we are servicing debts with about 90%. So that brings us to just 1 trillion naira is what we have as our net revenue at the end of the year. So out of 1 trillion naira, 1 billion naira is already spent on just one conference. We've not talked about the yacht that was bought. We've not talked about a lot of other things, the new SUVs for the senators and all of that. It just tells you that we're not serious, right? We're not serious because this is like 1,000th of what we produce as our net revenue is spent on one trip. So are we really serious people? Where is the room for optimism as to whether this government is going to do anything? Is there any other thing that we are to talk about that I've not pitched on? Okay, the demolition. Again, that's a very sad thing. I kind of take the side of people who say this is not really a matter of lawlessness on the side of the people as much as it is the delinquency on the side of governments not to keep laws. Because those people were actually assigned those lands by government actors, state actors, right? They have documents that are signed by state actors. Nothing is being done about that. So it again, when we look at the sort of narrative pre-election, where the current first lady was saying something specific to an ethnic group, it's hard for us to just, I mean, it's like they say the witch cried at night and then the child died in the morning. So like it's hard for you not to blame the witch for the death of the child. So I think we should not try to sugarcoat issues. Of course, people should do what is right. You don't want to build where you should not. But then again, when we have a system that promotes that kind of encourages people to cut corners and is not punished, right? That's a problem. It's just a matter of retrogression. In 1980, is it 1986, when let me just quickly make this point. When Anini was sentenced to the firing squad, guess who else went? So the senior police officer, because he gave backing to Anini, even though you could not trace like maybe a direct crime to the police officer, but the fact that he gave backing at some point, that was a way of warning people in authority not to ally with criminals. So you can't just punish the criminals and not punish the state structure that supports them. That's my point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ed.
Rodolph, can I quickly weigh on what Ed and Tone just said? 2-3 minutes.
2 minutes, because I want to go to forefathers and then
Okay, so
continue.
I want to weigh on the fact that Ed, see, I understand what you're trying to say. Nigeria is not a civilized society. It's a complete shido. You know, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's this ongoing issue between Palestine and Israel. In the state of I think it was in the state of Connecticut. A white guy shot 3 Palestinian boys, 3 boys. You understand? Luckily for them, they didn't die, but they are seriously injured. They are in intensive care right now. One of them may not even be able to walk again because of the ongoing war. You know, immediately the police swung into action. The following day, they arrested this guy. This guy is from New York, and this guy is in front of the judge facing prosecution, and they might likely prosecute him for a crime, and he might spend the rest of his life in jail. This is a country where people have died in their farms, and they tell you stories. Farmer said that's class. No one person has been prosecuted in any part of that country. You understand? This is a country where people who are supposed to be a part and belong to a country, you know, are told to go back to their home. People like Tone. Tone is a one Nigeria proponent. You understand? I'm going to call him out now. I don't freaking care. I'm going to call anybody out once I see you speaking contrary to what is supposed to be. Anybody can feel free to call me out too. Tone is a one Nigeria proponent, and Tone is here saying that they should go back. They should go back and go and develop East. They should go and go. Do you know how many millions some of these Igbo people have invested in Lagos? How do they move it back? You understand? And if they even if they move it back, do they have the kind of market that they have there in Lagos? You understand? These are people who, after the war, are trying very hard to integrate themselves to be part of Nigeria, and Nigeria is still behaving like they are a conquered people. You understand? We saw the way the election went, and this guy is obviously Tone. Your belief from Nnamdi Kanu's beliefs are very different. So leave the guy alone. If this guy wanted to be out of jail today, he will be out. All he needed to do was sign the papers, the Nigerian conditions they gave to him, and go home quietly and keep quiet. Like the other guy before him did. What's his name? Wazurike.
Ralph,
You understand? So this guy is a prisoner of conscience. He has refused to, and then you guys are here telling people different stories. I don't know if that is your strategy, your plan to reclaim the country on lies. I'm not going to follow that kind of people. To come and write the story. Oh, it should have been strategic. It should have been this. It should have been that. He has a rap tag on him. He has a this. This guy saved lives. This guy is a hero. I wish I had anybody in Yoruba land as bold as this man. The people that are as bold as him, people like Showore, unfortunately, Showore, this guy in Labour Party, this Yoruba lawyer, Farotimi, these guys are pro one Nigeria. If they see what we are seeing, we want these people to come out and lead our new Yoruba nation. These are the kind of people we want. But I'm telling you, this guy is a hero. A state governor collecting 250 million naira monthly cannot provide security for his people. But yeah, this man defended his people against foreign invaders, saved lives. And then you are here talking rubbish. Instead of looking for ways to get him out, you are talking rubbish and saying you strategize what? Did you strategize more than Peter Obi? What happened at the end of the day was still rigged out.
All right.
Still people coming here to talk nonsense.
Thank you, Olumide. Thank you. Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers, welcome.
Greetings. Clearly, I'm a little bit under the weather, and His Majesty seems to think that I'm talking too much. Welcome back from Nigeria, Rudolph.
Thank you.
You know, we really appreciate all the things you are doing, and you know, last week I did remember that you made it possible for us to be yapping on for hours here every weekend. Sometimes people forget that. Regarding the matter, I will start with the demolition one. I tend to have a different opinion from most people on this because I feel like the people are not reading it right. If you have your Lagos document showing that you actually got permission to build there, the state will compensate you. I don't think the state will be able to run away from that responsibility. Because when I was reading online, I saw that the guy wrote, if anybody has a document, they should present it. That's what they said. So they will be willing to compensate. And there was a video that was shared showing that people were blocking the the drainage system, and properties get flooded when you block the drainage system. Nobody's crying for those people, and their properties get flooded. And I think we always have to keep an eye on the greater good. That's why I said in public life, the only morality there is for the greater good. When you allow a few people to block the drainage system and thousands of houses get flooded, and then some of us will say Nigeria is not functional, but now the country. And then when somebody wants to do the right thing and refuse to take bribe to do the right thing, no matter his true intention, maybe his tribal instincts, whatever, in the end, what he's doing is the right thing. He's not saying he's going to clear those people there and put Yoruba people on top of the location. That is what he's not doing. This thing, and it's not only Yoruba Igbo people's property that was destroyed, and this is another area I want to explain again. Most parts of Nigeria, Igbos are the most traveled people. They are present everywhere, and they are the largest population. If they demolish a property in one location in Lagos, they hit one Igbo man and they hit one Benin man. They go to another area, they destroy property, they hit one Igbo man, one Rivers man. They go to another area, they meet one Igbo man and destroy one. They get one Igbo man and get Akwa Ibom man. What is common among all of them? Igbo. So it's going to come across as if it's Igbo. That phenomenon is something that is true of even Nigerians overseas. That's why Nigerians are seen as criminals amongst black people, because we are present everywhere too. You have to understand these phenomenon when it's happening, and when we keep making everything about Igbo. I see. Last year I heard about the property that was being destroyed in Lagos, and something tells me that area had nothing to do with Igbo people, because no Igbo people were complaining here. That was a big one. They were talking about it for a long time. I don't even know the name. The name was one deep Yoruba name, and they thought it was like a big trouble. They were trying to destroy it for a very long time, and they ended up destroying it. We know they destroy properties in Abuja. They destroy properties everywhere in Nigeria. It's not a new thing. And Nigerians too, we deliberately go, knowing that place is not, you're not supposed to build there. You go and build a house there. If you want, see, we should choose. Do you want the rule of law or you don't? If you want civilization, you have to allow it to flourish. You may not like it. See, just let me give an example. Something that frustrates people. If a country is like Nigeria now, you have a lot of corrupt people. Then one person decides that, okay, this lady left her handbag inside a car, and there was a lot of money in it, and he did the right thing and brought the money back to the police. What is wrong? Why would you condemn that person for bringing the money back to the police? You will not condemn the person because he's one of the few that has done the right thing. Just like this one, if somebody is trying to clear the drainage system so that water can flow, people's property don't get destroyed. We are worrying about the people's property that got destroyed now. We're not talking about the people that their properties got flooded. I don't understand how we don't think the flip side. And the flip side, you have to always flip on the side of the majority and on the side of development. So you can't sit here and say Tinubu breaks the law, and we just sympathize with law breaking at the same time. You have to be consistent. If you want to fix something, you have to be consistent about these things. So I will leave it at that. Yeah, that's just one topic. Yeah, I know. Most people go with feelings about these things, but if you start deep inside yourself, you're going to find that it's not true. What you are saying is not really true. And maybe those people are happy. I will consider that some of all those people that are coming to do those things, they don't like Igbo people. We saw that in the election. Some of them will be happy to do it. It doesn't mean it's not the right thing to be done. If those people got document from Lagos authorities, they will be compensated. If they are not compensated, that is discrimination. Let's say they don't compensate the Igbo man, but they compensate the Yoruba man. That is pure discrimination. And I tell you that if that happened in Nigeria, Lagos will burn. No, I tell you, if that happened in Nigeria, if two, let's say they destroy an Igbo man property, they destroy a Yoruba man property, both of them have the same document. They compensate the Yoruba man and they don't come on, you know that's not possible in Nigeria. That's one anyway. And regarding what the this what was the other topic again? The Oba of Benin, what he said. I don't know why people were having a go at him, because everything he said was basic stuff like, Tinubu is the head of state and he's ordained, basically. That's the Bible says something like that about kings, isn't it? Kings, the will of God. And sometimes we always attribute only bad thing to Satan and good thing to God, as if God is not responsible for creating Satan in the first place. God created everything and he makes everything manifest. Maybe we are not ready. Clearly, maybe that's why we got Tinubu. Maybe we are not ready because we are here siding with lawbreakers because he affects us. Because he affects you. That's why you are siding with lawbreakers. People, are you crying for the people's property that are getting flooded? Last year, when there was flooding in Nigeria, when we were saying that people are not doing the right thing, we are not dredging, we are not doing all those things, it's because people blocked the leaders were coming out saying that people were building on this in the drainage pathways. They were even in Abuja, it was like that too. Nigerians are very, very delinquent. They don't want to obey law, and I don't blame them because they've not had a very, very strong hand that actually don't care and make sure things are done properly. Nations that things get done like this, they often have a strong leader that comes along and say, you know what, enough is enough. We have to fix this stuff, and the majority go on to support them. That's how Lee Kuan Yew came in. That's how that Philippine leader came in, and that one is more recently the Philippine leader that came in and did so many changes in his country. You have to push people. Sometimes they will not want to move. So I don't blame people that are just. I blame the people that are just saying, "Oh, this is all tribal." How about holding the people that are building on those land accountable? Did you even bother to say why are you building on those land in the first place? And so then when you go to the what do you call it, the Oba statement, oh, they want to have a go at the Oba. How dare you speak? Even when he said what he said is not common sense. It's not even big deal. He didn't even say that they created the whole Lagos and all the rest of it. And what Ed said here was actually very, very interesting, because the way he approached it, I really enjoyed the way he was explaining it. Because in reality, when you go into society, what you see on the outside is not necessarily what the society is on the inside. Like, just because you founded Lagos doesn't mean there were no people there. Just because some people speak certain language doesn't mean they are of the same genetic lineage as another people that speak the same language. History is complicated and messy like that. And this is when we have this debate about, oh, the Kwere say they are not Igbo people. Maybe there's a reason why they are saying it. You just understand it. If some people say they are not the same as, even some people in the South say they are not the same as other people in the Southeast, there is a reason why they are saying it. You have to hear them out. People should be allowed to self-identify on that front. But that said, on this issue of this, and that's where I find it a little bit very controversial. There was one other issue that was being discussed. Sorry, I think I missed it. The budget. Okay, that was the budget. That one, I always come from a different angle on these things. That budget, when I saw it, I was like, that is about $27 billion. $27 billion for 200 million people. In the UK, they spent 400 billion pounds, not dollars, pounds on their healthcare system. Just imagine the scale of difference. We are not living as a people. We are not living as a nation. And we end up fighting over 27 billion. When we should be wondering, where is all the money in the world? Why has everyone else got it? That is the stuff that should be driving you crazy. Why everybody else has got all the money, we are here fighting for scraps. If we carry on like this, our future is going to be, we are not going to exist. How can you live on $27 billion, while other people are living. The UK budget is 1.4 to 5 trillion this in pounds. You are not living in the same world. You are not living in the same world. You have to compete. And some people are complaining that I think Rufai Hosseini was saying, "Oh, look at how much you spend on security." That do we have enemies? See, somebody, his forefathers and his country was colonized. He doesn't understand the world still. And that tells you, if Rufai Hussein things like that, we have a deep problem within our people. That is like we have been conditioned to think small. We have been conditioned to think so small that we let the whole world get away with everything. They steal everything, develop beyond us. We don't even have anything to complain about. Personally, if I look at the budget, it's not a non-starter. I can't even start because it's nothing. There's nothing there. You can't run a nation on that kind of money.
So hold on. Let me now get involved in this conversation. So what do you want them to do? Where would they find? They don't even have the money to fund the one they budgeted. What do you want them to do?
Exactly. First of all, Nigeria's GDP, we are losing $50 billion because we are not secure. Farmers cannot go to farm and all the rest of it. And the reason why Rufai Husseini said what he said, that we don't have any security needs. Why does Tinubu have to extend the budget limit? Then the man told him that farmers can't go to farm. People are paying this in tax to bandits and all the rest of it. The country is complete. We are hemorrhaging money all over the place. We don't have money, is not coming into the coffers. Our GDP is depressed by 10%. If it's a 500 billion pounds GDP, that's $50 billion lost. That $50 billion is greater than our national budget. It's actually higher than our national budget. So why are they not fixing those things and competing? We have West Africa. West Africa is supposed to be our own region, but other people are fleecing all our next door neighbors. This is our sphere of influence. They allow everything to just fester. This is why we are living on $27 billion. We are emaciated. And the people they are running to, they just send over 1,000 of our people to, are the ones that are killing us. They are sucking us dry. Do you know this that they went to now? They promise that they're going to be giving the world $100 billion every year or so for this renewable stuff. They don't give anything. They give a few million here, 1 billion here. From $100 billion, they don't give anything to the developing countries. We keep embracing them and they are sucking us dry, and we keep embracing them more. It's like hugging a transformer. We keep running there. You don't see these our leaders going to countries that are not Western. They are always there. They don't want to go and search for another option out there. The Chinese are known as some of the greatest builders in this world. In short, they are the greatest builders. But these are our leaders there. So the Indians they are rising very fast. These are our leaders going to India. Okay, he went to G20. That's the reason why he ended up there. Otherwise, he wouldn't go there. Do you see him going there? They never go anywhere. All they run to is these people, and they come home and say our national budget is $27 billion. That is awful. Singapore owes $1.something trillion, and their country is buoyant. $1.4 trillion is what Singapore, of about less than 10 million people, owes, and their economy is functional. These people have run us to the ground, and our people have become conditioned to live like paupers in this world. This is unacceptable way to survive. It's a terrible way to run a nation. You can't run a nation like this. At least our budget should be in excess of $200 billion by right. What kind of life is this? This is not a country, and you expect things to work in this country. It's not going to work. If your wife is using if your wife is using 5,000 naira,
you're gonna let him talk this long. Let's push back at him then. You said you're gonna get into the conversation, but it's him that's getting into the conversation. I want to ask me a question, right? Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Allow me to ask me a question. Look, good to see you back, by the way, Rudolph, and everybody who's here.
Rudolph, I wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'll take a minute here. Look, that's what I want to do.
Let's give Ansat a minute and then CM a minute, and then forefathers will respond, and then we go to Honor Prestige.
First of all, when you keep talking us, I don't know. Is there an us? In Nigeria, you keep talking about how we're underperforming. Why are we underperforming? Right? Every time you take this out of the government, when it comes to a disagreement between civil society, the citizens, and government, you take this out of the government. But then you start ranting about how the government is not doing well. You know, the goonishness and just the hypocrisy is annoying. And you're metastasizing on this platform because now a good kid that was here, Tone, he was here. He's not behaving like you. If the government is fighting over 20-something woeful $1 billion at the budget, and you say 200 and something billion will be more in order, then why don't you, whenever you're on this platform or anywhere, because you're ubiquitous on the internet, why don't you hop on that at least? Why don't you make them raise that revenue or whatever it is to 200 and something billion? Have you plotted a graph before and say, okay, look, when during Obasanjo and others, when Igbos, women, educated people who actually have a certificate were in government, what was the performance and what was the projection? And then when Buhari came in and cut off the Igbos from being in government, have you just plot the graph? It's very straightforward. It goes diving down right there. When you have people who love Nigeria, not those who talk about it. There are people who love Nigeria.
All right.
There are people. So what I want you to do is just put all your issues together so that you be coherent on which side you're going to be on. If you're going to be on the side of the government, you have to take it with everything that comes with it. The criticism. You cannot be with the government when there's an issue between, let's say, the university association staff and or whenever the government is taking people's lands and not giving them due process. Who are the investors going to be? You have to take issue and then deal with the government the way you see it. You cannot be on one hand you're arguing for the government and bringing up on the citizens, and on the other side that you're a super citizen. We don't know where the hell you're from. We don't know what tribe you're from. You keep talking about tribal issues. And I hold Rudolph responsible for that because we have to lay a foundation. He has an advantage of talking about the Igbos whenever the Igbos are complaining. Hey, look, we're being marginalized. He says, I don't see the marginalization, but where the hell are you from? So we could calculate the bias. You are not an angel.
All right.
If you said us, let us know you're one of us. Where the hell are you from? What is your tribe? And whose side are you on? You cannot have your cake and eat it too. And then, welcome back, Rudolph.
Thank you.
I will
Thank
also
you.
stay so I could talk during my own time. I'll just
your time is coming. CM, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. One thing I want to clear for everybody listening, this is just like educating the entire world. Ikwere is Igbo. Where is my proof? Ohaneze is for Igbo people. The former Secretary General of Ohaneze, number 2, was Barrister Uche Okuku, OKWU, KWU. He's from Ikwere local government. He has his chambers in Port Harcourt. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo rotates the presidency of the association. The president is the turn of Imo State. Professor George Obiozo was elected. Because he died, Imo State replaced him with Iwanyanwu. When Iwanyanwu finishes his term, hopefully next year or 2, it will rotate down to Rivers State. When he gets to Rivers, it's not going to Ogoni. It's not going to Calabari or Ijo. It's going to Ikwere land. Ikwere is Igbo. Chibuika Moechi is Ikwere. He said he's Igbo. He attends the meeting. Wike saying he's not Igbo, it's up to him. Ikwere is Igbo. Those of you in US, that's what they call Obako Ikwere. They attend Ohaneze and Igbo meeting. So anybody trying to, you throw something in, Ikwere is pure Igbo. If today CM is elected the Secretary General of Afenifere, it means I'm Yoruba, no matter where I am. If today I tell you Yoruba people say CM is their Secretary General, know you that I'm Yoruba. Yoruba man cannot go and elect somebody who is not Yoruba to be Secretary General. Ndi Igbo are not lacking capable people. Ikwere is Igbo. It's as simple as that. So if anybody is saying it, tell the person the next president of Ohanese should be an Ikwere man. The former Secretary General who was with John Onyanwodo was Ikwere man. I know. Let me mention the name Barrister Uche Okuku. Thank you. Put me in the back seat so that I can put me in the back seat so that I can do something.
I think the Ikwere one you talked about. The only thing, personally, if I look at Ikwere people, I don't see that much difference between them and Igbo people.
Hold on, man of proceed. Let him respond to them.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't see that much difference between Igbo people and Ikwere people myself. But what I always say is that when people self-identify, there's a reason why. And because there is just because somebody is Igbo speaking or a community is Igbo speaking doesn't make them the same as Igbo people. Even Igbo people that are in Igbo areas, sometimes they don't see themselves as, they will say that one is more Igbo than the other person. There's a reason why they do that, because historically there is a slight difference. There are variations within all groups. And that said, even in Yoruba they have that too. They have that too. And I remember I was in a panel when somebody said there are groups in Yoruba that don't even like think that they are Yoruba or something like that. I don't know how they put it. So, but that said, regarding the issue of I don't know what the point Pastor came and made. Actually, I don't know what he made. But
I was asking, where are you from? What tribe are you? Instead of you judging,
my tribe is Nigeria. Okay, that should be good enough. I mean, Nigerian tribe. That's the new tribe.
If you're going to be dishing out tribal history, right? Look, listen to me. I'm not. It really doesn't matter to me. I understand what you're saying, right? We cannot deal with a Nigeria we wish we had. We have to deal with the Nigeria we have. It's a tribal country, right? Even clannish. So, just for the record, right now, just come clean right now. Just tribe. You don't have to tell me your last name. You don't have to tell me anything else, because you're the one who is fixated on tribal issues, right? So if you're going to be over there talking about how the Yoruba tribe is, how the anthropology of tribes, right? At least give us the courtesy of laying your foundation and say, look, I'm Ikwere. I know you're from some kind of small tribe out there. It's okay. Just come clean, have some decency. Either that or just abstain completely. Just be a Nigerian tribe. Okay, don't talk about anybody else's tribe, because you have an advantage. Like me, when I'm talking, I'm an Igbo man, right? So there are some biases built into that. When I'm talking to a Yoruba guy, right, I say, look, Yorubas, they don't even have 2% who have a genuine certificate, right? They're going to say, okay, that's an Igbo man talking, right? But I'm asking you right now in front of everybody, what's your tribe? There is no harm in that.
Okay. Let me tell you my tribe now. Let me tell you my tribe. I hope you are going to accept it.
Tell us your tribe, and I'll be fine with that. I'll even leave if you say that. I'll leave.
My tribe is the Nigerian tribe. It's a new one. It's just about 60 to 70 years now. That's it. Move on.
No, look, Rudolph, you have to remove him from the platform unless he gives his tribe. You have to remove him from the platform.
I just gave you my tribe. You are refusing it. What's wrong with you?
Pansat, I think there's a more important question you asked him, which was that in some situations he will take the side of the government, and then in other situations he will take the side of the people. So I was interested in his issue with the budget, that it was so small, and that his thinking is that, I hope I'm right, for fathers, that if we provide security, we are going to make more money, so that the budget could be more than what it is, because what we have now, it makes no sense. Okay, so I think you had a question that is interesting along that line, because the expectation for him is now, what is he going to do? What is he pushing to get the government to do what needed to be done, so that we have that space to have that money, to have a reasonable budget? I thought there was something there. Because
of course there's something there, but if you ask him point blank, when ASU was fighting the government, whose side were you on? Our forefathers? Just, it's a binary choice. Government or ASU? You were
I said plague on both of their houses. They are both con men.
No. You were on the side of government.
See, you have to know when you're getting conned. I don't know how you can tell that. For Nigerians that have 419, you don't know when you're getting conned. Both of them are playing stupid games with the Nigerian people.
Okay, please,
Where the
let me,
people are the
let me
ones
respond
losing
to
out.
you're being dishonest, right? I mean, if I'm
Okay.
on the side of government, I'll say I'm on the side of government, right? You on the side, not on one
I'm
show,
on the
maybe
side
on
of
two.
the people. I don't care
I'm-
about the
all
government
right.
or ASU.
Okay, then I yield back. If he's gonna be disingenuous and lie like that, right? I mean, the first time I saw this kid is about when ASU was fighting the government, and he was making idiotic statements about ASU, the staff who haven't been paid, right? So now
They didn't go to work.
yeah, okay, so now what I'm saying to you, look, Rudolph, it's not even about this about forefathers. It's not about him. It's us Nigerians, right? What can we stomach? This is your show. You were
ASU
done
goes
for a
on
few
strike for
days.
9 months. Poor people's children don't go to school, and rich people's children go to private schools. And you think, who do you think is paying the price? Ordinary people are paying the price. The rich people's children go to private schools, while the poor people's children are sitting at home. And some of those poor people's children are soldiers that are fighting to save Nigeria, dying for Nigeria. And while the ASU lecturers, because they want to posture for the government, they sit at home. No, I don't subscribe to that. 9 month strike is damaging the nation. I don't
Okay, well,
subscribe to that.
then you make your case like that. That's fine. I disagree with you because what you do on virtually every issue, okay, because there's nothing that is 100%, right? That on every issue, you there's a math involved. Some of them are 50% or more. Then that's where you have to hang your hat. Some of them is 80%, 90%. In the case of Nigeria, things are usually extreme, right? But the point, what you do on every single issue is to pick out one little darkness on one side that mathematically is overcome by the overwhelming advantage of the other, and then you keep harping on that little.
You are over analyzing it. Just
No,
look
no, but
at where I am. Where
Okay,
I'm
guys.
pointing at is the people I'm going for. If you just put the people first, you will understand exactly where I'm coming from.
All right. Hold on, two of you. Let's go to Man of Prestige. I know he's been patient enough, and I see you over here. Maybe after Man of Prestige, I'll come to you. I'm sorry, you were in and out. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Man of Prestige, let me buy your time. Na business, under a business this time around. Na $5.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I greet everybody. Wait, can you hear me, Dr. Damage?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Damage. You have gone to Nigeria to lay the foundation for some people going home during the Christmas. So, what do I expect when I land at the airport?
Well, that's a good question, but let's talk about that tomorrow. Really, I want to talk more about the trip tomorrow. So,
okay,
yeah,
thank you very much.
Okay. Good.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with where the conversation ended. I think Ed and the forefather, about the budget. I'm not going to go in detail because I'm not an economist like Ed, who went in detail to enumerate, But in my own opinion, people are looking at the budget differently because the budget is actually 27 trillion naira, but it's lower than last year's budget. They just presented it because of the naira differences right now. It's actually smaller than last year's budget if you compare it in dollars. That's what people don't understand. So when they present this budget, everybody thinking maybe it's too big. I mean, that's what's going on in Nigeria. They said Tinubu has presented the biggest budget in Nigeria, but that's not true. It's lower than last year's budget because of the naira. Because naira right now is not in the foreign exchange market. I'm not talking about black market. It's about 700. So if actually look at like Tuna just said, it's small. So that's quite true. And I look at the budget because I'm not going to go in detail. It seems like they portion a lot of money on military, so that should be able to satisfy further than that. Military took most of the budget, regardless of it's too small. Like Mother said, they still get most of the. Yeah, I look at the budget as deceived, and I don't know if there's a mechanism for economic recovery the way he presented it. So we see what happened. I don't know how that's going to work in this present Nigeria. Of course, they're going to borrow money. I don't know where they're going to. I mean, of course, they're going to borrow most of the money. The budget is presented on the theory that we'll be able to sustain the present oil, oil price. I think right now oil price is about 73 per barrel or something like that. So it's pretty high right now, but it may not stand, in the future. So we don't know what's going to happen. as always, Nigeria is always a problem when it comes to budget. So we see how that happened. Let me go back to what we are talking about what's going on in Lagos. I'm very conflicted on somehow. I may see maybe there's some ethnic connotation to that, but I'm somebody who don't believe in tribalism. The reason why I'm saying it, why is it just only Igbo people crying in Lagos? Is it not other people their house is being demolished? I don't know. I don't have the information to back what I'm saying, whether it's just an Igbo target. But the optic is very bad because of what transpired during the governorship election and the presidential election. The people crying right now, which are mostly Igbos, you can see where they are coming from. I mean, the optic, if not anything, the optic is definitely bad. I don't know how they managed to get the land before they're able to build whatever they're building right now. Even I thought there's definitely, they didn't get the certificate. I think the federal certificate to build the house. And many, they should have given them warning. In USA, that's what we call eminent domain. For you to take any property, the government constitutionally has a right to take anybody's property. But the law deserves them to be compensated, even what more than the property worth. But Nigeria is such a jungle. There's no law. There's no process. Everything is just come, they demolish your house and say, let it be what it be. I hear a lot of people crying. It doesn't make sense. There's no law in Nigeria. Everything just deceive and everything. I don't know if you heard about what happened about the election of the Nigerian Student Union. I think this time it was portioned to the south. The person that actually won it, his name is Pedro Obi. He won, he won it. But what transpired before that time? So Tinubu was trying to buy the whole thing, mobilize people to support his own people. I think the person is from Delta State because he has an Igbo name too. But I don't know if he is, but that's his own people, it's his own person he wants to. And he only got 80. And the other guy that won got about 202. Don't quote me, but I think his is way less, maybe less than 80. So people are mad because he's spending the whole money in order to buy him. People see that from what it is and decided to vote that Pedro, which is the qualified because the guy is like a PhD holder or whatever. So that's who they voted to do. So the point I'm trying to make is that everything in Nigeria is about money. You have to just buy. There's nothing you can get for purity. Everything is just, I don't know. Sometimes I hate talking about Nigeria, okay, because in Nigeria, everything in Nigeria, it just give you high blood pressure. I'm
All right.
going there, so I see what happened, but I'm not going to go there and dive into politics because Nigeria is a crazy jungle place. So thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. Just for your information, defense and security is taking 12% of the budget in the 2024 Nigerian budget. 12%, which is about 3.25 trillion. Ovie, I'll come to you. Eze, just pardon me, please. Let me go to Ovie. He's one of those grandfather people here. We want to give him a chance. His work. Ovie, go ahead. What is your issue today?
I'll tell you, today of all people that, when I say you put up the topic, I say, that's it, gotcha, get my works together. I've been praying for this for about weeks now. This is the free Nnamdi Kanu t-shirt. It's not about, it's after you start putting the money where your mouth is. But I'll come to that. We have Nnamdi Kanu as a topic. We have demolition and Oba of Benin. Where I start from? Let me start from the short one. Oba of Benin. Now, distraction. Who owns Lagos is a distraction. The question we should be asking, the question the journalists should be asking, what we should be curious about is that why all of a sudden Oba they travel? They should have said Oba no they go transfer. Let's cast our minds back. Let's forget about the noise, the distraction, and focus on the signal here. The signal here is that let's cast our mind back during the election. Some of the various, I mean, I could be wrong, but if I say Oba of Benin was rooting for Obi, I don't think I will be out of place because some of the various videos of Obi movement, I think one or two of them came out from Oba Palace. But as soon as the election was over and they declared Bola Tinubu winner, Oba was among the first royals to stem Asu Rock. Why is he there? Is he there to beg? Is he there to beg? That's the question. That's what I want to find out. Then fast forward to him visiting Lagos. If the bed when he go back for Asu Rock no work, let's go and make the first one of Lagos, which is Showolu, and see if he can intercept for him. Because that's what we should be asking. Why is he there? Right? Is it that the ministerials and the appointments that are coming from Tinubu, none of them don't reach his side as she's expecting? That is why he's there to beg. That's what we should be talking about, not who Lagos or who no Lagos. That's not distraction. Two, demolition. As far as I'm concerned, I will say that is consequences of 6 million votes. Election has consequences. That I mean, I'm ready to debate anyone about this. I was living in Lagos, Abramadison Estate to be precise. I was in Iba Housing Estate before Abramadison Estate, before Aja itself. All while Bola Tinubu was the Lagos State governor. Anybody where they listen to me today, if you are in Nigeria or if you visit Nigeria, go to Abramadison Estate or go there. If there's any playground or any of those places that were designated for child's play, children's school, and all that, if anyone is still there, eh, do whatever you think you can do to me. Which was why Bola Tinubu was still a governor, that people, members of National Assembly, were buying all those playgrounds. Where would they play football? Where would they go drive? And started building houses there. Talking about illegal structure, right? So it's not about illegal structure. It is pure consequences of 6 million votes. I told them before, you get 6 million votes, be like, let's see how is that going to happen again. This is where they're hitting them where the money is. Who are those people who are capable of actually putting the next 6 million votes? This is pure political. It is pure. I don't talk about even before the election. That what is coming. People, I think CM will give me a witness, and even the Dr. Damage, the earlier days of this show, they only to backstage. I said, yeah, it's going to be an onslaught to the people of Southeast precisely just to dismantle them from where their money is coming from. They started from two. I keep saying it. If you don't get power, if you don't have power, what you are giving, you have to manage it. They were given £2, I mean £20. They were able to level up within the space of 50 years. They level up. It can't happen. It just can't happen. That's what you're saying. It can't happen, right? Now, coming to Nnamdi Kanu, because the wild love is already Nnamdi Kanu, because we have something in common. Unless I like the fact that Pansa challenge to Nigeria. What side are you on? And two Pansa too, I will ask you, what side are you on? Because the fact that you said that you ban me for actually saying free Nnamdi Kanu speaks a lot, right? Might not believe it, I might not agree with what Nnamdi Kanu
No,
is
I
saying.
didn't say ban you for that.
Let
I
me
said
finish,
you're
please. I don't get
flooding.
time.
No, wait a minute.
I take a
I
break.
said you're flooding the comment section. That's a different issue. You posted almost 122 free Nnamdi Kanu. I couldn't read the other comments. That's flooding the comment section. That was the reason I gave, not because of your position. So
I am flooding it for a reason. Today, can I finish? I am flooding it for a reason. I'm not stupid. Today's topic is about Nnamdi Kanu. If I am flooding the timeline with porn site, with every other thing, then you can say something. I'm actually reinforcing the topic of discussion. If you they pay attention, what I think we should Dr. should introduce it. Anytime we are talking of something very important, we should be able to be comment that thing with an hashtag so that you reach more people. Dr. Dami started by introducing the show, his experience in Lagos, how there's a disconnect between people on ground and we in diaspora. And the most important thing there is that when we were younger, we were complaining. Now we don't become adult, we see they complain. When we then Nigeria, we they complain. We come abroad, we see they complain. What the people are expecting from us, because in a way they are caged, is for us to start strategizing, start planning how to meet them halfway to liberate them. That is where the disconnect is. They are complaining, we are complaining. Then who's going to bring out the solution? The difference between us and them is that we don't worry about some simple things that we have to keep us in one place. Don't worry about electricity. We don't worry about job. We don't worry about the next meal. So what are we doing with our time if we cannot plan and see how to rescue those people? That is the disconnect between here. That's why I'm always hungry. When we come here, all we do is how you complain. For how long are we going to be complaining? For how long? So this is where I'm meeting them. They cannot okay. As we speak today, we're talking about the budget. Which budget? Budget of finance, which policy? Policy that does not belong to Nigerians. These are policy from capitalists from the Western world who they directly hand over the paper to our government to start dismantling. That is what that budget is about. Yes, the military get the highest percentage of the military. For what? To shut them up. 2 months ago, I mean a month ago, they were given about 18 billion. Nobody talk about that. Now they don't give them another 4 trillion. It's for them to shut up. Nobody can challenge the government. Abi. So what I'm saying, we are in state of capture. Few individuals don't capture our country, and the only way to do it is to link allegiance with everybody that has grievances with this government, and that's where I stand. That's why I say Nnamdi Kanu must be released. You ask a question, who will get if Nnamdi Kanu is released? Guess what? Apart from the immediate benefactor, who are the people that believe in Biafra, the next thing that will benefit the people on the streets. We need every soldier on the streets to fight the common goal. Our common goal here is the power structure. We just find a way to dismantle party structure. You know, they can want regional skills have to go. I support that. I want state autonomy. That's where that's that. Where do you stand? Because at this point, it's against the general oppression, and there are the people who are oppressing us. That's what we are now. It's not about government. They will come and tell you it's PDP, it's APC. No, it's not about that. They say, how do you about going Lagos? It's never about that. There are serious things going on. And if I to give you a snippet of what is coming for us, if you look at, go back to agricultural revolution, how did we benefit? We were shipped away through the Atlantic slavery to come and work on the plantation because that is what is invoked then during the agricultural revolution. Fast forward to industrial revolution, what happened? They came and colonized us, then what should miseducate us? To do what? To fit in the system of factories, classrooms, laboratories, and what have you. That's where we are. The next thing that is coming, what information revolution, it comes with brothers and cousins. What does the information revolution come with? It comes with AI, it comes with robots, it comes with biotechnology that will rival us. By the year 2050, they say Nigeria will be 500, third most populous nation in the world. What they are not telling is that what will come with that? The useless generation. The generation of people whereby it's not that they are unemployable, so that they cannot be employed.
I beg.
We are going to,
I
yes.
beg. Make I just speak, make I come out. I know you are doing your righteous indignation, whatever. But let me just
This is not about righteous indignation. This is what I'm telling you where we are.
No, it's
I want
fine.
me finish now. It's have your say. When you have your say. When you get your turn, have your say. One man.
You have a pending
It's simple.
question for
Follow the
me.
instruction.
You
Have
asked
your
me
say.
where do I stand, right? You asked me where do I stand. Do you want me to tell you where I stand, or it was a rhetorical
Yes.
question?
Where do you stand? Are you with the
Okay.
oppressor or the oppressed?
Let me tell you, please. Now, Ovie, to be honest with you, I think you're changing positions right here. We who have been in the trenches and we've condemned the lack of due process according to our freedom fighters in Nigeria in general, but especially Nnamdi Kanu, who's already been through the trial. I've been here on many occasions and I've supported Nnamdi Kanu. I've supported the street. I was against Tinubu. I'm pro-business. I'm a Democrat. Now, these are my stance, and it's consistent the whole time. You're the one who's, thank God, you begin to see the light a little bit, right? But everything has consequences. You have to do the right thing all the time. You have to be a patriot for the people, not for the country, for the government. I'm somebody who cares about our people. I'm a Pan-Africanist. That's me. That's been my position. That's why I don't even know where the hell you get the gumption to challenge me. I've been here trying to teach you every single day. The first day I saw you on One Man Show, and he's here, you were like Sadeko, you were laying on the side. You weren't serious. There was no energy. I ordered you to sit up as an elder, right?
No,
If you remember,
no,
I
Pastor,
said, hold
Pastor.
on, let
In the
me
book of
land. Hold on, let me land now.
In the
Let me
book of
land. Let me land.
Ecclesiastes, well, hold on. In the book of Ecclesiastes, the book of Ecclesiastes says there's time for everything. There's time
Right.
to learn. There's time to analyze. There's time to college. There's time to organize, and there's time to fight. So when you meet me then, that was the time that I was trying to tell you that it's not politics.
Okay, that's fine.
So you need to
Look,
understand the times we are
let
in.
me just take
It's
one
not the
more
same
minute
thing
of
all the way.
let me take
Okay,
one
hold
more.
on.
Let me land 1 minute of your time. I know that one man is
One
about to
minute. I
speak.
have to go. I have to
Yeah,
move
1 minute.
on.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is I've seen your progression. Obviously, today it's not like you're not a forwarder. You've been making some good points, right? But the first day I saw you, I said as your elder, I told you to sit up, and I asked one man to remove you if you're not gonna sit up because he was lying down. I said on CNN, have you ever seen anybody lying down talking? So don't come asking me where do I stand. When we were here at the heat of the campaign, and we told you, look, we have an opportunity to build a new Nigeria, that Peter Obi is the one with Baba Ahmed Dati to set the country going. All of you were oblivious to that particular fact. When we said that it's time for people to take the country back, Now, how could you? Let me tell you something. If you are a human being on this planet and you have a choice between Peter Obi and Tinubu and the rest of them, and you didn't pick Peter Obi, shame on you. You have nothing to say because it's beyond wickedness. It's not your regular ignorance because there's no human being who will see the choices we had this year.
Okay.
And they'll be going for somebody else. How are you going to do that? Because that's the whole basis.
Obi is
of
not
all the
even
problem.
himself. Obi is not even his own man. Why would I follow a man who is not even his own man? He's not even his own man. So why should I follow him? I ain't stupid.
Okay, Ovie. Okay, let's move on. Eze, please bear with me. Okay, I'm coming to you. Well, let me I see.
You said I'd go after Ovie, so can I go after Ovie? I'll take barely 4 minutes and I'll just leave.
No, 2 minutes. One man. Then
what do you mean 2 minutes?
No, Rudolph, why are you promoting injustice? It's not good though. This man just came in now and you're allowing him.
I want to hear you. Not now. Even Ovie, they've been coming in and out. I'll give you enough time.
So why am I getting 2 minutes when
all right, 3 minutes.
Sorry, is what I have to say of less importance than
what? No, it's not that. It's not that. If you want to wait, Eze came before you. I was just trying to help out so that you can speak. And
all right. Okay. So so long as I'm not heckled at, because you did promise that the usual wildlings, all those sorts of abusive. So
yeah,
I hope you've continued.
Honestly, I don't know why Rudolph is jumping Eze. I mean, to give
Can you be quiet, my guy? I
my friend.
Platform. This is it now.
You are less than.
Can you mute
what rubbish? Who do you think you are? One man. I've been waiting for you for long.
One man, I can do this.
What's the problem? Can you on this panel?
All right. Eze, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph, and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you survived the whole thing about Nigeria.
It's not as bad as it looks when you're outside.
Okay, that's good. Good news.
Mm-hmm.
Good news. Rudolph, I want to ask you questions, please. This issue of this Oba of Benin, because I've been hearing all the Obas talking about Benin, founding Lagos. Is it that the Benin Oba founded or discovered Lagos, just like Mungo Park discovered some of the things we have in Nigeria today? So I don't know whether you'll be able to explain a little bit between the founder and the discover, whether he discovered it or whether he founded it.
No, I prefer not to air my view, because even if I do that, you'll be surprised that I believe that Mungo Park actually did something unlike what people think. Before Mungo Park, I don't think there was anybody that tried to draw the map of where the Niger started and where it ended. It's something that he did. Most people use the Niger wherever they were, but they did not figure out where it started and where it ended. So that's what he did. That is unique. So, but let's leave that. I don't want my opinion. I want to hear what you think about what's going on.
Okay, so it's not the same as Lagos.
Yeah, no, it's a different thing. Yeah, but I'm not weighing in on that. Go ahead with your
opinion. Let me don't go that side, because if the three Obas have confirmed that the Benin Empire founded Lagos, I don't think if I have to say something else concerning that. Let me talk about demolition in Lagos. And I would also like to ask a question: whether does it mean that there are no procedures on revoking properties that are built in a wrong place in Lagos? And if someone commit an offense, according to the Nigerian law, is it to damage the person's property? Because the property is meant to be protected by government. which is their number one assignment, is to protect life and property. And another question I want to know, if I commit an offense, is it not on the best interest of the government to arrest me first? And they asked me to provide all the documents, because I'm claiming ownership of a house and it was built in a wrong place according to them. And you still, instead of you to arrest me for committing an offense, then you decided to demolish a land that you should be the one protecting. So I don't really understand that. Then again, I don't think, as big as Lagos, I don't think if there is any village in Lagos where you can even in my own village, if you want to build a house, there are people they called Obone Chag or something like that. They will come after you. So a whole Lagos, somebody will just build a house, and the Ministry of Land, they don't know about it. All the plastata, the people that are in charge, that will issue all the documents, they don't know anything about it. And then you set up such big structure in a wrong place. They are just watching you, and you did all that. And then now they come back and say, now you finished. I think it's our turn to demolish it. I don't want to waste too much of time, because some people are very intelligent in defending what is indefensible. For me, someone targeted somebody's money and they knocked it down, and you're here claiming that it's not about ethnicity, or I don't know. You guys might know better, especially you, Rudolph. You do research. You should tell us, the law that is guiding property in Lagos. But I don't think someone can just put up a structure without government knowing that the person is putting a structure. And and is it hard for them to fish out the people that are giving those documents, like C of O and all that, which come directly from government? Are they not the one that's supposed to be punished?
All right. So, Eze, thank you. Let me just, I think we should end this conversation in a way that is good. KJ, what do you want to say?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to add a little bit to what I said and go on to speak and then run off. Sorry for the small listen with me and this other guy. You see, I hate it. And when someone comes to try to play over the rest, and he does that all the time, he tries to give himself more important than any other person. We say everybody is spending their time here, and nobody's time is more important than the other person, irrespective of what you think about yourself. I just want to leave it at that. What I wanted to, come against is the fact that some people use this last example as the only thing that happened while we are crying, or why the Igbos are seem to be shouting. It's not just this one. I gave a history of houses that have been brought down in as far as I'm concerned in Nigeria, and I started from El Rufai's government. When El Rufai came, we heard from the grapevine that he was going to take over the markets in Abuja and give it to other people, and he did exactly that. He came to Wuse Market, he shut it down just like they do, and said, "Oh, they are doing renovation, that things are not properly done, blah 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 blah," and they shut it down for some time. And after they said, give it back to people, it went to different people other than those who own the stores. If you live in Abuja, if you notice, most people don't go to shop in Wuse Market because it's the most one of the most expensive market, because those traders have to rebuy it from those that the stores were giving to. And so their prices have to go up. Okay, so if you feel to shop in a comfortable place and you want to go to Wuse Market, you get things probably much higher than you will get gotten in other places. Now, the same thing happened with the Igbo mechanics in Area One. Before, it used to be in Area One, just immediately after the Bega over flyover bridge. I'm taking this time to explain for those who come and jump on the Lagos issue. They were moved from that Area One to where Dunamis International Church used to be now. And when that place it was a swampy place. They arranged it and everything was now moving. It became a land that was, quite close to Area One, and they were moved from there to Apo Mechanic, to the place where the legislative quarter is now. That place was where the mechanic village was until eventually they were moved to a place near where they are now, where I served my NYS. That was when I was serving, that's where I stayed. Okay, that place was dusty. You can't wear a white shirt there. And they developed that place. They made it habitable. Then they were moved from there to where they are now. And as I hear from the grapevine, that land has been sold to politicians, and they're going to be soon moved further away into the bush for them to continuously to develop the place. This is a practical thing that have been done over and over and over. Okay, they are used to develop a place, and when that development is complete, they are now giving one excuse: land was not properly acquired, blah blah blah, and they move. So what am I trying to say? It's not about crying that it is affecting us. No, if we want to be a nation, people who are concerned about development, just like Fofana was saying, they're talking about budget. You who are talking about budget, I see the same person bringing down the commercial activities going on in a particular place. If those people who are living in Lagos are not there, will you be a one, will you be making the kind of money I'm making from Lagos? You are making that money there because of the population that is there. And those population are there because there's a business going on there. If those businesses are being brought down, the people move to there too. And then some people come and say, the Igbos move to if we're not one country, let us know. We're not afraid of going to live in the East. But you can't tell us that we want to say every day, why are they not developing the East? What the development in the East, is it by government? It's the same people that built it. It's the same Igbos that built their place. There's no Igbo in the Igbo state where you go and you find federal structures there. Please go and check if you have anyone, apart from University of Nigeria and Suka. Let me know which other one that you put there that was not the Igbos that put it in. Okay? And maybe probably the international airport in Enugu. Where else? Come on, guys. So when people come and begin to say these things, it gets under my skin because you don't know the truth or you refuse to know the truth. Okay, we're not afraid of fighting against the system, but we're saying if the system want to fight, let us know, so we also can gear up. We're not afraid. I didn't fight the war. My father told me about it. But if you want me to become a part of the war, let me know so I can also prepare my mind and get to it.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let me say something here before we continue. I think I enjoy listening to people after going home and seeing what I saw. I think I'm close to understanding something. I don't know what it is, but that's why I went back to some of these conversations that you guys had when I was not here. I like listening to this, and I think it's something. There's a minor adjustment. What I'm feeling is that all of us are touching on the same thing, but we're not touching on the whole thing. What was going on in my head as I listened was that when the Anambra State government started destroying homes of kidnappers or suspected kidnappers, I was worried. I felt that even if you saw somebody kidnapped, kept inside the home of somebody, that there should be a due process. There should be a court process that we say, okay, the law says this house should be destroyed, and then it's destroyed. You don't just the next day moving caterpillar to bring down a house. I was worried about that. I was worried about what they did with Bakassi. I was thinking that it's not right. But I think one of the things I'm getting at is that I think most of us, until something gets to us, we see the need to have that due process. We don't see that need when it's far away. When, at every point. And if we do that, talking to ordinary people on the street, they don't care about this, our big politics. They want to survive. And I think anybody who will ever grab that in Nigeria will become the hero. Anybody who will grab that, the basic, forget about all the divisions, the basic. If you can push the basic, they said, people used to say that when the premise of an argument is wrong, the conclusion is also wrong. And I think if we come at the middle, your premise, most of the time, it will end up being wrong. I think we're all right in some ways, but I don't think we are touching the fundamental. Hopefully, I will be able to get it. I don't know, but I'm getting there. I think I'm getting there. Chim, welcome to the show. Pansat, I'll come to you, but let me see if Ike is there. Ike, are you there? No? Okay. Hansard, let me go to Chim. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Chim, welcome to the show.
Rudolph, welcome. Excuse me, and then good morning, afternoon to everybody who's on the show today. It's been a while. I can see you went to Nigeria and you've been eating abacha agwarago and onugu soup. Please, I will be offended at you if you don't share all those largesse somehow with me.
Very soon I will.
Just on a lighter note, really, I don't have much to contribute towards the budget because I literally zoned out for quite a while. I just wanted to have my sanity and focus on other things. And as per Nnamdi Kanu, well, whatever is worth doing well. If the courts, I mean, they've taken Nnamdi Kanu through the legal process, and so far so good. The judiciary has said the man is not liable for anything. I think he should be let go. You understand? If the judiciary is saying so, and if the federal government wants to appeal it with reason, appeal it in such a way that people will see that justice is being fairly done. And if ultimately, I think if we're there at the Supreme Court now, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, if at that level the justices also pass a judgment that is favorable to him, then let the young man go home and go and live his life. That's all I can say about that. I don't think it's more than that. Like I said, I don't have much to contribute to the budget. The only thing I will say about that budget is the behavior of our National Assembly and the way people carry themselves during the visit of the president to that body. It was quite shameful. I was asking myself, why do we have checks and balances in the democracy? Is it not for us to be able to hold the different arms of government accountable and to get them to do right by the people? I can't imagine and please, for those who will say I live in Canada and I keep using America, I keep using America because that's the closest to what Nigeria is running. Canadian system of government is not what Nigeria is running. So I mean, I know that in the American Congress, you're not going to see people. Maybe yes, his party men may give him a standing ovation if he comes in, which is not unusual. But to sit inside there and be shouting somebody's, on your mad debt or museum mandate, it's so. I mean, our National Assembly men need to do better. They should realize they are grown men. They're not children. I don't know why our National Assembly people tend to behave like.
Hold on. Why do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? Because we complain about these things. Are you saying that what's his name? Ababio doesn't know that what he's doing is not? Why do you think it happened?
Okay, so Rudolph, this is where I will slightly. I hear you. Now, the president of the Senate is first among equals. He's just a presiding officer. So the other grown men inside that house should have been bold enough to tell him, my friend, please, this is pedestrian and this is childish. We're not going to do this. And I also expect the opposition, PDP, Labour Party, NNPP, as many as the other oppositions are in that house, to have staged a walkout. To say, no, we don't agree with what you're trying to do. They have principal officers of the house that belong to the opposition. So if the man single-handedly went on a tangent, they should have reason to call their members and left the chamber and tell the president it's not about you. Sorry, but we don't agree with what this man is trying to do. This is psychophancy. So, but I won't belabor that issue. I think Nigerians need to start learning, like I keep repeating here, that power belongs to them. Start learning to vote people out of office when they misbehave. Akpabio has no basis or reason to be in that house in the first instance. So I'll leave that and then go to the demolition. The demolition is something that is very touchy. I'm an Igbo man, touchy in the sense that no matter how I try to be rational, I might get misunderstood. Misunderstood by those who are heavily pro-Igbo, misunderstood by those who think Igbos are crying foul and crying at the slightest behavior. But the truth is, like KG rightly said, are we a nation? If we're a nation, it presupposes that these Nigerians who just happen to be Igbos bought property in a place they call where they live, they call it home, They bought land. And I'm not suggesting that if they bought land in a place that should not be developed, that they should be let off the hook. No. What I'm saying is they probably bought those lands and there was a government gazette. There was a government procedure that, sort of conferred legitimacy of that property on them. If that land was sold wrongfully and was sold in a place that was ecologically wrong to build a property, what I expect the government of Lagos State to do is to institute an inquiry, penalize everybody in the process, penalize the people who sold the land, penalize, even go as far as if it was under a certain state commissioner, penalize that person, because I don't think that when you buy property, it ends just in that office. There are a lot of things that there are sea of O's and all sorts of things that go with it. So how has the government of Lagos State dealt with that matter to be able to, show that there is transparency? Because I keep saying to Nigerians, let's even assume Sanwo-Olu's government is being honest, and without conceding, let's say they're being honest. They put themselves in a situation where they get to be accused of pursuing, pecuniary and, bigoted policies. I don't know why Nigerian leadership keeps doing this. People have built homes on a canal. They've built homes on the wrong place. Come out and follow it in the right way so that the justice will be seen to have been done. In that instance, when anybody is accusing you of pursuing an ethnic agenda, then you can say, no, please, this is not right. Can you see what I have done? But you haven't done any of those things. So people have paid money. The state has benefited from that. Are you refunding the fees these people paid? You understand? So like I rightly said, I'm not trying to argue in favor of people who have bought land wrongly. If you have bought land wrongly, built where you shouldn't be built, you should face the music. But what I'm just saying is the Lagos State government cannot be absolved.
Sorry to interject you, Chim. You don't need to even apologetic. Somebody came here to say that he's happy, and the person is looking at me. He said he's happy those houses were destroyed. Somebody
no
said
problems.
it here.
No problems.
Bello here said it last week. He said so. Don't need so because when people now come and start talking, so he said he's so happy that yes, the house was. You can go and look at it on this. It's recorded. It's record. That's why I don't say you can go and look at last week or last 2 weeks. This thing. Say he's so happy that the thing was demolished. And this
No,
now
don't worry, don't worry. See,
so
I'm going to end on this note. Like Rudolph rightly said, what we don't seem to understand is injustice today can become a parameter for injustice tomorrow. And that's why personally, when sometimes I stand and I say I try to speak the truth, it's not necessarily because I can't be biased. I always use this strange perspective. Please pardon me, my mind sometimes goes wild. I say, listen, nobody has the monopoly of anything. The young woman who chooses not to, sell her body is not because she can't sell her body like her friends who are selling her body. She has just made a choice to follow the pathway that is better. So those who want to, when I speak and I say, let's do things right, it's not because I can't do for myself. It's not because I can't bribe. It's not because I can't do any of those things. But sometimes I just believe in a higher perspective to life. That, you know what, we can do better. And it keeps my sanity because I can go to bed sleeping and know that I have spoken the truth. So that is the essence I would say. And all I can now say is if the Igbos, I keep hearing go home. Yeah, maybe it's time to take that advice a bit more seriously. Go home and go and build. Go home and go and build this market. Go home and go and develop Nnewi. Go home and go and develop Aba. Go home and go and develop those places. Please do. And if genuine, if it's your business is nearby other Nigerians, they will come there and come and patronize you. But this whole, we must, in trying to be, I'm for one Nigeria. I have nephews from Kwara State. When I mean nephews, I'm not using the word loosely. I mean nephews in the right sense of the word, who are from Kwara State, who are from Ondo State. So I asked myself, how would their father feel if he sees me, disparaging his ethnic group, and he's married to my sister, or he's married to my in-law, whatever? How would they feel? So sometimes we need to be very careful, how we go about some of the things we say as Nigerians. What is not right is not right. We can call out genuinely those who sold land to these people and say this was wrong. You shouldn't have sold land to people in the wrong place. And at the same time, ask the state government to do right. The government has, like I said, the government cannot say they did not collect money from these people. It's not possible. So how is it possible you took money and then you are coming out today now, how many years after, to say these things? But like I rightly said, I don't want to be misunderstood, because it's a very naughty issue. It's something that people get easily misunderstood. Somebody say, oh, my emotions. I'm emotionally detached from this. I don't have land in Lagos. I resisted buying one for all the years. I resisted. In fact, the one I even managed to buy, somebody scammed me out of it. So I've moved on with my life when it comes to that. So I'm building something in my village. Let me finish it. So that the day I come to Lagos, I stay in a hotel and I go to my village. But you know what? If we're really pursuing one Nigeria, let's start doing right. These things, life is a very funny thing. Life is not always straightforward. Today, you may think your ethnic group is benefiting. Tomorrow, the tide will change. So I just want to leave that at that. Welcome, Rudolph. I'm not going to be here for long because I have other things I'm going to do later on in the day. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me, Hansat, I'll come to you next after Paul, just so that Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So, Doctor, I want to talk first about the Lagos and the Edo, over Lagos and Edo. It makes me laugh. I know we have very rich culture and tradition, but sometimes our culture bastardizes us. That's why sometimes when we stay here, we're almost so ashamed of our kids talking to our siblings back home sometimes. Because the type of questions our kids will ask, maybe sometimes they ask, even though we are ashamed, like we didn't raise these kids well. Say, why is he talking like this? Why ain't they do like this? Why ain't they do like that? Because they train us not to question order. I listened Eddie when Eddie talked. Eddie said the Edo people, they move soldiers to Lagos. When they move soldiers to Lagos, you know how the same British people find themselves in Nigeria. The British people now own Nigeria. They move people there. They conquer the place. They started collecting tax in the place. You understand? They did as they would do. Over time, probably they leave. And people don't really understand that the Lagos family, Lagos have 13 family. When you see an Oba die, that's when you know that Lagos is not like the so-called Edo, that is only one family and only first son. No, it's not like that in Lagos. So many families will be coming. And you conquer one aspect of Lagos. Even though when you conquer that aspect, that does not make it yours. You understand? You may enjoy that dynasty, that power for many years. Over time, you lose it. That is not yours. But I can even see the way some of us are panicked. Oh, I don't want to talk about this thing because we don't want to offend the king. But guess what? All of us here were quick to criticize Queen Elizabeth. It's okay. And we see the British people criticize the queen. And it's okay. You understand? We see they do this, but we don't want to do. And when we don't want to do these things, we make these people feel like they have that knowledge that we don't have. What they can see when they sit down, will climb a Iroko tree, we can see it. These are the funny things. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right for us to say our truth the way it is. You conquer. As we learn, we made to understand. They say Christopher Columbus discovered America. But the proper English say Christopher Columbus discovered America for Europeans. Tell his fellow Europeans that, oh, I've seen a place in the other side of the world. There are human beings there. Say he discovered it for his people because he met human beings there. So you can't discover something that is already existing. I'll leave that one. Doctor, when they are developing places in America that we are, in the Europe, in the UK, even in Nigeria that I grew up in Lagos many years ago, doctor, you think that maybe they found gold there, or maybe they found crude oil there. They'll start digging. They do all the landscaping, how to run cable, telephone cables, they'll run electric, they'll do the seaway, they'll channel everything. They'll take their time to do all these things. After they finish what we call proper landscaping, before they start building. Doctor, is that not what we see? If government did not fail, you understand? So, doctor, sometimes allow us to curse, but let's curse more. Allow us to curse. I can tell you one of your moderator called forefather. He is very, very ignorant. He may be an expert when it comes to security. After security, after security, forefather is an educated illiterate when it comes to some other issues. Let's put the word the way the thing is. If government did not do all their landscaping, government did not channel everything. If government have done everything finished, will a human being go there, see gutter, see these things, see this property, see everything, and go build there? So, doctor, and if you want me, I'll do video, I'll show you. In my small avenue that I'm living, the front of my avenue, I have a park. The end of my avenue, I have a park. You understand why they are developing that area? The park is the first thing that first come. Before any other thing, before they will start there building the house to a certain extent, they started planting trees. Doctor, you and I see these things. Oh, doctor, you did New York. Nah, Jigule, you did. Nah, no get land.
No tree there.
Nah, Jigule, they did not get land. Doctor, you see these things. So if Lagos State have done their own, you just allow people to take land, you collect money from people, you do all these things from people, and you did not do your own due diligence, then you come out, criminal justice will tell you what we practice in Nigeria. It's different from what they practice in Mexico. You are innocent before proven guilty. It is Mexico that you are guilty before proven innocent. You did not take these people to court. You did not let the court find them wanting that they put this structure in the wrong place. You destroy it an ungodly hour. This is wrong, and Lagos State don't have any blame. There is a city in my place called Glendale, Arizona. Government want to expand that road. Do you know what they did? They compensate everybody. Tenant that is living there, everybody went home with $7,000. Tenant. They compensate everybody because they know it's going to affect people. People move to places. They structure different things. They like the school district. It's close to the grocery store. It's close to their place of work. You're going to affect them. They find a way of compensating them. If government did not do their own part before they started allocating land for people to build, that is wrong. Then I'll tell you another thing, doctor. 2012, when Fashola came back, 2011 for a second time, Fashola introduced something about this land use charge. That is when we started hearing the word land use charge. Fashola said you cannot buy land for 1 million, sit down in America, sit down in Port Harcourt, sit down in Abuja, and keep that land there for another 5-10 years. Snake will be disturbing the next neighbor. Then the next 5-10 years, the land that you bought 1 million, you sell the land for 90 million. It doesn't work like that. So Fashola started charging you for land use charge. So if you bought land after 1 year, you did not develop the land, you started paying charge because it's considered also investment. Because if you buy it for 1 million and it takes you 5-10 years, you can sell it for SY amount, then it's an investment. So Fashola started charging you for land use charge. When you build your house, you rent it to people, it's called tenement rate. You pay tenement rate. So when you look at these things, then when you buy a land, you build house, you are paying tenement rates. You are paying for these things, and government is collecting money. And it did not flash in government system that, why am I collecting money in this lot? That's supposed to be a park. That's supposed to be a this. It is wrong. Where are all the parks? Where are race courses? Doctor, I school in Apapa. Apapa, what you people might know as Apapa. When we're growing up in Lagos, maybe Chim might know that. It's called European Quarter. That is the junior staff of the British colonial masters. They live. The senior staff live in GRO Ikeja. Those properties, 99% of those properties are owned by the British till Awolowo chased them out there. These are the people that moved to Jos. These are the people that moved to Jos. Our government come back one day and said, those land, you people are illegal owners. Let us ask ourselves these questions. We've never heard that. Makoko is the major slum in the whole, if not in the whole of Africa. Have government done anything there? I'm asking you, doctor, these things, it is crystal clear. My brother, look my face well, the age why I did. My mama no go carry me go find man. They'll come, they give me ice cream, they lick my mama juice. I don't pass that age now. I can do it with my 2 years. My wife can do it with my 2 years old child. Not me. Government have failed in their own part. Why did you allocate something that you did not make provision? You did not do your own due diligence. Then I end my case here. The 10 of us here, the 9 of us that plus myself, If I ask every one of you to give me your Nigerian bank account number, I'm in America. Guess what? I'll send you money and you all will tell me that you received it. Can we access anything from anything government in Nigeria? You go begin call your brother. Your brother will be tell you, I'll go today, I go tomorrow, I will go today. Why government can't come out? Why I own properties in Lagos? I can't go online to access anything about my property in Lagos. Did any one of you own mortgage in America? Do we know any government offices in America? Government offices that we know is in our laptop, is in our phone and our computer. We don't know where government office is. This is deliberate wickedness. Human beings make themselves lord over the people. And they try to gag you like the Fox News do. They try to tell you the subject, and people will start blaming ourselves. Government fail. People might fail, but government encourage them to fail. You understand? Look at it. Ministry of Land and Urban Development. It's not even destroying house. It is Commissioner of Water Resources that is destroying house. This is not funny. Commissioner of Water Resources and nobody have tap in Lagos. You build house, you do borehole. And Commissioner of Water Resources is destroying Lagos. Doctor, let's say I don't hide. If like say I don't hide, let's say I'm wrong, something is mad with me. This is funny, this is stupid, this is the height of wickedness. We cannot live like this as a people. Then people will tell you go to your village. They tell you go to your village. Then the same we tell our family back home that, oh, we bought a house in America. They will be so happy. Even the person that don't want to give anybody, my family that don't want to give anybody my phone number in Nigeria, but will still tell their friends and other people that my brother don't buy a house for America. Is this not funny? We can buy a house in America, we can buy a house in Europe and UK, but an able man cannot buy property in Lagos. Where is common sense? Let us try to make common sense a little bit common. This is barbaric, this is wickedness. The people that I respect very well growing up are the Yoruba people. Gani fought for everybody, Gani went for jail. Fela, Olukoye Ransom Kuti, Beko Ransom Kuti, these guys did well, these are Yoruba men. These are Yoruba men. They fought for everybody, they went to jail, they do everything. I don't know where we get it all wrong. Let us follow Gani path than follow Wole Soyinka path. Please. Please, this is not just good. How can you explain it with this land issue? That I can send 9 of you money, but none of us can access anything about government. Doctor, I renew my US passport. And when I get my first US passport, I did it in the library. US passport, you just go apply for your passport in the library. Post office. Renewal, same process. But I will renew my Nigerian passport. I must find doctor come New York. Why? I must find doctor. And I will start the process online. Then I will find doctor come New York. To come do what? To come take my biometric. Like this, my biometric changed. Like this, my face, it changed. No, the face will be like a Greek before. Today, don't become native fowl. After all of them are like native chicken pass a Greek. No one of them eat American chicken. But my brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's stop this sentiment. Let's not feed the cancer because we are Yorubas, because we are Igbos, because we are Urobo. This is too stupid. Doctor, I will tell you about Cecilia Ebru before I round up. Cecilia Ebru is an Urobo woman. She is from my place. My people hate Cecilia Ebru so well that Cecilia Ebru is then Oceanic Bank. They own aero contractors. They own so many things. Cecilia Ebru did not help Urobo people. These are the things that they say. But let me tell you the funny thing. I come from an oil region. And I went back home to go look for a job. They say I'm not part of the struggle because I'm born in Lagos. They say anybody that didn't go to primary school or secondary school yet will not benefit. My mother and my father is from that place. Doctor, that is the question you ask. But today now, making money now, they say I save money, go give Yoruba people. I know they help my people for home. And they go build, and they go support my primary school for Lagos, my secondary school for Lagos, and I know they go develop school for Warri. On our way, tell me that I am not part of the struggle. A true son of that land, father and mother. I'll not be like the Lagos Labour Party, you know, Mama na Igbo, in Papa na Yoruba. Me, I'll be confirmed, both sides. They said I am not part of the struggle, but when I make the money, people will give me the opportunity. They say I'm a foolish person, I'm a bastard son. Why will I be developing Yoruba land, leave my own people? So why our Yoruba people they do like that? You see how it is? Now I'm doing well, they are cursing me. But when I need them, they throw me out. They play local politics. They throw me out. I'm not part of the struggle. Doctor, we cannot continue. My brother, you Yoruba man that think like this. You Igbo man that think like this. You and Urobo man that think like this. It's just a matter of time. Now snake and ladder. One ladder go carry you go 84. And another ladder, another snake go carry you come number 3. Thank you and good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. I will come to you, Bello, but let's go to Pansat. Pansat, over to you.
Thank you very much. And Paul has displayed his intelligence, and we all know that, and with humor. So I didn't mind him going on and on. I was beginning to enjoy it. This time he was balanced in the tribal discussion, which is the way it should be. What I want to, I'm not going to go into some of the commentary on the Oba of Benin. I want a little peace on earth, so I'm not going to set the world on fire by talking about that. I also think that the panelists have handled the Lagos thing, the land thing going on. It's not isolated, right? A lot of these issues are all bottled up. Look, if I wasn't an Igbo man, I would be so jealous of people talking about the Igbos all the time and trying to pull them down. It's like, what about us? Don't we exist, right? I mean, say hello to the panelists. Hello to people on the chat session, especially Dr. Alexander Gomez, my friend. Now, let me remind every one of us that we do have issues back home, right? In Nigeria, we have a problem. We have an illegitimate government. We have not tackled that issue. The provocations have been piling on. I mean, we actually have a geriatric patient taking over our government, and it's talking nonsense every day. And ruling our country and doing it with impunity. And of course, in Nigeria, that's very easy to do. It's very easy. If you have an appearance as somebody who's against the Igbos, the northern people will put you in power. They'll forget that corruption pervades the daily lives of Nigerians. Government institutions they're not adequately engaged to handle citizens. The private sector, there's no capacity whatsoever. So civil society is nothing to sing home about in Nigeria. But the illegitimacy of this government has to be tackled. Rudolph, it may take a while. He cannot be in office much longer. That's the kind of thinking that people should have. It's not over. We don't have a country right now. INEC is not like other people's electoral body. It's not. The country, when Buhari came in, he was putting his people in office, Muslims, not Muslims. And people were saying, hey, look, what difference does it make if we're all Nigerians, if they could do the job? But they cannot do the job. Yeah, if they can do the job, no problem. But look, they cannot do the job. We know that we have a clash of traditions. They don't like Christians, people from the north. They don't. Not even their neighbors. They don't like, especially the Southeasterners. So they weeded the Southeasterners out of office. When we're talking about the tradition between Christians and Muslims in Nigeria, now I want everybody to understand it's just euphemism. They're using Igbos as the euphemism, right? It's a Christian-Muslim dichotomy. Since caveman, no other society has been able to emancipate themselves from the claws of fundamental Islamic stuff without a battle. It's never happened. And then you're not going to just have a society that's progressive, that's going very well. So we do have when I came here, I told you we have to go to war. It's not a protest thing. Rudolph, you went home, you come back, and I hope you had your eye open when you went home to understand that we have a problem, and we didn't ask for it, right? It's not going to be a civil thing or go protest. We have to talk about it. Even though the government is there now, doesn't mean it's our government. They rigged the election and they're doubling down. INEC is an Islamic organ, EFCC, the army, all those things. That's where it is. Now, you could say, you know what? We don't want to deal with this right now. It's a problem. It's going to cause war. And that's fine. But at least let's identify what the problem is. And then what is the solution? I submit. I mean, when I'm talking, it's not a comfortable thing. And trust me, I don't want to talk about this, right? But I have to. I'm not here to talk about people's houses getting demolished in Lagos. I think it's a very local, small issue. And a lot of people who are in Lagos, Igbos, Southeasterners who are in Lagos, you keep thinking that the world revolves around you, but it doesn't. You are a very insignificant percentage of the Igbos. When it jumps off, you decide what you're going to do. But we're not going to have the Yorubas insulting us, collaborating with our enemies, arch enemies from the north, and we're going to just take it easy on them because you're in Lagos. It's not going to be a consideration. You're there. You're a Lagosian. I've never been in Lagos. I don't want to be in Lagos. It's none of my business what's happening in Lagos. That's your thing. But you're like 2% of our people, if that much. So don't go always making us have arguments with Yorubas about something that doesn't matter. If they knock your house down, knock their house down. That's our country. Until the country is divided, you're entitled to be exactly where you are. But get ready. Have your kids. If you have anybody older than 10 years old, a son and a daughter, take him to a shooting range. Let him learn how to use the weapon. You cannot do without that. It's a very cogent advice I'm giving you now.
Pansat, are you talking about shooting range in Nigeria? Or
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And everywhere, really, no matter where you are. Because
I went there the other time.
Okay, yeah, because it's a very, very important thing. Whether you're United States, in London, or you are in Nigeria, if you're an Igbo man, now I would say that for anybody, but for Igbos in particular, train your kids, train your grandmother how to use a weapon for self-defense, for whatever. Try to do it. It's not violent to do that.
All right. Thank you.
But let me conclude. Allow me to conclude what I was saying. I'm just trying to address the Lagos population who are Southeasterners. The world doesn't revolve around you. You built Lagos, right? You did. The Igbos built Lagos, the way you see it right there. Now, did other people do it 2 years? But I'm trying to tell you that you're the backbone, right? In Nigeria, like I see Forefather is not here, who I wanted to address with my time and yield him some of my time, is that when economy doesn't get good in the abstract. Somebody makes the economy good. You have to produce things. We have an auto manufacturer in Nigeria who could manufacture vehicles enough for the entire West African belt, if not the whole Africa. How is it being treated? We have a lot of industrial people back home who could add value. What do? They use Dangote, who has no value. I bet you if I go to his cement factory and I watch it at night, I'm gonna see him importing it, bringing it in from somewhere, right? So he takes our $8 billion, $8 billion, not naira. I'm not misspeaking, right? The government gave him $8 billion in 2021 to deliver a refinery that will render ours, the ones in other states, useless, so that he be a monopolist in that line as well, vertical. And he takes $8 billion. He doesn't deliver refinery. So they run and they go arrest Emefiele, who is a minority, but the minorities in the south, who they separate from the Igbos, nobody's going to talk for him. They actually jealous in him because they're a bunch of clans. Not only do they take their oil, they come in there, they arm them, they armed against the Igbos, and they take their oil and they use it to menace us. So that's what I'm saying, that Ojuku's first mistake was not going in there, taking that oil. Shouldn't everybody see as he's going over there? Because the cause of all the problem we have is these Southerners, right? You could see them here come and talk about the Igbos, Hausas, Yorubas, but they never admit that without them, that these Fulanese will be taking a shower, cow dung somewhere in the desert or the forest, right? They come all the way from the north and come and take their oil. You're gonna see somebody like Wike making noise, talking nonsense, right? They give him a little bit, and he's talking nonsense. They come there and take that oil. They when Jonathan comes in, they remove him disgracefully because he's from the South, minority, small group. If it's just Chief Justice Onegin, they remove him illegally without the required supermajority in the Senate. They don't say anything, right? If it's Emefiele, right, who he may do the wrong thing, but he has independence as a chief banker of the country. He's an independent agency. He could do the wrong thing, but they arrested him, disgracing him. But these minorities, right? Do you see them say, "Hey, look, it's equal justice for everybody. If you're gonna treat Emefiele that way, we need to capture Dangote and do exactly the same thing. Shake him down and get that $8 billion from him, among other things." But they're not gonna say it, right? When we complain, they say, "Oh, Igbos always complain." Yeah, we're complaining because there's something. Not only are we complaining, we went to war to correct injustice. You can't even march. You can't even march for injustice. We went to war to correct injustice, and then we're going back again, right? We're going back.
All
So
right.
I'm saying to you, those who are concluding again, but reminding those in Lagos, you're sitting there looking stupid. They're knocking down your buildings, right? And every time you're complaining, crying, and they think it's holy Igbos crying all the time. If they knock down your buildings, you have to find a way to knock down their buildings. It's our country.
All right.
Until they give us Biafra, it's our country, but we're not going to stop what we have to do, which is to get the respect back from the Yorubas, because they're all over the place now. They have no respect for the Igbos. They're talking nonsense because they think all of us are from Lagos. I've never been to Lagos, and if any of you stand in front of me, I'm going to slap you down because I don't care about Lagos. It's none of my business.
Pastor, let me ask you. Just maybe this is a mistake, but let me just try it. How did you leave Nigeria? Did you leave from Abuja or from Kano or from Port Harcourt?
It's a secret. Do I have to tell you everything? You won't even get forefathers tribe. Get his tribe for me, right? And I'll be happy. But I'll tell you. I'll call you and I'll tell you. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Pansat.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bello. You're next.
Welcome back, Doctor. Well, me to start, I'll first say something like, as a Yoruba person, growing up, Yorubas they don't teach their children how to hate other people, growing up. And, for some of, people who really know who knows about the Yoruba people, we learn respect from when we're growing up, and we learn to respect other people, and we learn to respect ourselves. So, but that's on the side, because like many people that are talking over here, about many people don't even know the Yorubas. Many people haven't even been to Lagos State before. Now, let me in the early 2000s, my father bought like an acre of land, somewhere around like Abraham Adesanya Estate, you know. So he bought from Omonile. So that 1 acre of land eventually it turned to 3 plots. I mean, just the way Omonile people do. When you buy something, 1 plot turns to 3 plots. That he paid, that he already paid him for. So some years ago, before my father passed away, I'm like, he was talking to me about, okay, maybe if I'm interested in one of those, 3 plots that, he still have left from the other guy that he bought in life. And I was like, okay, fine, maybe I might be interested in one of the plots. So, but I was like, okay, if I have to do anything on this plot, I have to at least do some due diligence, do some investigation before I can start anything on this land, you know. So eventually, I contacted one of my friends, who is into the real estate business in Lagos. So I talked to him, about the land. Okay, do a little bit of investigation about this land for me. But you know what? When this guy came back, this guy told me this 3 plots of land that was allocated to your father happens to be on this new coastal road that is coming. The land is actually on the road. So how do you expect me to go and build on that kind of land? So I mean, I'm trying to lay the background of my argument, from that little story, and from there, even up till now, that guy is still paying my family because my dad is late now. He's still owing my family, part of the money he owed my dad. So okay, now imagine myself build on that land, and okay, maybe my house probably could have been standing on that land, today. And by the time the government, because the road is already coming from, the Dangote area, and it's still going to pass through that area. So eventually, when the government come and they say, "Oh, you built on the wrong location," and I start crying foul, "Oh, that someone sold this land for me." What justification will I have, to say the government is doing something that is bad? So now let's go to the issue of the demolition proper. So I want to ask, all of us here, how many of us have been a flood victim? Like, how many of you guys over here have had a situation whereby, rain is falling and, you have to start packing your things, you know, back and forth. So, that is why when I see many people, talk about, oh, this thing is just like a vengeance or targeted, towards some kind of people, I look like, dude, people really know what they are talking about. If you have not been a victim, I have been a victim. Okay? So let me tell you, our house currently, I'm talking about my father's house currently. The house I lived before I traveled, before I moved down here. Every time when it's raining, I give it 2 hours after, the water is everywhere. The road is, I mean, all flooded. Our compound is all flooded. Let it be in the middle of the night. You know, I mean, do you ever imagine you sleeping in your house in the middle of the night and it was raining, and then it is the flood that will be waking you up on the bed, like you'll be like, did I pee on my body? Have you ever been in that situation before? So if you have never been in that situation before, it means you really, really don't know what you're talking about. And that is why last week when CM was talking about, I said I'm happy. Yes, I couldn't be less happy because like 2 weeks ago, I just saw it on the TV. I didn't even know that was even happening in that area. And eventually I called my brother, like, was my brother still living in that house? Like, hey, I see something like this. Is it real? And he said yes. They start pulling down all these houses. And I said, yes, I'm very, very happy. How happy would I ever be? Because these people, they rich, they bought these lands, they built all these houses, and when they build these houses, they have the money. They build a big fence with concrete. And now you know what they do? They divert the flood, that water that's supposed to be going through that land, and they divert it to other streets, to other people who don't even know nothing about what is going on. And now let me now tell you, for those of you who are putting an ethnic coloration upon this thing, the house that we live, the right house, the house on the right is a house who was owned by an Igbo man. The left, the house, but on the left side was also owned by an Igbo man. The house behind our house is also owned by an Igbo man. We all suffer this scourge. Okay? We all suffer this menace. And when the flood comes, the flood doesn't know, oh, this house is a Yoruba man house, or this house is either maybe like an Igbo man house, or this house is an Hausa man house. We all suffer from this situation, unfortunately. And let me now tell you, the owner of the house on the right, when he got tired, he sold the house. He sold the house to another person. The new owner who eventually bought the house, I think he fixed it and he rented it out to some new tenants. When those ones couldn't cope, what did they do? They moved out. I traveled home in June. Lo and behold, I'm telling you right now, the owner, he can't even get a tenant to live in the house because I don't think the man even live in Nigeria. And now when I traveled in June, I went in there. It's an avoki that was sleeping in that house. Why? Just because of what people, some people's activity to decide to build a house on the floodplain. So now, and when this flood keeps coming, will that happens to be the victim? We are all supposed to be, have a government who's supposed to protect us, isn't it? So now, when this demolition happens, and why would be happy? And now let me tell you something. They have marked all this house for demolition for numbers of years ago. This case has been in the courts. They have been postponing. They have been postponing. And and when I listen to some people say, "Oh, maybe give them some time," it's been years. It's been many years. All these houses have been marked for so many years. I was watching Arise TV the other day, and woman was talking about, they just came, they gave us 1 hour to leave. No, you have had the notification for many years ago to leave the house. But you know what? Nigerians will have one character. Like, they are not going to do anything. We will keep going there. We'll keep bribing them. They are not going to do anything. Will they come and bring this whole house on my bring all this whole roof down on me? Oh, they're never going to do that. And the government has been watching. They have been watching for too long. And now when the government come and they decide, like, okay, fine, this is the right thing to do. And now we all come out like, oh, the economy is bad. Oh, government, they hate our people. Oh, government, no. They are biased. No, please. We need to put an end to this ethnic coloration. I'm talking about ethnic something. The only injustice I think is being done to the Igbos. I mean, if I search my heart, is the economic injustice. And why do I say economic injustice? But you know what? The Igbos are still complicit because they are the one. When you listen to people like CM who come here, who come to a forum like this, an international forum, and start saying, until we all go home, hoist our flag and this thing. These are the reasons. And why do I say economic injustice? It's not that maybe Igbo can't do businesses in in Igbo land and thrive, or probably they do the business in Igbo land and ship it back to Lagos to sell. They'll still make their money, but all the importation that they are doing, where would the ship go? The ship will still end up docking in Lagos. Why can't we have a seaport in the east? That is what I mean by economic injustice. But you know what? Because of people like CM, the government will not sensible government we want to do it. Because when we say, okay, fine, let's put up this structure, and by the time we do it, people start bringing, weapons of mass destruction to bring down the government. We sensible government we want to do that. No, you yourself search inside your mind. Which government will want will want the nation to, we want somebody to bring down the country on its knees. So this is where I was.
I just want to ask whether your bell is still there.
All right, thank you, Bello. I know.
Sorry, Rudolph, can I say something before Wale speaks, please? Wale, please, can I beg you? Can I just say something, please? Please.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Bello.
It's
Respectfully, I think.
fair.
So sorry. Well, Wale, sorry,
It's
Bello.
only fair.
Bello, respectfully, I think you're very ignorant. I use the word respectfully because I usually try to be, civil with people. You're very ignorant. Number one, when you listen to Paul, tell me in which part of the world human beings walk into any parcel of land that government has a control over and start building properties. It doesn't happen anywhere. So the government watched people walk into supposedly environmentally hazardous properties and start building. But the same government that is very ecologically conscious has a Makoko watching the entire world. Everybody traveling into Nigeria and going to VI sees Makoko. And in fact, Makoko has even become a tourist center now because some white people are going there to go and find out what makes that place what it is. My point is simple. I'm not here to support anybody building on illegal structures or illegal positions. It's very clear. If we have a responsible government, people will not need. I own a property where I live. I bought the land and they built. It was a designated place. In fact, it is you pay the builder and they build and deliver and hand over the keys of that property to you. You are not going to see any developer building property on a place the city council. It's not even, everything in Nigeria is done upside down. It's not even the province, which is the equivalent of a state in Nigeria, that is responsible for properties. It is the council, what you refer to as local government in Nigeria, that is responsible for those things. So they approve sites for new developers. They go there, the developers will sell to people and build houses for them to specification. It is and to tell you how bad it is, if my house is supposed to be brown, it cannot be green. If that house has to be brown, it has to be brown. That's how it is. So the point I want to make, the pushback, sorry, please. I want to so that Wale can say his views. The pushback I want to make to you is this. There is nothing like it is good this is happening. It is bad that it even started in the first place. Like I rightly said in my original submissions, the government shouldn't have been watching people build property, billions, millions. Who are you doing? You're doing your economy at the same time. Yes, it might be an individual loss. You're also passing signals to international community that you are begging to come and invest, that there's no rule of law, that you can do things in a jungle justice manner. How can you say people have built wrongly, but you have not followed the process, take them to court, indict them, indict the person who sold the land to them, indict all the officials involved in the entire chain? There was a chain of process that this thing went through. And you just go straight for the individuals that you feel you can deal with because you're the government, and you do it and nothing will happen. Please, I think I need you to sit down and review.
You really don't know, like I said. I just take maybe 1 minute to just say this, and I'm happy. Unfortunately, you really, really don't know Lagos. And like I said, you say you've not been to Lagos or anything. And part of the mistake that Paul made, because I forgot to, excuse me, because and you and maybe some other persons, you kept comparing the situation in probably the Western world, like US, like the UK, to Nigeria. These countries that have been existing for like God knows when. You are as if you guys are not from Nigeria. As if people who could building all these things, they kept they kept taking the advantage of the corrupt fellows in the government. Bribe them today, bribe them tomorrow. And the Commissioner for Environment in Lagos has said something. Whoever felt they have been unjustly, their house has been unjustly demolished, who has the right documentation should come out. And nobody has been able to come outside. So what I'm just going to say to people like you, who are ignorant or who really, really don't know, the substance of the situation is you got to be quiet because you don't know what other people are facing. Because if you face that one night and you will never, say what you're saying. Please.
All right, thank you.
I beg Rudolph, let me make a pushback because he addressed
let
me.
Wale talk.
That's why
CM, hold on. You'll talk after Wale. But let me. I just got got some seaports, just to correct impression that is out there. There are seaports in the south that are open and are functioning in the south. So I just got information on that. But Hello is not here anymore. Well, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. All protocol duly observed, without mentioning name. Mr. Chim, you welcome back. I've been asking of you for quite a while. Mr. Rudolph, welcome back, and I greet everyone else. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to throw stone or pebbles. But if we all say we love Nigeria, sometimes I do ask the question, who actually love that country called Nigeria? Is it me? Is it Dr. Damages? Is it Chief? Is it Mr. Bello? Or is it Godfather? When we say we even love that country, what kind of love do we have for that country? Is it a kind of chicken love that when it grows up to a point, we just use it to cook pepper soup? Everybody talked about the demolition. Whose country does that? Even a country where tsunami or earthquake or everything happen, even in UK or the abroad where we live, before government will take people out of their resident or accommodation, something must have been in place. And just to buttress on what everybody has said, uh, I can't just build a house overnight without the bricklayers, the local government, the people living there, the papers. Why, if my house is demolished, yes, I might be a corporate, but what other people that collected money from my illegal erection, where are they? That's the question I would probably ask everybody, because my brother might be the director of camp planning or whatever. Did I say what my brother did when he was collecting money from illegal land purchaser, the town planner that satisfied the building to go ahead? Where are these people? I mean, we can all say, oh, it's government, this is God. Let's call a spade a spade. What is wrong is wrong. Where is the humanity? Does that mean if you see someone who is homeless or because their business has been destroyed, what do you want them to leave? Are we trying to say we should have more criminals in town? No matter what, if someone float a business, one or two people will be an employee to them. Now, where do you expect those employees to live, to survive, when the owner of the business cannot even survive? Let's try to put humanity to whatever we do. If you are a Christian, always remember that Bible says, Ashiwere Rojo, I don't know how do I transfer that, idiot or a foolish man gather words without even knowing what is going to happen to it. And if you're a Muslim will say, Hinale lie, why hinale rara jihun. You come with nothing, you go with nothing. Why do you want to shed human blood? Because you want to live this life that no matter how long you live, you can't live more than 150 years. What's the point? And we Nigerians, I think there's something we need to start asking ourselves. Because these so-called leaders, they come from you and I. We don't ask why and how. If we can ask those two questions, I think our life would be a little bit better. Because we could blame the white man or we could blame the colonial masters for enslaving us. But the slavery we are even doing to ourselves, the damages we are even doing to ourselves is even worse than what the colonial master did. So until we ask ourselves, we look inward and say, this thing I'm doing, is it good enough? What do I want to benefit from it? Or am I going to continue living and better than my neighbor? It's not, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. We all moved from Nigeria. We live in UK, we live in America. The American could have said, oh, we're not going to sell mortgage or land to you. But look at how we all come from our country and settle wherever we settled. Our kids go to their school. They didn't say because you are black or because you are this, you get paid. They didn't say, oh, because, nobody to defend you, you're not getting paid. At what point are we going to continue to inflict our own? I don't understand it. But Either you're on the defense of the government, like Mr. Paul said, it's turn by turn. Don't worry, it's on the ladder. The day it will happen to you, this is how people will just look at. Okay, fine. And I think that is the problem we have in Nigeria because it happened to Mr. A today. It doesn't affect us. We think, oh, that's fine. They can fight government. Wait until the day it happened to me. Who is going to defend me?
Yeah, but
That is the
the
one.
point I noticed that when
Sorry,
somebody
someone is.
came, yeah, I just wanted to ask a question because I noticed that when somebody came and testified to their houses getting flooded, nobody cared.
I know
No,
Dr. Damage is timing me. Sorry, let me quickly
mm,
finish my point. I'm sorry. So one thing I want us to do, I think I've mentioned it times without number. I don't want us to be coming here every week and be ranting because Nigeria has over 1 million problems. I don't think we're going to solve the problem until we all,
mm.
move. But we can do one thing. Dr. Damages, I said this, I'm not sure maybe you were around then. These people that are holding Nigeria on the jugular, I'm not even sure they do their meeting in the daylight. Maybe they hold their meeting in the middle of the night. They strategize what they're going to do in the next 20 years. How they're going to borrow trillions upon trillions of naira to leave debt. But you and I will be here, we'll be fighting each other. You are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Muslim, you are Christian. What strategy do we have in place? 2027 will come, these people will still continue and will still be here fighting each other. Then they will build another one house for Shetima in your Oyo, one in Kaduna, one in Lagos. They will tell you the price has gone up from 15 billion to 35 billion. And you and I will be ATM here, sending money to mama, uncle, sister out of our own little earn money here. Come on, we need to think better. If we can bring people who are sensible, who can strategize, because I believe people are intelligent in this group and in other platform as well. Let's look people who can coordinate and strategize. It doesn't need to be on a platform. It doesn't need to be an open platform. People should come together and see what can we do to make sure that even if our senator or honorable that we elect or select from our local government or our district, how can we call them back if they are not representing us very well? I don't have a business with the president. I have business with my own people that come from my own district, the local government in my area that's supposed to collect the refuse, but it's not collecting it. It moved from our local government, moved to an eyebrow GRA, and nothing, no development in my local government again. I don't have business with someone in Abuja. I have business with him. If he's not doing well, let's make that the youth in our area. When we stoned him with eggs, well, eggs is expensive. By the time we stoned his car with stone or pebbles, it will learn its sense. Anybody who wants to go there next time will know that this youth, they get score for head. Until we start to do things from grassroots. Forget about these people we send to Abuja. They don't care about us. Somebody will tell you they want to buy a Jeep of 160 million because road is not good. Doesn't even make sense. And that is my father. Oh. If you are out to know, that's my father. Those money you people are thinking that he's using it to spend to send me to Harvard University. And I'm sitting down here talking to you people. Are you not supposed to even come and, first of all, see how you go to cut off my head? So those are the things. But I'm a very good friend to Dr. Damages. He won't do anything to me now. Wale is a good guy. But where is money? Where is Wale getting his money from? His father is in the Senate. The money that belongs to you and I, our nephews and niece, someone is using it to. Come on. Until we said it, until we tell ourselves the truth, nothing will change. Mr. Bello, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're still in the platform. If you go to church, what is our pastor preaching to you? If I'm Muslim, what is your imam preaching to you? Is he preaching to you that you don't care in as much your own butter is bread, in as much, well, no anybody else can be spoiled? If that is the kind of preaching I'm listening to, trust me, I'm not going to that church again. I want to hear the preaching that will say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. that will be done on earth as it in heaven. Give us this day, not next week or not next month, today. Because I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. But now we are living in the world of
I simply
prosperity.
don't understand what you are talking about. The guy you're mentioning, Bello, came here to testify that his property was flooded. His next door neighbor's property was flooded. Nobody is talking about those victims. They're worrying about the ones somebody sold
What
their
victims
property
are you
because they
talking about?
couldn't.
What
Wale,
victims?
I
Wale, I'm
Which
even
very
I'm even
victims?
The
surprised.
I
flooded
Wale,
know.
properties, the flooded
I know.
properties.
I
Wale,
Don't
know.
you
What I'm
know?
saying is,
You know
I'm
what
I
those
even
know.
people
surprised
lose
What
that the
every
one
year?
Nigeria, the
Hold on
parents
now.
of one
I know.
Nigeria are
Hold
not.
on.
I know Dr. Damage is worrying the
Why do
bell.
people only see only one side? What the
No,
properties
no.
keep getting damaged every year. You know, flooding happens every year. When they
Yes,
get
flooding
flooded
will
every year,
happen.
they can't have
Why
anything.
is it that
They will
Forefathers.
get no. If you, I don't
Forefathers.
understand how people
Rudolph,
keep supporting
if
law
I want to
breaking.
if I want to
People
You
know
build
all
a
are
me.
just
People know
supporting
me
law
as one
breaking.
Nigeria proponent.
Rudolph,
For this
Forefathers.
one, I mean Yoruba Nation
Rudolph,
proponents.
if I
But this
want
You
to
one
see
build
why
a
we
Nigeria
have a
you will
people
problem in
stop
the
are
me.
not
country.
even
I
We
don't
putting
like
speak
this.
from
this.
both sides of
Okay,
our
hold on,
mouth. We
hold
don't
on.
want to
I
control the
don't like
law.
it. I
Okay,
don't
hold on,
like
hold on.
this.
Same, hold on. Same, hold on.
I
Same, hold
wanted
We
I
are all
wanted I
timed.
wanted to
on. Same,
We
hold
are
on.
all
Same, hold
timed.
on.
When
Same,
my
hold on.
time is up, I'll shut up. I
Wale,
don't stop
Wale,
anybody.
okay, Wale, your time is up now.
What I'm trying to My time is up.
Round up, please. So that
Okay, what I'm trying to say is let every single one of us look inward. Simply because we are not doing things right. That's why we're all suffering the damage. Okay?
all right.
If we
Thank
try to look inward and do everything as it should be, then our life will be easier. But because we choose not to, we are very economical with the truth. We know the truth, but we refuse to say it because it's better. You are benefiting from it. That's why we're all suffering it.
But can I just say something?
No, hold on, forefathers. CM, go ahead.
see. So sometimes, Rudolph, when somebody want to make a rebuttal, you allow the person. Bello said all sorts of trash here. He left. You said me to wait for Wale. I waited, and in waiting for Wale, people started interjecting and they kept quiet. It's not. Look, all of us have got some element of brigandage in us. But when you sort of, when you like your own, when you someone to play cool, people should not take you for granted. Look at what Bello is saying, that
Say,
to open a
Madaru,
seaport
Madaru.
listen, I'm coming. Olumide, Olumide, hold on, I'm coming. When they open a seaport in the east, they will use it to import weapons of mass destruction. Did you people hear it? Didn't you people hear it? You see, the
Yes.
lies that people are using to justify the destruction is this. Then we tell you, Igbos, go and develop your place. On one breath, they said it's not only the Igbos that their houses were destroyed. Have you had people making videos saying, okay, Urobo, go and develop your place. Ijo, take your this thing to Ijo land. Have you had it? Fulani, take your own. Since it's not only Igbos that were destroyed in Lagos. You see, when people want to be hypocritical, this is what they face. As far as I'm concerned, I'm only keeping quiet because Iwanyan has taken it up themselves, or Harez Igbo for the first time. They are conducting. Forget about somebody telling you. Even if I have documents, I can't bring it I can't bring it here to show you. If I
Destroy
have
their
documents
land.
to my house, it's been destroyed. I can never bring it here. Not to, if I even want to show, I can't bring it here to show anybody. You present it in court. They know what to do. By the way, this is Federal Housing Authority. It's not a Lagos State issue. It's federal. Why Lagos State is involved is the because of the election. Tinubu want to show Ndibo that he can deal with them. But we shall see how these things will end. As far as I'm concerned, since Iwanyan Ohaneze has taken it up themselves, that is the best thing they've ever done. And we will get to the root of it. There are senior advocates, there are lawyers, there are accountants, there are architects, there are engineers, surveyors, builders, civil engineers everywhere. People will know exactly what happened. All these things, people are just paid to come here and be collecting money. Then when they come here, they want to, if you ask them, what is your own stake inside? They will all tell you, I'm a Nigerian. Talking nonsense from anywhere. If you ask, you don't even know where they come from. So when the chips are down, the whole Igbo population, both home and they are abroad, are involved in this thing. So it's not going to go away. We will get to the bottom of it. This will either make Nigeria or break Nigeria, as far as I know. You can't demolish people's houses and then start to come and pay people to come on damage show one type of a video clip to justify it. They break law. You don't know who break law until the court says so. I can never say Olumide break law until the court condemns Olumide. That is when I will know Olumide break the law. So for somebody to come and then start to be a letter day, nonsense. When he talk, he just start to waffle, bamboozle people. You can't try it with us. People I know, ever since you when you spoke Ohaneze, that is when I started having feeling that yes, this thing is no longer a one-man show. It's no longer the people you demolish. All those people, when you told them, bring your documents to us. So they are looking into it, they are compiling it. Within a month or two, people will hear and we get to the bottom of it. What led to this thing? We either make or more Nigeria. You cannot tell me that I should be a Nigerian and you tell me where to only to step on and where not to step on. It can never happen. Chinese are building in Lagos. Have people told Chinese to go back and develop China? Lebanese are building in Lagos. Has people told Lebanese to go and build and develop Lebanese? What nonsense are people talking about? What nonsense are people talking about? Is it because of when it gets on the Igbo, everybody will now have an opinion to lord it over them and feel this thing? Just for the records, nobody can destroy the Igbos. We survive with 20 pounds. The hand of the giver must always be on top of the receiver. Today, Igbos are building industries in China to bring in goods to Nigeria. You can't. Just like the moon. The way the moon is, you can't cover the moon with your palm. There's no force on earth that can destroy the Igbo. At least in Nigeria, nobody. If you like try all that, you can't try. The Igbo are everywhere. For people like Bello that are condemning the Igbo, let me tell Bello that an Igbo man donated $1 million to College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. No human being has ever done it in Nigeria. An Igbo man
It's okay. Let others
donated
talk.
$1 million. So I'm coming. So it's for them to know, so that when they come here and be making noise, talk all this and talk with all their paid agents. When they come here, maybe they go and reinforce and they come and talk nonsense. You don't push Igbo man aside. Iwena has taken it upon himself, and we shall see where this thing will end and where it will lead us. It's not going to go away. So whoever is taking money to come and be a satellite, better go and reinforce. This is a long drawn battle. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I thank you very much.
All right.
People are making noise.
I'm not. How many? How long has the show been? 5 minutes, 5 hours. I mean, this is second time I've heard this spoken.
Yeah, there are people who are here to speak at all. But I will. There's something you were getting at, and I think I wanted you to say that because there is something that I think should be discussed. Go ahead.
I really think people really need to start. We need a greater insight into what is happening, and I really regret the way everything is ethnicized in Nigeria. Everything is tribalized, no matter whether it is or not. The moment it affects our people, we turn it to tribalism. But when it affects the other people, we want the rule of law. This thing has to stop. It really has to stop. It has to stop when we decide that it stops. I've said it before. If something is affecting my own people today, and it's because of the law breaking or something that needs to be straightened out, I will support for the law to be straightened out. You know why? Not because I hate my people, because I know it's better for them. It's better. You think you can worry about court case later, but when that canal is opened up, water is going to be flowing, people's houses are not going to get flooded. Let them go and have the argument in court. Focus on the people. People want us to just go to court and argue while houses get flooded every year, and then the businesses cannot stay in that area. You want something to build, but you want to destroy at the same time. I don't get this madness that we have. Hold on, let me finish my point. It's mad. It's a form of madness. Hold on, let me finish.
When you throw tear gas,
Forefathers, the problem
1
is you're
a.m.
not
in the night,
balancing the
you throw tear gas. Yeah, it's not for you. You
government
throw tear gas in somebody's house
approved
at
the
1
building
a.m.
over the canal? You are not
Why
balancing the
a.m.?
situation.
Why?
You are not. You are
Does
not.
government
You,
have
I
a
don't know
policy?
Why
why you
you put
lack
tear gas in
the
somebody's
bigger
house?
picture.
I
And let
beg.
me
So
share this
you
now.
see, the thing is that
Let,
the thing is
Because
that
that is just
CM,
where
CM,
we find
CM,
them.
control
for the
yourself,
first
CM.
time.
Can you
You
mute
control
from
yourself,
people who
CM.
are
Control
who
yourself,
is
CM.
unmuted?
CM, control yourself, please.
Control yourself. When
Uh,
people are talking, control yourself. Just control
and
yourself, please. Control yourself.
you are going to go backstage if you don't
I
stop
missed
Control
this.
speaking.
yourself.
In the last three weeks, I missed this.
No,
But
for what?
CM, you're
I,
going to end up backstage if you don't control yourself. Please control yourself. I allow you to talk.
I
Hold
beg,
on,
get out.
CM, hold on.
The moderator is Rudolph. The moderator is Rudolph, not you. I beg, get out. What do you think you are? Rudolph is the moderator until he goes. You are not.
I let
What
you
are you
talk.
talking
I
about?
respected you enough to let
Hold
you
on,
talk.
guys.
Sorry, can I just put in a word, please? Can I just put in a word?
I want Chim to speak first before
I
you.
wanted to share
Hey,
evidence.
throw me out.
Please,
Throw me 2 minutes.
AJ,
2 minutes.
please, AJ,
You
Biko,
can't
don't be
just stop me
offended,
from
please.
talking like
I
that.
was
So,
I was
Chim,
trying to
speak.
respond to
See, I wanted to
Forefather.
share evidence. I'm not finished talking. I wanted to share evidence of something.
I'll
But
come
you
back to
said
you.
you are
What
finished
is
now.
it?
I didn't interject. You said you are
Bring two of
finished.
you.
Is he going to talk forever? Is he
So
going to
what
talk
is
forever? Are you the
CM?
moderator? I beg, get out. You are not the
CM,
moderator until Rudolph goes. Then you can do
CM.
your worst. Nonsense. What rubbish is this? Where Rudolph?
I can't
Can I
mute
go
CM.
on?
Okay, all right. Okay, good. Chim, go ahead.
Okay, unfortunately, I think the forefathers has gone away, which is the thing so I struggle now to make a comment in his back
No,
behind
he's
him
here.
because I
He's
hate
here.
coming behind
He
him.
can hear you. He can hear you.
Okay. All right. So, number one, when we're trying to be, forefather is trying to project an image of an analytical and objective person. I have no problem with that. But in trying to be analytical and objective, you must be open-minded enough to want to hear what other people are saying. You can't drown yourself off and claim that you want to be analytical, but in true sense, you're actually being myopic and stage-jacketed in what you're trying to project. Bello came here. Everything Bello said may not be exactly wrong, but Bello spewed things that were very inaccurate and unfactual. Number one was the one you picked him on, which is on the issue of seaport. For anybody who has listened to me here, I've spoken about this seaport matter here severally. I may not have all the facts. I've said it that it's in the best interest of Lagos for other seaports to be open. Not everybody who lives in Lagos doing business wants to live in Lagos. Can we say that? I have Yoruba friends who live in Ibadan and work in Lagos. I have a friend who used to come to Lagos Monday morning, work. Last thing from the office, she picks up her items, heads back to Ibadan. And I asked her why. She said she cannot stand Lagos life. But she has to be working in Lagos because all the corporate jobs, the kind of things she wants to do are all in Lagos. It's the same way when it comes to these business opportunities. I've said it. People may not understand it. See, I've said Ojimnala Jiomwea. For those who understand that concept in Igbo, to go and interpret and know what it means. You can't shut down or make the other seaports in other parts of Nigeria. And it's not correct. Whoever told you that the seaports in other parts are working is not correct. Let them be at the same par with what is happening in Lagos. Don't say certain things can come to Lagos and so it can go to those places and everything can come to Lagos. Open up the space very well and let us see if everybody's going to rush to this Lagos. I have nothing against Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I went to school in Lagos. I lived in Lagos for all of my life before I left Nigeria. But the point remains that open up the space very well. We want to be a federal government, a federal nation. Let us practice this federalism properly. Give the other seaports the same leverage you have given Lagos, and let the person who wants to come and do his business in Lagos come and do it. The person who prefers to go and live in Warri, let him go and live in Warri. The one who wants to go and live in Port Harcourt, let him go and live in Port Harcourt. The one who feels Calabar is okay for him to do his business, same thing. And let us see, it will be healthy for Lagos. And then lastly, on this flooding thing that Forefather was trying to bring. So Lagos State government, all the flooding issues that happened as a result of Makoko have gone. We cannot clear that slum. Or should I go and mention the ones that happen because of people who live inside the Saleko? Have you gone to Saleko to go and see how people are living in a very dangerous way? And it is those places that caused it. I'm not saying if those places are ecologically hazardous, those properties shouldn't go. That's not what I'm saying. My point, and the point many people who have come here to make, is simple. There is a chain process. It's an ecosystem. Somebody sold the land, somebody took money, somebody did an approval. How could you have ignored all of these processes and you went straight only for those
who built the property and destroyed it. I don't understand it. There is no, I don't think even in that UK where you live, that is where the British government is going. The British government will not come and just pull down in an illegal structure. There will be an inquiry. They will follow a process, and I can bet you, if the director, in fact, if the secretary, which is like the minister, is responsible for any of those failings, the person is going to go in for it, because you cannot infract the law and then you just excuse all the people who have done it, and the government has been benefiting. Somebody rightly said here, how could you have approved you're collecting tenement rate, collecting revenue from it, and it didn't occur to you to say, hold on. This money coming in is coming in from a land that where nobody should have built any property. Why are we collecting money for that? Nobody has asked that question. You're declaring revenue, budget, based on the money you're collecting from those places, and nobody's seen anything wrong in it. Listen, we need to be, let's be this, you say you want to be objective, be thoroughly objective. Let your objectivity be so seen by everybody that nobody can fault you. But right now, forefathers, you're not being objective. It seems as if sometimes you just pick here, and then you just throw. No. You can't do that. And I disagree with you. That's not the way life works. If you want to be objective, let it be so clear that nobody can even say forefathers went wrong in this matter. So this is so flooding thing the guy brought here, as far as I'm concerned, is a ruse. It was just a convenient he threw in to make it look as if he was trying to be objective. I have lived in a flooded property. I can't start telling my entire history. I have lived in a wire. If you know, I have lived very close to that Makoko. I have lived in a one room where it was flooded. Many of us didn't fall from heaven. We know what is going on. Has Lagos State government taking time to clear some of the things that it needs to clear to make Lagos safe for people? Listen, like I said, it's a very touchy matter. I would have avoided coming into it because there is no win-win in this matter. I can't say anything and my Igbo-ness will not be found guilty in it. That's the truth. But like I keep saying, for me, I'm looking at the process. If the government does the right thing, nobody's going to fault them. You can't keep putting yourself in a tough, difficult situation to explain yourself. You do the wrong thing and then you come to try. People will read meanings. We are human beings. We are going to read meanings rightfully or wrongly. But the point is, have you done the right thing? And in my own estimation, this Lagos State government or the federal government or whoever is responsible for this has not done the right thing. That's my point.
All right, thank you, Chim. Let me say this before we continue. I'll come to Heme, and he's been quiet and I need to hear from him. Let me say this: it's good to always let people speak, and I hope that people will have the opportunity to go back and listen to themselves and hear certain things they say. It helps, and I think it will help us to understand that sometimes we say certain things that, if you look back at them, you may think that you should have said it different. Let me come to you. I'll go back. Forefathers will come back to you. Maybe tomorrow, Forefathers, you can be a guest. I really want to talk to. I want to process certain things. There's something new, because when Bello said that if they give seaports to Igbo people, in seaports in the southeast, in the south, that they will bring in arms. It really touched me. I wouldn't think that if the federal government will set up a seaport because it's in the south, then we don't have confidence that they will now bring in arms.
Can you imagine?
Hold on.
Can you imagine?
In Lagos, arms are coming in, and it's Lagos.
You see,
that is a ridiculous suggestion.
Hold on. People say things.
This is what I want to react. This is what I want to react to. And then this is what I want to react to. And those that feel that they are holier than thou, they will now come here and be making noise. Just imagine. And we continue, Rudolph.
Yeah, same.
Sure, we need let you host.
One of the things
One
of the things I like about this opportunity that we have to air our views is that we also have opportunity to look back at things we said. And when you allow people to say this, maybe I've never had something like that. It wouldn't have crossed my mind that if there's a seaport in the north, that they will use it to bring arms. So if that is the thinking, I don't know how many people are thinking that way. Maybe that's why they are not doing certain things they should be doing to make life easy. So I don't know, but it's good that we.
Rodo, can I just say that for somebody like me, I'm a Yoruba
Bello said
Nation
he's
proponent.
happy.
You understand? I'm a Yoruba Nation proponent, and then when I hear something like this coming from one Nigeria proponent, I'm flabbergasted that you see what they've had all along is nothing but falsehood. There's no one country. This is what we're telling them. Write a constitution that
Yes,
everyone will respect.
yes.
Let's have one country. When you begin to suppress a people's progress because of because you want to share in their resources, you don't want them to have control of their destiny, and you want to hold them down by all means on their own God-given land. This is just crazy.
Imagine.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yoruba person,
So,
and I'm disgusted by
so
what Bello just said.
can I make my comment?
No, no,
Sorry, hold on, sir. Hold on.
hold on.
Just no, no, just 1 minute, sir. Just 1
Okay,
minute.
1 minute.
I'm actually dwelling on your thoughts. On the thoughts you just projected from that fellow guy. Now, we from the east, we have confidence that the open border so porous in Nigeria up north, arms are not coming. So we have confidence in that, right? But they don't have confidence that if we have a seaport, arms will not come in. But have confidence.
All right. The gods have stopped
He did not
speaking.
say. He did not say arms. He said.
Dr. Shim, Dr.
He
Shim
said.
said Bello is
He said.
ignorant before.
Go
Dr.
ahead.
He said.
Shim said Bello
He
is
said
ignorant, and he
weapons of
further
mass.
displayed his ignorance when he was speaking. So
All
that's
right.
it.
Yes.
Let's hear someone who has been quiet and calmly listening. Go ahead, Ehemi. I hope I'm pronouncing it well.
Yeah, Amy. That's
Amy.
good everybody, and it's nice again to come to the platform to discuss and deliberate on national issues. And uh, but I think something's really piqued my curiosity, and that's why I had to join because uh, and I think I would like to start on the issue of this Lagos house demolition of a thing. Um, I think maybe people have not been they've not shown empathy enough for this set of people who lost properties. And I guess that is where a lot of people are aggrieved on. And I understand this grievance from the Igbo ethnic group that if you are aggrieved, yes, you have the right to be. Have you been cheated? Maybe as a collective, I won't say no, but perhaps that is how life is. Life is not even fair. But I believe that as a collective, one way or the other, you as a group, you have been playing the game well. And that is why you've been prospering even within the system. So for those whose properties have been demolished, I empathize with this set of people. And I blame the government for what they've done. No matter how right they are still wrong. The fact is that before these buildings were, even before a single stone was set in place, they wouldn't have said they didn't know that was going to happen. So for that, I blame them 100% because it shows that they don't care about the prosperity of their citizens and residents of that state. That's just it. And maybe there are also some nuanced decision in between. Perhaps they want to also, they maybe, because when I try to look at it critically, I want to ask the question, okay, is it because they don't care? That could be one of the reasons. Another reason could also be that perhaps they just want to have a hold on certain set of people so that if there is a need to punish, perhaps for political gains, they can, as well do that. Maybe that's also part of the reasons. But still, as a government, they must fight for their citizens. They must look for the prosperity of their citizens. And that also means that if they say don't build here, then they should make sure that nobody sets a stone on that particular place. Not that you fold your hands, you know that some people are within the system conniving with others to illegally allow these properties to stand. And then you even profit from these properties, and eventually you now say that, oh, there's a reason to politically make a score point, then you punish this set of people. That I do not agree with, and I will never agree with that. So, to the government, I said no. But let me now come to the Igbos as well, because you two, you're not, don't think I will leave you. You're also guilty in this game. That's the truth. And one of this is that if you want, it's easy to be the victim and to play the victim card, but try and switch your position also in order to understand other people's views. There was this guy that came. You might say, oh, he didn't have a point or something, but he gave a personal reason why he was happy. He might have chosen his words wrongly, but I won't blame him anyway. As humans, we can as well do that. But we should try and see behind, we should try and see deeper than what he said. He made this valid case that there are certain times that flood have also affected certain set of people. And with this, I don't think we should also just wave it as if, oh, it doesn't matter. I expected you, at least this set of intelligent people on this platform, to also show a level of empathy, to understand where it's coming from, before you now have to now make your point clear that, oh, yes, in fact, truly, properties could have also been damaged because of flooding, and we all know that is true. So some people could have, they have valid reasons to feel like, these things have to be done. And you can imagine if you have one person with such a mind, then you know that we have a lot of people with such a mind. So I expect you to also understand and not just blame him as if he is not sympathetic to your situation. So that is it. That is just one aspect of it. Then secondly, please, I know this one Nigeria, we all believe. I used to also believe it. But as I continue to grow up, I understand that just like water, water has three states. Water can be solid, it can be liquid, or it can be gas. It is the condition that will determine what water will be at a particular point in time. So is it with the oneness of this nation. At a point, we are one. When we are playing football, nobody cares if it is Mikel Obi that scores the goal, or it is Umaru Musa, or it is Tijani Babangida, or it is Taye Taiwo, or it is Victor Osimhen. Nobody cares who scores. It is one Nigeria that scores at that point. And under certain conditions, one Nigeria is non-negotiable because we all benefit from it. We all share in that glory. And also under certain conditions as well, there is nothing like one Nigeria. We must say the fact. And it will be imprudent upon us. It will be imprudent upon us to think one Nigeria has to stand one Nigeria all the time. Because the nation that we have now and the set of leaders that we have had so far, they have categorically shown that even in the next 10, 20 years, if we don't make decisions to change the set of people we put in there and to have a rejig of our national orientation, we'll continue to be in the same system. And under that condition, one Nigeria at a certain point will continue to not hold. So if you, as a set of people, are fighting for one particular one Nigeria, I would think maybe there is a gain in it for you as well. That is the point. So it's either that you fight for one Nigeria as a point, yes, but also, please, I'm not saying go and develop yourselves, or who doesn't know that the Igbos don't have development and they are not capable of course, you are capable of doing that. But one thing is certain in unity. For you to negotiate unity, sometimes you must negotiate your respect and your differences. If you don't emphasize on your differences first, you can't negotiate unity. So ensure that your differences are known. If the Yoruba says this is how we want to do it, no problem then. If you want to do businesses in Lagos, please, I will advise, don't build houses in Lagos. It's not necessary. Let alone spending 200 million to build your house. And I know sometimes you want to feel like, an Igbo man, we always want to make sure that he's comfortable. Come. Now, that's the point. You just have to readjust as well. And follow the climb. If this climb says this is how they want it, no problem. So be it. Do your business and go your way. That is the point. Because in that situation, there's nothing like one Nigeria. Even as a Yoruba man, there's nothing like one Yoruba man. Under certain conditions, you are one. Under another condition, I can tell you, an Ogun man will tell you, no, you are not sufficient. An Ekiti man will tell you, no. You get the point. Even Lagosians are suffering from what is happening in Lagos sometimes. So this is not unique to Lagos.
But you don't understand. You see,
Yeah.
one Nigeria is fake. One Nigeria is not real. What is between Igbos and Nigeria is not real. I'm saying it too. One Nigeria is not real. What is between Igbos?
Who is speaking?
Some this Igbo.
Me.
Let me see Igbo.
Igbo, no, that's not how we work now. You can't just come in and start speaking. We don't. Welcome, but no.
Okay.
EJ, go ahead.
To ask the last speaker, much as you have made a lot of good points. I once lodged in a hotel in Lagos called Water Edge, Waterfront, by the glass building that belongs to a bank. Water Edge. I don't know if you remember. Any of you remember it? And in the morning, the Atlantic had come to the edge of that hotel. We woke up seeing that whole place flooded. I was so afraid because you see, I'm an Igbo man. I don't have anything to do with water.
That's an Ahmad Bello way.
Thank you. Now, have those places been demolished because it's keep flooding? In fact, the receptionist told us, "Oga, don't worry. Why are you panicking? This will happen every time." I had to check out, and when I woke up, I carried my things. I quickly ran away because I don't know where the water will come back and carry the whole house. She was showing me, look at that mighty bank. It's standing there. Water not going to carry it. Have those places been demolished?
Sorry, KJ, I'm not interrupting you.
What is not? What?
No, apologies. Rudolph, I dropped a couple of links in the private chat, which is evidence. So I want to leave now, but if you want to show people the evidence of what is really going on, you can show it. But I'll take my leave. Apologies, KJ.
All right, thank you. KJ, you continue. Let me just say why one man is here. Okay, he's gone. But the point, what he sent links, one is YouTube. I have to watch it before I show that. And the other one is Twitter link. And it was about, the first one was saying that demolition was taking place also in other places where Yoruba people live. I think that point has been made. Then there's another point that the second was the data that explains what is truly going on. I don't know what it is, but I'll find it and show. The point I think we are all missing is that it's not about. I think it's due process. It's not even about who is involved. It's not about, but from beginning to the end. I think we have to get to the point.
But why is it that it's only one tribe that keeps complaining about due process? Other people are getting affected too. 80% of the properties that were destroyed are Yorubas. Why is it only one tribe can complain about this constantly?
Forefathers. There's an easy answer.
That's not correct.
That's what they said. Professionals went and gathered the landlord's details.
That's not correct. You said you bounded a figure now. You said 80%. That's
Let me show you. It's in Punch. It's in Punch.
Hold on.
The question people should ask is, why are they not saying, Urobo, go and develop your place after they demolish your house in Lagos? Why is it only Igbo? Go home, go and develop your place. Why are they not saying Ijo? Since there are other people, why are they not saying
Hold on.
Who said that?
I think I actually know what the problem is. Maybe I'm getting it now. Okay, this is the problem. Because people are picking, it's something that in the danger with a single story. Chimamanda says something about where you start the story is very important. So what CM is saying now, just let's pick up on what he's saying now and what Forefathers is saying. CM is saying that because Igbo people are complaining, some people are saying to Igbo people, go back home if you are not happy with what's happening to you in Lagos. Okay? That's speaking the story from one end. And Forefathers is saying, why is it only Igbo people that are complaining? That's speaking it from another end. The truth is that this should not be happening.
At all.
To anybody.
Simple. Or it should be happening and we should, because flooding is happening.
Forefathers, hold on. It shouldn't be happening. And where do you start the story? You start the story from the fundamental, which is what? The government. People don't go and start building houses anywhere. You start with the government.
So you want to start with the government while houses get flooded and we keep criticizing the government.
Hold on.
Why?
Bello says something that is important. He said that sometimes people bribe government officials to look away, or people go to court and make sure the case will stay in court for years. Right?
Exactly.
So it's possible. It's possible. But
and you want government to be doing that. Why houses get flooded?
Forefathers, hold on. So if you are government, forefather, you are the government of Lagos State. And this is what is going on. People are holding up the case in court. People are bribing your people to keep the building on in these places.
Yes.
What do? Do you go to destroy the houses?
Remove the houses, yes.
No.
Because that's what you do. Because people's houses will get flooded.
Is that the first place to start?
Nobody cares about the victims. All you care about the people that are corrupt.
Forefathers, that's what you do. Because you're not following you.
I care about the innocent people that are doing the right thing. You are supporting the ones that are the criminals. And you want us to spend more time on criminals when people that are doing the right thing, the houses are getting flooded.
It is you that is supporting the criminals, not me.
That the houses are getting flooded.
It is you that support the criminals, not me. Rudolph, this is my point. No, Rudolph, this is my point. I need to be heard. I need to be heard. People say that not only Igbo people's houses are destroyed. I agree. Every ethnic group is destroyed. My question is, why is it that only Igbos are told, even all over the Twitter, go home, go and develop your place? If Ijoman's house is demolished, why is Ijos not being told, go and develop Ijo land? Why is Urobo not being told, go and develop Urobo land? Why is Igbira not being told? Since everybody is destroyed. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
CM, I have a question for you. Why is that it is the Igbos that are, because go and look at the majority of the complaints,
should not be removed.
And it has been taken like
okay, but you have to do this thing.
Rudolph, too many rowdy noises. I want to hear what Ehime is saying. I can't hear. What I want to say is this. You see, like let's take example of the man who was the leader of those who built house in Festac, who was on TV. His house is actually about 2-story building. And if I still remember how houses are built in Nigeria, if you are going to build more than 1 story or going to build at least a story building, it takes you almost a equivalent of 1 to 3 months for your decking to solidify before you start adding up. Now, through that process, from the beginning of the building to the roofing to the putting every other thing that is, the dressing and all, completion of everything, no time did the government remember that place was not supposed to be habitable and go and bring it down at that time, or tell him that you are building on the wrong, or take him to court. What we are trying to say is there is due process for everything. If you consider your people in Nigeria citizens, a citizen has a right. A citizen is the one who puts you in the government office in which you are working. You don't become master over that citizen. Once a citizen elects you, you don't become master. You are supposed to be serving the people of Nigeria. You're not now Lord and master over them so that you wake up one day, just make a statement, and then the things just start happening because you are in authority. You see, I mean, and I had to say, long time ago when we were talking about this during, the days of PDP, where, Binaya was a civil rights activist. That's how it started. Okay, and we're saying these things people are doing are not going to. He didn't believe it, but a man called Yahya Bello have brought him to his knees, made him, taken off. In fact, just made him rubbish. Okay, you see, this is how it works. What goes around comes around. You said that you accept it today, but tomorrow the boomerang will come to you, and now he's the one suffering it. Do you think that he couldn't have won the governorship of Kogi State? No, that's not true. You and I know he'll win, but where is he? Where is he? So this is what we're talking about. It's not about our people. And of course, look, as an Igbo man, and I am proud to say that I am Igbo, and I know there's nothing about it, and I have no apology. Okay? If you don't want Igbo to be in Lagos, it's simple. What is our basis for our unity? That's what we're asking. Let's sit down and discuss it. You say, okay, we don't want you. If you go to live Igbo land, don't build a house anywhere. We can also decide to live like the Fulanis. We'll go there, we'll make baja. Okay, those people now condemning and talking about the Igbo, if not because of the commerce the Igbos brought to Lagos, will Lagos be the way it is? Let us face fact. Let us face fact. Okay, the first
it's not
millionaire
only
that we in Lagos
it's
is
not
an Igbo man.
it's
So
not only commerce. Igbo built schools in Lagos. Igbo man built schools in Lagos. Lagos City College hereby was built by Ndi Igbo, and it's not property of Lagos State. Ndi Igbo built schools in Lagos. There are a lot of things. If you want me to enumerate them, why some people cannot even contribute? Nobody, no, some ethnic group cannot contribute even to the development of Igbo land. But Igbo built school in Lagos, built in Port Harcourt, Editonia High School. Go and check. Owned by
See,
Onyeko Onwenu's father. I want somebody to prove me
Igbos
wrong.
are doing
And then,
business. This is
and then,
business.
and then,
So
and then, and then, no, no, I'm coming.
This is
It's
business.
not only
You
business
just make it look like you are
because when
doing
they say
favor.
business is
business brings progress. Business brings progress.
Because the land
there are a lot
The
of
reason why you and I are not in Zamfara is because there's no business there. If Igbos went to Zamfara today and put up business, Zamfara become something. So it's
And
business
then go to
that brings
Zamfara and put on the
development.
business.
So don't
Let the
discountenance
people accept you
that
there.
we are in Lagos.
What are
We
you
can
saying
even
now? No.
Can you imagine?
When you brag and
Everybody
always
just
bring perspective to it, some people also received you. This is a
they
land that also accepted you.
That's
So it's not
why
that maybe you
personally,
think that you are. No.
That's why
Some,
personally I was not interested in this conversation. You see why? Because it can boil over into emotions, and we lose ration and lose focus. Personally, my view. Let me re-emphasize my view. I am not in support of people building properties in environmentally unfriendly spots. Period. What I am saying is the process. Listen, last week I got 2 parking tickets. I'm not happy about it because with this economic situation, I mean, you know now, okay, Rudolph, you live in Ajegule, as somebody said, just rightly said. You know what it is when you live in Ajegule and you have to pay ticket. But guess what? I intentionally parked in those places because I was rushing for a meeting. I had no choice. I was just hoping that before the ticketing officer will come, I'll be done with my business, take my car, and go away. Unfortunately for me, the man came before I was there and gave me a ticket. I went and I have paid it. What I'm saying is this: there was a no parking in that spot. Clearly, I saw it. Everywhere there is development, I live in the Western world. We all live in the Western world. Nobody wakes up and goes and starts building properties anyhow. You can't do it. And that's why we're saying Nigeria needs to change. Because you know what? When government has good policies, it encourages good behavior. Why we are seeing some of the bad behaviors in our nation is because government is doing things that is encouraging bad behavior. For instance, I mean, it was Paul that said it, and I will rest on this. People have moved away. Do you know? I don't know the equivalent of the tax office in Canada. I don't know where it is. I pay my tax. They have every year I file my tax. If I'm owing them, they will send me a slip to go and pay it into the bank. If they are going to refund me and if I overpay tax, they send me my money into my account. I don't know where CRA, what in America you call IRS, IR, whatever. I don't know their office. Same thing with a lot of things. We don't know their offices. From the comfort of our computers, we apply. This whole having human beings come in contact with officials in government, it fuels corruption. It fuels corruption. So any government that genuinely wants to make progress needs to begin to look for a way to remove this human-to-human contact so that people will do what they need to do and get their dues. Even students know what we're talking about. You don't need anybody to tell you whether you qualify. You go online, you apply, there are processes, they'll write you back to say you qualify, you don't qualify. If you qualify, this is how the disbursement is going to be made. Nobody's going to ask you, PAMSEC has not moved your file, give me 2 naira, give me 2 kobo. These are the things that are making people to break those laws. And if Lagos State government, if the federal government, any level of government wants to make progress, we need to start moving forward to encourage our people to do good behavior.
Can I talk to him? Can I just quickly say that? Just one more. I just want to make a point to rebuttal. Emmy. So what we are saying is that the optics.
Olumide, borrow me your time, please. You know, I've been on and off
just
because of the network.
optics
Please.
looks very bad
At
You
least,
understand?
please.
If today one government official lost their job or they were sanctioned because somebody granted approval, everybody will keep quiet. You know. But this, some people feel they are being targeted. And Chin, because you are here, you're a fellow Canadian. In the GTA, when the mayor of Toronto was forced to resign because she had an affair with a member, a lady in the office. Did you know that after this guy resigned, they brought it out into the open. This guy resigned as per Oyibo Palava. Do you know what they did? There's an office of ethics back there in Toronto. They investigate. It wasn't done. Oh, they said they investigated the mayor's office to making sure that during the period that this guy was there and was working with this lady, she didn't enjoy any benefits. She didn't get any government money from the relationship, or she didn't get any favors. They cleared him, they investigated it, everything before they cleared him and said, okay, fine. Otherwise, if this guy had, as the way they do in our own world, had given favor or influence to that lady because of that office, this guy would have been prosecuted for fraud. You guys are just jokers back home, all of you. Jokers. Shit country.
All right, thank you, Olumide. And let me go to Ton. Ton, welcome. Unmute yourself, Ton. I can see
I have. Okay.
Henry, you're entertaining. Go ahead, Ton.
Okay. Yes. The point I forgot to make when I spoke earlier, I had to go backstage. It just came back to me. By the way, forefathers, well done for your analysis earlier, your first submission. See, I'm one guy that, and then also Chim, welcome. Long time no see. Hope you're good. Right. We just wallow in emotions. Emotion does not hold water. Because they say the truth is so bitter, and when the truth comes to you, it will piss you off before it sets you free. That's what the good book says. And if you can allow the truth to come through to you and all that, it will piss you off. Nobody likes the truth. Nobody likes to be told the truth. We have our egos and all that. And my brother CM, calm down, man. Just calm down. I know where you're coming from, but this is not just about an Igbo issue. This is about the Lagos state government. Now, have they done the right thing? I would say absolutely 150% yes. Have they gone about it the right way? I would say no. Let me give you an example. I've got a place in Lagos off Body Thomas, just less than 10 minutes walk to Fashola's house. Now, there's a house between my house and Fashola's house. The the space between the boys' quarter and the main house is less than 6 feet. Who signed for it? Who approved that? Surely money have exchanged hands. And all this Igbo thing that we are ranting and ranting and ranting, a lot of Igbo people have houses in Aguda, in Sulere. Have they gone there to pull it down? And we are ranting about Igbos and Igbos. It's not just Igbo property. Let us start doing the right thing. Yes, if we're criticizing the government that there should have been a due process in going about this demolition, yes, maybe it's something that we have a discussion. We can discuss about that. But it's not. Listen, let's be factual. It's not Igbo,
So,
or
so,
it's not anything about
so,
Igbo. People bribe. Listen,
Tom,
I know
please.
my people. Wait. Let me finish, please. I'll lose my thoughts. I know my people. My people, my Igbo people, they will bribe for anything because they believe that money talks most of the time. They will bribe to do to make
Don't be sell
illegality
out here. Don't
legal.
try to be sell out here.
I'm not being a sellout. I'm talking from my experience. I don't care who's all is God in this place. I don't care. You can call me fake Igbo, whatever you want to call me. That is your bloody business. But what I'm trying to say is, if you've done the right thing and you built your place that is not, and I'm surprised somebody here was saying that he lives in the United States of America and saying that shouldn't the government have found a way of diverting the water? What kind of ignorance? What kind of school did you go to? That they should divert the water and all that just because. See, listen, Nigeria is one place. If you have to rule Nigeria, you have to be punitive. You have to have iron hands.
Okay, Tone, I think we lost you. What is going
No,
on?
he was muted. I think you muted yourself by accident.
Okay,
I think you were too close to your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that, guys, let's not drift into a race thing, a racial thing, and all that. It's not about Igbo or Yoruba. Let us look critically. Why did they happen? Who are the people that signed the papers? How did they come about signing the papers? Let us. This is the people that we should be attacking, not ourselves, not telling ourselves to shut up or where are you from, whether forefathers is an Ijo or whether is from anywhere and all that. That is not relevant in this issue. Please, that's just my please. And it touches my heart that people lost money. I mean, it's not a joke that you erected a structure for about 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, and they come in the night or whenever or whatever time of the day and they put it down. It's not easy. But if this sort of punitive measures, in fact, my town, my own ancestral town, Onitsha, I believe a lot of property needs to be pulled down as well. Because there's no
Tone, let me ask you. If you were to be the local government chairman in Onitsha and you have that power and that right, how will you proceed? How will you do that to pull down?
I will investigate who signed those papers that gave the green light, and they're going to jail. They are going to get. They're going to go to jail, and they will lose
What
their
about
job.
Lagos?
That's why
Why
I
they
will
don't do
stand
that?
with.
Why they don't do that in Lagos?
All right, thank you.
That's what I'm saying, Henry. Henry, that's what I'm saying. That we should not be attacking ourselves. The people we should be attacking is Sonolu and his lieutenants and all that. I just cited an example of a place near Fashola's house, so the ex-governor of Lagos State. I'm sure he passes through that place and all that, and they are just throw away their eyes. So that's the thing. There's a lot of illegality going on.
Thank you, Tom. Because I always want to expand the conversation. Today it might be about land, it might be about but the other issues, it's all the same thing. Until we decide that we have to follow due process everywhere, on everything, irrespective of where, then we will have this problem. We keep discussing the aspect, but not the story. And not from the someone
Yeah,
is.
but the due process is to remove the obstructing
Excuse me.
structure first. And in Western
My
society,
right to
that's what they would do here.
my right to reply now.
Let me talk.
My
I've
right
been
to
on the back
reply,
page.
please.
Please.
My right to reply because somebody came and then take on me. Please, my right to reply. Please, that is how it should
Dr.
be done.
Rudolph, I have been here for a
That is
long
my right
time
to
now.
reply.
Dr.
My right
Rudolph
to
is
reply.
not fair.
Please.
I've been here for a
Somebody
long
came
time.
in and then
Please.
take on me.
Okay, CM, you will speak, but not now. Just give us 1 minute. Let me CM, you
You see,
speak
when I
now.
forgot what the person said, oh God.
It must not be that important then.
Yeah, write it down. You remember. We'll get to you because there are people who have not said anything. And
let me speak now.
I have not you, Henry. You just came.
Because
Righteous man.
people came in to bash me. That's how people
Rudolph,
come in
good
here.
evening.
They came in with me just to bash me. Then I won't reply.
CM, hold on, please.
I call
Rudolph, good evening.
Righteous man. Yeah, go ahead.
Rudolph, yeah, good evening and welcome back. You are really shining. It's like you ate okra soup and vegetable. I was wishing to host you so that you can pass some of these bad roads that we have been passing and you see how we are sweating. I've been in traffic for more than 3 hours. I was following you guys, while I was driving until I came back home. It's not easy. Thank God for Johnny Mercies. We really miss you. Welcome back. Okay. But I'm happy that you are shining. You can see the fresh African oil on your face. Yeah. Chin, I asked of you last time, and I really miss you. How is Canada and how is the code there?
My Oga went on leave, so I decided to go and rest before he comes back.
Okay. Tone, Forefather, Olumide, AY, everybody, I greet you. And see the other guy on Barrett. Good evening from here, Lagos. You see, this issue, why I want to contribute my quota towards what we're discussing is because I am involved. And virtually all of you that are speaking, you are not in this industry. You may have been a house owner, but you're not a professional in building development or the management of real estate in Lagos, which I am into for almost 20 years. So when I listen to you guys speak, I just laugh. Some speaks out of emotion, some speaks out of concern, some speaks out of to score a political point, some speaks so that they will be heard that they have spoken. But you cannot defend what you have said. Whatever Lagos State is dishing out is an information to save face, and that is not real. I'm into real estate business for 18 years, going to 20. I am an estate developer. I construct, I build, I manage houses in Lagos and outside Lagos. Then I am in a better position to tell the panelists what is actually going on in Lagos State, so that we will not become unnecessary enemies. And let's know the truth and face it as it is. Because if you don't know the truth, you'll be beating about the bush. Okay? Now, let's start this way. The history of Lagos. Lagos was a colony. Lagos was the Federal Capital Territory, which means it was immediately Abuja, the military shifted the seat of power to Abuja, that Lagos becomes what we call a Yoruba land. Abuja now you cannot say is Hausa land. That is the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, which houses every citizen and indigenous of this country and foreigners alike. We have to get that correct. Prior to this time, that place that is being destroyed now, listen, 600 buildings, 600 buildings. Out of this 600, 597 is owned by the Igbos. 597 is owned by the Igbos. The other 3 is owned by Edos. Quote me. Quote me. Now, God so much helped me that I did not fall to that trap, because one of my friends, I nearly bought 2 plots of land for him there. In fact, we succeeded in buying it, and later on he resold it and made his money and left. You know, that is the place that is being destroyed now. That place is a land that federal government took during Gowon regime. It is not owned by the Lagos State. And Lagos State has no right to destroy any building on federal properties or federal land unless they receive the go-ahead from the federal government. And the reason why those places have not been touched since is because the man who is now the president of Nigeria had no say at that time. Now that he has say, he has every power to ask for the destruction of those properties. Now, if anybody tells you, quote me, put me online so that everybody will hear me. If anybody tells you that a property developer in Lagos did not get documents before you begin to build, that person is a liar and he is an agent of the devil. You can't dig a foundation in Lagos without obtaining local government and state government approval. Never. Not this time we are in. not this time. And every land in Lagos had been numbered since 1999 when Asuwaju was the governor of Lagos State. There is no land in Lagos, whether habited or uninhabited, that is not computerized. And every year, you pay tenement rate for that house or for the empty land. In fact, it will get to a stage, as they wrote us, if you did not develop your land, the government will take over it because it's a waste of economy. It is not yielding any profit to the government. So if any person is telling you that they didn't get paper, if you have paper, bring it. That person is mischievous. Now, somebody have gone to court. That guy that they destroy his building that worth 200 million, he has gone to court. There is court injunction now, stopping Lagos State from carrying further destruction of those properties. Which document did they tender to the court that enabled the court to stop the destruction of those properties? Do you think that somebody will go to court and file an injunction without evidences? They have evidences. They tendered document. Court looked at it and said, no, this cannot continue, and they stopped the destruction. Now, in every street in Lagos, there is government informant. That informant reports to the local government. When the local government is briefed with the information of development, they write Alausa. While you are building, no matter how remote the area is, reduce this thing. No matter how remote the area is, you will see you will get a letter from Alausa. They will serve you from Alausa. Number one, the material you use in building, you must have paid and it had been tested and proved okay. The cement, the block, the sand, the iron. I am telling you, you pay. So somebody cannot spend 200 million to erect a building and he will not pay maybe 500,000 to get this document. Who told you that? Is this something that logically you can phantom somebody to spend 200 million, then he cannot pay 500,000 for a test of material?
This righteous man.
Are you getting
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. I just want to add
Let
something now.
him finish.
See, you are not the one
Let him
letting
finish.
him for himself.
Let him finish, man.
Let me
Let him
finish.
finish.
Let me finish.
What sort of nonsense
I've not
is
been
this?
talking.
Allow him to finish.
So this is what is
somebody
happening.
should stop being useless.
The last politics, the last election, February 25 election, is the problem we're facing now. Now, as a developer, as a builder, if I use my name to pursue governor's consent in Lagos, my file will be there for donkey years and nobody will respond to it. So what do? I have to use a Yoruba colleague who is into the same business for him to push my document. And in 2 months, 3 months time, I've gotten my governor's consent. But if you go with your Igbo name, it will not be given to you. You will pay all the necessary fees. Your file will dump there. When you go to the secretariat to ask, they tell you, Oga that will sign it is not around. He traveled abroad. He went on vacation. Will you fight anybody in the office? That is the injustice we are fighting and we are facing in Lagos. If you want us to be called Nigerians, give us that right of citizenship. You can't tell me I'm a citizen of Nigeria and you deny me my right as a citizen. An Igbo man is a theoretical Nigerian. He's not a practical Nigerian. He's not Nigeria in practice because what gives him the right to be called a Nigerian, he doesn't have it and he can never get it. Those who are Nigerians are the Yorubas and the Hausas and Fulanis. Even the South, they treat them as Igbos if you don't know. If you don't know, they treat you as Igbos. And when it comes to documents, they don't know you as Ovie. They know you as Omoibo. That's what we're facing in Lagos. My house was destroyed. I think I've shared it here. My house was sharing a fence with one of the elders of Afenifere. I don't want to mention his name. When they came to construct a drainage, The surveyor told me that my land is about 20 feet outside where the construction will. That this man's land and house fell into the place. But because it's a Yoruba man and it's a Afenifere chieftain, they avoided his house, shifted the goalpost, and got my building. I mean, my own house destroyed. And somebody is telling me that he built on canal. In fact, before you buy land, you have to go to Alausa to verify if it is government acquired or not. So this is the industry we are in. We are being cheated. I am not happy. It's my brother's properties that are destroyed. Billions of naira destroyed. Billions of naira destroyed. Government of Nigeria have never helped us before. After the war, how much did they give us? And today, what we labored and sweated to build, my sweat, I never made cover. The house I built there, I didn't get the money from Nigeria. And after I must have built, you went and pulled it down because I'm an Igbo man. And you think I will be happy? If you want us to go, allow us to go. There is no bad thing of going. Even if we are only one state, we can form our own country. I have told people, I'm a proud. Listen to me. I have said it in this platform. Okay, I am an Igbo man. I'm a proud Igbo man. When I die, I reincarnate again. I will be an Igbo man. Very proud, because I know if I'm not an Igbo man, I will not be alive to do what I'm doing today. I'm just telling you, because the war, my father told me before he died, he said, don't invest outside Igbo land, because he lost 2 buildings in Port Harcourt called abandoned property. Okay, but I have to get a place for me to live. And that was why I bought that land, invested there, and it was destroyed. Today, I live in a rented house. I live in a rented house. But this is a guy that I've sweated and have his own, just because I'm an Igbo. The another person's land was spared for my own to go. Look at billions of nairas being destroyed in Alaba International. We are talking of the Festac extension. How about Alaba International? How about satellite? Do you know that Igbos have lost all the whole properties they have in satellite? Government have taken over. They have first Alaba now. Now it's Festac. So they don't want us. And they early will realize this, that the rest of the Nigerian people that are politicians don't want Igbo man to be part of this country. They're better for us. Have you heard them say the robots should go and develop their land, or the Fulani should go and develop their area? Why must they tell Igbo man, hey, you can leave Lagos? Leave Lagos for who? Lagos was Federal Capital Territory. We developed Lagos. My money partly developed Lagos. My uncle's money developed Lagos. My brothers developed Lagos. Do you know how much I pay as tax in Lagos State? And you are telling me I can leave and go to the east and develop? That's rubbish. That's uncivilized way of telling me I am sorry for what you have done.
Thank you. Our people are mad.
Let me talk now, please. Hold on. Let me see where we're going. Henry, I'll come to you, but not yet. The priest of peace.
I'm going to bed now. It's getting late here.
Thank you, Nado, everybody, forefathers, MC. I've had all your postulations, everything. You see, I have always said it in this platform, and anytime I come to this platform, I will continue to say it. Every abnormality is normal in Nigeria. Nobody gets sense. Everybody now colo mental for Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. Going by what is going on, see, my people say, if you're an Igbo man, you will understand. It is only when it happens to an Igbo man they will tell us to go home. But the politician will not allow the Igbos to go home. You see, if Nigerian system, because this is all about the Nigerian system, it is not about Igbo man, Yoruba man, whatever. It is about the system. The Nigerian people, we are not angry enough. You see, we come to Dr. Damage's platform, we will just talk. But we are not professing solution to Nigerian issue. We are just bouncing upon each other. What is the solution?
Give us solution now.
The solution is complete restructuring. You will ask me, how would this happen? To be honest, so I don't know, but I would say, from my own opinion, is it possible? Yes. On the other hand, it might seem impossible. It might seem impossible, but it's possible, because if there is will, what is happening in Nigeria, in Lagos, shouldn't be happening to the Igbos. The other guy from Onitsha, I heard what was. I grew up in Onitsha. Fege brought up now where I grew up. My papa get house for Onitsha. Me, I get one too. My father was a lieutenant in the Biafran army during the war. That I'm saying this in passing. And righteous man said something exactly what my father said. Said, I will say it in an Igbo adage. If you marry outside your tradition, you sold your soul. You have sold your soul entirely. Listen, see here, Rudolph and everybody here. Make we begin to talk to ginger people back home to stand up and take back their country. That is my own. Oh, we need to take that country back and make it what it should be for our posterity. For our children and great grandchildren, for next generation. If we are here and we are ranting, talking, see, I'm talking about Ohaneze. Forget Ohaneze. If Ohaneze is what they're doing what they're supposed to do, Alibo should not be on fire. If Ohaneze is up to the after the war, what happened? They say, Ibri Bendu, Ebisanda, Mariha Gemechi. That is the problem of an Igbo man. It is time, not only Igbos, every ethnic nationality. The last time, before the death of Obadiah Malafia, we were talking about how to make Nigeria great. I was in that platform. Every meaningful Nigerian were there. We were talking, and we said, let's shut this country down for a minute. We can shut this country down, no. We can shut Nigeria down so that the politicians will stand up a little bit. They are just, look at what they are doing now. 150 million for a car. Oh my God. God help us. You see, what else can we say? It is time when we come to this platform, we will tell Nigerians, they are listening. We will tell them what they need to hear. I am sorry about a righteous man losing his house. It's not his fault. But because you know somebody that knows somebody, then you pass. It is time that bias should go. Everything needs to be on merit. If I merit them, good. If I don't merit them, throw me to the dustbin of history. We need, Rudolph, posterity will remember you. If we begin to come to this platform and say, Nigerians, let us rise up. It is time to take back our country, and this crooked politician that the people love, this crooked politician in a different way, it should stop. And these things happening completely be thrown away. Thank you so much. I'm angry, but you know, let's have it that way. Thank you so much.
All right. So let me say something about righteous man and the comments I'm seeing from different people. I don't think that righteous man will make up a story and come out and tell that story. And it doesn't matter to me. I believe there will be there must be somebody who had his papers that would be a victim of this process. Okay, I don't know how many it would be, but I don't think all these people didn't have any documents to support that. So sometimes it bothers me that people will just stay where they are and think that, you know, somebody just, all these things are stories by people that if you understand how Nigeria works, you know that all these things are possible. Anybody can be a victim of that system. But I'll leave it to righteous man. If you want, because I really want to make sure that if you have documents about your house and the incident, if you can send it to me, I'm not sharing it with public. I can talk about that. But I'm just saying, despite the fact that I said
Dr.
this,
Rudolph.
hold on.
Dr. Rudolph.
Hold on.
My lawyer. Hold on. My lawyer wrote to Lagos State government. I personally went with my lawyer to Alausa to deliver the letter to the Directorate of Drainages in Lagos State during Fashola regime. Are you getting me? And they said nothing will be done, that the government have decided that that is where the drainage will pass. And they have the house, it has to go down.
But they have to compensate you.
Will I fight the government?
Did you get any compensation?
If you want the photograph, I can send it to you.
About compensation.
Compensation next?
There was nothing. A dime was not given to me. A dime was not given to me. They destroyed the land.
You mean you built your house legally? You mean you built your house legally?
What year was this?
You say what?
What year was this?
During Fashola time, Fashola regime.
Okay.
Forefather say you didn't build it legally. Did you build it legally?
I was asking whether he built it legally.
That's the question I asked him now. He's telling you legally. You are still asking him that question.
Stop. Let me speak for myself, please. I was asking. You built your house legally, and the government came, destroyed it. They didn't compensate you.
Forefather.
Yes.
The houses they are destroying now, they claim that they built it on the wrong site, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about the one you are referring to. You built it legally.
Am I correct?
And they came and destroyed it. They didn't compensate you. It's a very straightforward.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. My house was legally built.
It's a question. Answer him. That's
Before I bought the land, listen to me. Before I bought the land, I personally went to Alausa, then pay money, and they brought the chart. I want to be sure that that land is not government acquired and there is no future infrastructure that will pass through that place. I mean myself. I didn't say I sent somebody. I went to Alausa, and that time the director that was in charge, his name is Shangowawa. You can Google it, Shangowawa. I met him in person and pay. They charted it and showed me that land was not government acquired and there is no future government infrastructure in that area. So it was free. And then I have to pay. I bought it from a woman whose child was trying to travel to Italy and she had no money. So she has to sell that land. That was how I bought it.
So
okay.
And
I started developing
any documentary evidence that
when I started developing
it. You see, the thing with Nigeria is that we don't operate. Did they give you document to show that the land is free for you to buy?
Who is asking me that question?
No, I'm the one asking whether they gave you the evidence. I mean evidence, because when people say you say you saw something, the courts don't care about that. They want to see evidence that you have evidence that this land is free.
Forefather, it is a business that I'm into. Let me educate you. If you want to buy land in
Rudolph,
Lagos,
it's not in my
the
turn
first
yet.
thing you go, you will go to Alausa to find out if that.
All right, righteous man.
Land is free government acquisition. Has bought before, whether it has a C of O or governor's consent in another person's name. When these things are cleared and you are sure that you are dealing with the original owner, then you can effect payment. Government is not going to give you any letter to tell you that that land is free. You have to go to Alausa to find it out yourself.
Okay. If that's the normal process and you bought it legally, they destroy the property, they are meant to compensate you. Period. That's how it's supposed to be.
All right. So why
For example, if you are buying a land, if you are buying a land from through me today, the first thing I will do is to find out if that land you are buying is free from government acquisition. Once it's free from government acquisition, and I find out that it doesn't have a C of O or governor's consent or deed of conveyance in another person's name, if the title of ownership is original and genuine, then I will tell you, send your money and pay. The land is genuine. That is just it. So government is not going to write a letter and send to you and say, go and pay. The land is genuine. No. And to start with, who are those who are selling the land? Are they not Yoruba selling the land? Is it Igbo man that comes to Lagos to sell land? It's still the indigenous of the land that sells this land.
You're wrong. It's the Oba of Benin that is selling the land.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, guys. Thank you, righteous man. This is what I like when we hear from people who have understanding. I also, when I went to Lagos, I listened to a lot of people who were victims and who got letters already written to them about their land, and they were worried. And when forefathers were saying something about compensation, I know people who have gone through things in Nigeria and they were not compensated. It's easy for us to stay in the Western world and think that all these things happen where we come from. They don't happen. Nobody will listen to you. And until you become a victim, you won't know that the Nigerian.
Who says I've not been a victim?
I didn't say you are not. I don't know you well. I don't know whether you are.
Nigeria happens to everybody. Yeah. Let's see, you can't escape it.
I wouldn't even suggest that somebody will be compensated in Nigeria. Yeah.
Nobody can escape the chaos in Nigeria.
After Henry, AY. Henry, go ahead.
Rudolph, first of all, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
One of your hosts there, what they call the forefathers, where is he from Nigeria? Where is he from?
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
I have told you. I've said it earlier. My tribe is Nigerian tribe.
Yeah, because
did you just join us? Pansat tried that it didn't work out well.
No, for my time, I'm serious because every time he come in to attack other tribe,
I'm not attacking.
You're insensitive.
Maybe that's what I need to be.
Yeah, no. You're not a human. Then
Harry. No, because you have to strike a balance. The people are the victims. You have to worry about.
It's a balance issue.
Harry, please.
Maybe.
Harry, please, just a minute, because thank God you said it. It is forefather that called a Biafra scientist. He called them Boko Haram. He called them Al Qaeda. Here, it's on record. He called them Al Qaeda.
Seriously?
Simply because, I beg, get out. What do you mean by seriously? Because I quoted because I brought up
Edwin
Clark.
We're very nice yesterday, so you're just so angry.
I beg, please. It's okay. Because I said I read the biography of Edwin Clark. Edwin Clark was the former minister. Edwin Clark was the former minister for information under Gowon. Edwin Clark said Edo man Ogbemudia suggested at the cabinet that since we fought with these Biafrans and look at their scientific exploits, is it not better for us now to take all these their scientists, put them in the business of science and technology, and use them as the base for Nigeria to launch into scientific advancement? He said that was opportunity missed. Because of that, they have to topple Gowon. Edwin Clark, minister, wrote this in his biography. What forefather said was, of course now, they are right. How can you fight with Boko Haram and you want to put them in your army? If America fight with Al Qaeda, how can they be part of Al Qaeda? This is how Igbophobic he is. But he'll be laughing. That's why when you ask him where he's from, he will say no. The question I wanted to ask.
Eh?
I beg you.
How
All father
Tinubu
is
go
Igbo.
Eh? How
Yeah,
Tinubu
forget it. We know ourselves. Forget that anybody can claim anything. Anybody can. What I'm trying to tell you.
See, let me
So
talk now.
when
Let me
when
talk.
so
I'll
when
go
you
to
are
bed
saying
now.
this
It's
thing,
getting late here.
Henry, your time is about to finish up. Okay, go ahead. Sim, finish up. Sim, finish up.
okay, see, okay, yeah. So now the question I wanted to ask, but Rudolph, sometimes when somebody take on me, you allow me to reply the person why he's here. The question I wanted to ask to a righteous man because he's left, how will he feel that in this day and age, somebody is saying, Bello came here to say, last week he said he was happy that destroying Igbo properties. This week he said why they shouldn't have a seaport in the east is because if there is seaport there, they will use it to import weapons of mass destruction. Have you heard about that before? And we are one Nigeria. Have you heard about it? This is somebody's thinking. And when we react
Yeah,
to
it's one
something like
person's
that,
opinion.
people will say you are too emotional. Then Tone came here to tell me calm down, calm down. Didn't he listen to it? If we have a seaport in the east, we use it to import arms. What stops me? We are born scientists. What stops people at Yoka to manufacture arms? Did we import the one we used in Biafran War? We manufactured it ourselves. That's why they closed down the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Nigeria, and Sokati today. It's not in session. Just Google it. Nsukka has no Department of Chemical Engineering because of that. So what are they talking about? Look, whether Nigeria like it or not, Rudolph, let us talk about the second topic about Nnamdi Kanu. Ndi Igbo, we
I
are
mean,
going home,
no,
whether
no,
you
no,
like
no.
it or
Good
not.
dog. No, let me finish. Let me finish.
All right,
I'm not finished yet.
Henry, your time is up. Let's go to AY.
Mhm.
I'm just kidding. Henry, finish.
No.
I want your life tomorrow.
Henry, finish. Let Henry finish. Henry, finish. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, everybody's speaking on AY today.
Yeah, I was saying these things because I was asking this question because I'm a proud Benin man, and I remember Benin. When I die, I come back to this world again. I'll be a Benin.
You are Team Biafra now. You are Team
Because
Biafra.
we are authentic. We Benis are authentic. We welcome everybody in our state. I have a problem. The Yoruba sell this land to the people there. I don't care if it's Igbo or their tribe. They sold this land to them. Before they start building these buildings, they have permission from the state government. None of you here who standing here against this, supporting this havoc the government is doing in that state, that they don't know what was going on before they build these buildings. Maybe some are illegal, but some have the document. You not tell me those estates they have there, they don't have some document, or the government don't know this. It's only in Nigeria, who is a zoo, that government will destroy your complete buildings without compensation. Before they build this building to this level, living there for many years, the government could not come there to say, you know what, we want to use this place is illegal. If it's illegal, or maybe they have to pay for this. If not disturbing the erosion or the drainage, the government should find a way to make sure they pay fine for all these things. Or if they want to take this house from them, compensate them, at least something. You don't destroy houses like that. I mean, none of you here who is here now talking like this is easy. They will do something like this to you, to your generation. You will be happy. Some people will come and start bragging. I built house very close to this, close to that. So a bunch of crap. Righteous Paul was saying what they did to him. Some of you here will not believe what he was saying. Only it's inhuman or sensible person cannot believe what he's saying. Except Nigeria happened to you, that you will believe. I'm a pure Benin. I'm not against any tribe, but it's written in that Lagos there. The sickness they have there is this tribal bigot they have there. 98% of them are tribalist. Even your so-called president, ended president wife, said it about. I guess you see this video one time. The wife said before the election, You know, when tools come here to try to play like a pure, not pure straight Igbo man, it's all bunch of crap. I'm straightforward. I was born in Lagos. Yeah, my father was working with federal government of Lagos before he came back to Benin, University of Lagos. So when somebody tries to come here to be like, try to say I'm not biased, it's all bullshit. Say it as it is, straightforward. I'm authentic. I'm straightforward. I don't come here to make friends. If you like what I've said, take it. But it's not right. It's not right. They destroy people's property. People died. They sweat for this money to build the houses, buildings. They destroy it. And some people will say it's all is illegal. You cannot tell me all of them are illegal. We should be sensitive enough. We should be human enough. It's only a beast on heartless people who say what the government is doing is right. If they did something wrong, fine. Destroy the building. Say this building they are using. They do it in Germany too. Some parts where they say they have erosion. They destroy the building. They compensate them. They have to compensate these people. They are human. For God's sake, don't come here and start behaving like you're not the Igbo. But they hate the Igbos. The Yorubas, they hate the Igbos. Period. Don't try to come here and start playing this. I'm a pure Igbo. You're not Igbo. You're a sellout Igbo. Some of you who's talking about like if you are Igbo. You're not. I'm a pure Benin. And I stand for the truth. If you don't like me, I'm transformer.
All right. Thank you, Henry. We go to AY. AY, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Rodolfo. My 20 minutes start now. So, good evening, everyone. Interesting topic. Controversial too. So, the thing is, I think it's just unfortunate. Like every topic we're discussing now, we reduce it to tribe. This is really a serious problem. It is a serious problem. Rudolph, you are a journalist. People like you can actually help us out. Because for me, I'm very concerned about the information I consume. I know you are not in Lagos, you're not in Nigeria. Hopefully you can get like a what's it called? A reliable journalist that can give us some information, clarification on this issue. For example, Forefather said 80% are not Igbo. CM, another person said something. No, Righteous Man said 90-something% are Igbos. Let's confirm this information before we kind of like make our conclusion. And the other thing is, I have two rhetorical questions. The first one is, you see, government have destroyed houses, good, but who sold the land? Who gave permit and approval for these buildings? So if government want to be fair to everybody, as I'm speaking, I don't care who this is affecting. If the building are held by Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, that's not my issue right now. But no matter who holds the building, who holds the property that was destroyed, if they bought the land legally, that's the first thing. House building is a process. Who gave permit and approval? So if government want to do justice, the people need to see the government going after these people, not only destroy people land, houses. Government should go after them, bring them to book. Let people see you are doing something about this thing. Now, those people that are saying if you build a house and they can allow the house to stay, no. If the house is illegal, you build it on the canal, it is better for the safety of everybody for that house to go down. But now, if that person actually passed through the right channel to get approval for all this stuff, the government should pay for those buildings. It doesn't matter who is involved. This issue we discuss, like, I don't know the details. That's why I'm just speaking on the surface. Because to be honest, you can't tell any Nigerian not to build anywhere. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter. In Nigeria is in Nigeria. We can build anywhere in Nigeria as long as it pass through the right channel. Of course, even if we want to build in our state, we still have to pass through the right channel. But I think the focus is we need to see the government doing what is right. Yeah, if the properties were acquired illegally, the permits were not approvals, and you build on these channels, yeah, then the house can go down. But if actually they have approvals, the government must pay for it. The civil society, anybody, any pressure group can put pressure on the government to make sure they pay for this property. This is, I don't want to talk too much. This is my own position. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Did anybody here, I was thinking, do you think if the government has been paying compensation for certain things, that they will be eager to destroy things, or that they will ignore when people are doing something wrong? You see, that's part of the things we have not thought about.
Yeah, I think Chim said something. When this structure, when they started building this, taking the foundation, there are people that monitor these buildings. At that point, you can easily say, no, what you do is wrong. You can't build here. Who gave you permit? You can stop the building immediately. So you can't allow somebody to spend millions of naira to erect a building. Is then you will come back and say, you know what, this house is on the wrong way, it's going down. That's a problem. I mean, it's still people work hard for this money, right? You know, some of them maybe that's the only property they have.
Look, AY, but sometimes both sides are aware. The one person will come and say, "Don't build this property here." Then the other one will say, "Let me settle you." They will settle each other. You know how Nigerians roll. They're both aware that what they are doing is not acceptable. And when the time comes for somebody to do the right thing, they will try to bribe that person until one person decides to follow through. And when that person decides to follow through, you get this type of situation. I personally, it's a very, very straightforward matter. You said it yourself. If they got the property legally, they will be compensated. I don't believe that in Nigeria that case will not go away. People will complain and complain. And remember, if you're talking about compensation, how about people that are getting flooded? You can also argue that they too should be compensated, because those people that built those houses there cause them damage annually. Lives, some of them, they actually lose lives. But nobody seems to be talking about victims here. All they talk about is the one that lost their property doing illegal things.
In general, to be honest, building on a canal on a wrong way is very dangerous. To be honest, water, you gotta let water flow. You gotta let building the wrong way is very, very dangerous. It causes actually a bigger harm in the future. It's so easy for us to build and say, "Oh, relax on it." Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, I'm conscious there are some people who have come in like electricity, but I need to go. Just a quick comment and then I leave. When you see this issue of flooding, let's get things in perspective. A lot of things can cause flooding. Flooding is not necessarily an outcome of canals being blocked. Maybe that is the easiest excuses governments in Nigeria, I won't even say Africa, constantly keep using. In 2013 in Calgary here, there was a city-wide flooding. For anybody who has visited Calgary, Calgary is one of the most developed and as in most well laid out cities in North America. But there was a flood even to downtown. And these are
Chim,
not,
I was there. I was an eyewitness.
Thank you. It was not because anybody blocked any canal. In fact, that is the base on which, Justin Trudeau now is busy with all this carbon tax and all this carbon talk that Canada is carrying on his head, like, it's the biggest deal in the world. While I am not I'm not a climate change denier, I'm just simply trying to say, I grew up in Lagos at a time where some of those locations where they are destroying today were not in existence. I saw flooding on Ahmadu Bello Way, NTA, owned by federal government, Central Bank, Minting and Press on that same road, flooding for several years. It wasn't
So
because anybody
are you
blocked the
arguing
canal.
that they chose to create the canal for no reason? If somebody blocks
No,
a
no,
gutter,
hold on.
there's definitely
Moving
going to be
somewhere.
flooding.
Can I finish? Please, can I finish?
You're trying
My
to argue
point
that
is,
something else.
please, you don't know what I am. You're not in my mind. So please, when I'm not trying to sing my song. When people are talking, I try to give them the distance to speak. Let me finish. What I'm saying is this. I don't want us to keep dwelling on this whole canal, and I'm not saying let me caveat openly. I've said it here. If there is no reason anybody should build on, note my word, environmentally dangerous or unfriendly spots. I have said it. Mine is clear. I'm pained that this thing is becoming an ethnic thing. I'm Igbo. Like I said at the beginning, it's a very sensitive touch. It does sometimes people who may misunderstand you. I can bear with government, but my view has been, and AY has said that many people have said it here. There is a process. Those houses are not popcorn. They are not mushrooms. They didn't just sprout from oblivion. Somebody said that land was okay. And you see, this whole trying to tell me that, our people, please, that's lame. Government is not one man. Government is not even the person who signs that document. There are many people. And like Righteous Man rightly said, government has their eyes and ears. Omonile, some of the Omonile people are even government agents. So if government says don't build in a place, and somebody has gone through the back channels, which I do not deny happens, and gets a permit, the moment that thing starts rising up, many people in that department will get to hear it. And 2 or 3 people should be able to call a meeting and say, come, why is so-and-so person building in so-and-so place? What has happened? But that tells you that it's a systemic thing. It's not a one-man thing. The government has been collecting official rates and official taxes and official whatever you want to call them for those places. I've been saying this. Nobody seems to be wearing. Government has been making revenue from that place. So if the government is germane and genuine and says, oh, let's even give government the benefit of doubt, and I want to give them the benefit of that, and says, you know what, we didn't know before that place was a dangerous place to build, and we permitted it. We will need to bring down those buildings. Because we have collected money. Listen, there are moral issues involved. I'm a spiritual person. I don't want to start raising this into a spiritual. Nigeria is covered in spiritual illegality. Maybe that's what is making Nigeria drunk and running around in circles. People are denied every day with impunity. Government officially denies people, and we think Nigeria will work. People are crying, and I'm a spiritual person. People's cries are going to heaven, and you think you want to progress. How are you going to do that? How are you going to accomplish that? So Nigeria is bedeviled with a lot of things. We need to start correcting a lot of mistakes. And I will end by saying, if government was germane and genuine, you would say to yourself, okay, maybe we've collected taxes illegally. We didn't know, we didn't do our ecological. People make mistakes. Even here in the Western world, governments pass decisions and rescind them. Nobody's above the law. Say, oh, we didn't know, our scientists or our whatever you call them made a wrong judgment. There should be no properties built in that place. We're going to refund all of you your money. We may not be able to negotiate with them if you cannot give them the right value for that. But you let it be seen that you are being human enough to say, okay, your house is worth 600 million, but what we can give you is 300, what we can give you is 400, whatever it is, and let people move on. But to just wake up, as if people just woke from nowhere, march from nowhere, enter the parcel of land and build properties and live there for 7 years, 6 years, and you just woke up and realized there were illegalities. Please, this is 2023. Nobody is dumb. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. In fact, I hate saying this word, only in Nigeria will that kind of thing happen. Only in that place called Nigeria. That will somebody wake up and say, oh, no department is one man. There are several people who work in that place. So even if somebody is bribing, how many people is he going to bribe? What it means is that the government, even the governor got his own bribe too. Is that it? Because tell me, how will somebody build a property and we just wake up in 2023 and say, oh, there's an illegality, and just pull it down? So all I wanted to end is saying, we keep going on and on. Maybe I'm also guilty, but we need to start realizing that it is the law that makes any society work. How to strengthen that law is part of this whole demolition thing. Let's start thinking of doing things properly. I said earlier on, human to human contact has been reduced in a lot of government interactions all over the world. It's only in Nigeria we're still having that 100% human to human contact, and it fuels corruption. It fuels corruption. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much. And let's hear from electricity. KJ, I see you, but let's go ahead. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Let me say good evening to everyone, the panelists and those in the comment section. I'm going to pick up from what AY said. I'm also going to touch on slightly on what Chim said. I'll start with Chim. He said it's how to strengthen the law, which I agree with you on that. But starting it with demolition of the houses, that's where I disagree with you.
No. I didn't say demolition. I'm not in support of demolition. Maybe you got me wrong. Please.
Okay, maybe I got you wrong there. So I stand to be corrected. Also, I'll go to AY. AY said something very important, which I'm going to buttress. We criticize our leaders for using tribe to play on us, and we dance around it. And we equally come here also and do the same thing. And I think it made a special appeal to Rudolph to see how that can be addressed or eradicated, because people are watching, and we are supposed to be an example or educate and enlighten people who are watching. But when we start to play tribe with certain things, it hasn't gotten us anywhere. Now, I think, in my own view, what the word we are looking for is matters should be investigated. And everybody is guilty, the seller, the buyer, and the government, in issues when it comes to land in Nigeria. It doesn't matter where it's being sold or bought from, because the issue that is happening in Lagos is equally happening everywhere. If the government, the institutions, like what Jim rightly said, the institutions are functioning very well, we will not have these issues going on. And if the matters are actually also investigated by the government, then we will know who is guilty, who is at fault. Is it the buyer? Is it the seller? Is it the housing authority? Then that is how we will now start to strengthen the laws and our institution. It's a painful thing to demolish somebody's house because it's a hard-earned money they use in building that house. But we have to be surprisingly, nobody has ever, I don't know, I stand to be corrected. Lagos State has a very good planning development plan, which they don't follow, sadly, because of greed and because of if you go to some part of, I grew up in Lagos State, so if you go to some part of Victoria Island, the way it was, even mainland, the way it was planned, but unfortunately, because of greed, we went off that plan, and everybody started to build everywhere, and we now build on where waters are supposed to pass naturally, and we also don't. Our drainage system is also very, very bad. Out of indiscipline, we throw everything and anything inside the gutter. If I don't know if it happens, when it's raining, that's when you see people coming to pour their dirt inside the gutter so that the water will wash it away. To where? Where would the water wash it to? To heaven or to hell? It's going to block somewhere. And once it blocks that place, then it goes nowhere. But we must not reduce pain, anguish, and sufferings to tribe. That should be below us as far as I'm concerned, because we are all here from different tribes. So if something happened to CM today because it's an Igbo man, I will give him the finger to go to hell. Who cares about it? Or because Chim is somebody's. No, it's pain and mystery should not be reduced. We see what is going on in the country today. It's affecting everybody. We can pretend or we want to pretend, but it is affecting every one of us. So let's stop this. I don't know. I don't know if Rudolph can. When I'm moderating, you dare not come there and come and play tribe. It's a rule set there. Don't play tribe in my broadcasting. I set that rule. And if you don't like it, then you can stay where you are. Because if I'm in pain or KJ is in pain, I'm going to come out to help him regardless of where he's coming from. If his house is demolished, or we have to help each other. So let's stop this tribe thing. It hasn't taken us anywhere. And I think, Rudolph, I mean, I'm going to call on you on that as well, too, to say, listen, let's stop this tribe issue. It hasn't taken us anywhere at all. If not, we ain't going to be here if that's the case. To your turn to you, if that's what it's going to be like. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Electricity. Let's, who hasn't said anything? And do we see?
Yes, I've not spoken since over 2-3 hours now.
Okay.
Yeah, let me weigh in a little about this demolition issue. I'm taking it from the angle of those in charge of Lagos State and the man who is in charge at the federal level, who was once a Lagos State governor. Righteous Man said something that this land is a federal land and it has been there. You don't touch, the state government doesn't touch federal land, and the land was properly given out to those people. It was the Lagos State government couldn't go do what they wanted to do until now that their man is in charge. Unfortunately for them, majority of the owners, like Righteous Man, who is into that line of business, said are Igbo property owners. And they did this. And some of us are trying to say we shouldn't look at it from that angle. You can't beat a child and say the child shouldn't cry. It is clearly what it is. If people are saying they did it based on tribal, it's a tribal thing, that is what it is. Because if they are not being targeted, why should they go demolish the land? Okay, and if this land, as Righteous Man said, majority of them have papers, why can't the government follow the due process like we have been saying here? You don't just wake up one morning or one night and decide to demolish. You call them to a meeting. There should be a discussion. Them with their lawyers and attorneys. Everything will be ironed out. If the place really needs to go, compensation plans will be worked out and enough time given to them to relocate to that to somewhere else. We know how hard it is now. Some people have invested their lifelong savings to build this, and they feel that now they've had the place of their own. They no longer have any issue with landlord problem of being a tenant in future. But you have returned them basically to ground zero now with this thing they did. So it is the impunity and lack of respect to the rule of law that we have in our country that is playing out. Whenever I'm in charge, I'll say I can do whatever I like. I'm the law myself. That is what these people who are in charge do. Like I said, I have many people from the Southwest as my friend. I was born there. I was born in Lagos. I have that they are very nice people, but some of them, particularly those who are in charge now, they are bigots, and that is what they are displaying. Somebody who is a good leader will not descend this low to do this kind of thing. If they say the country belongs to all of us, why singling out a particular area? Lagos, we know it's a swampy area. It's like almost like partly water, partly land. That is not the only area we have these things like that. CM knows our area where we grew up in Ajegule. There are so many swampy areas there. In fact, one of those areas that they call Wema area in Ajegule, there is a bridge and there's a long canal that stretches from towards my two to along towards my two to somewhere that area. Some years back during Fashola's area, they drained those places and it's now a motorable area. It's not a motorable area. They can do it if they want to do it. But what I'm saying is you cannot just come and just decide to single out the people and do this. And this rumor has been going on shortly before, after the elections, that these people will come back. And we saw what they did, hunting people down. You don't come out to vote because you're from this place. It is what they did. It's clear. What I feel the people can do now, like, okay, somebody has gone to court, as Righteous Man said, and the court has given an injunction to stop it. And please let us take what Righteous Man said. If you say we don't believe it, many of us have friends and families in Lagos. We can call them and find out if what Righteous Man, who is there in Lagos, is saying is not true. So what I'm saying is, it's just a reckless way of showing power. Power should be used for the good of the people. People voted for you and they didn't vote for. It doesn't matter. Now that you are there, so they have said you are the one there now. Show that you love all Nigerians by being fair to everybody. Don't still show that you have hatred for a particular people or some people, that some people don't belong. If somebody comes in today and decide to do the right thing for everybody, this agitation for I want my own country or whatever, we begin to slow down. But as it is now, like I said earlier in my earlier remark, Nigeria, we don't have a true country. There is so much impunity in government. Somebody comes in, decides to do things the way he likes. Even some who are experts, who know that this thing is wrong, they'll keep quiet. They don't want to advise the man that this is not the way to go because they are afraid. How many of us are they going to kill if all of us come out and say this is wrong, this is wrong? Some of us will just behave like ostrich and keep our heads to the ground. It doesn't concern me. And that doesn't concern me is why the country is going down by the day. We need a total rejig of the system. The system,
All
like I
right.
said, the bottom line is for everybody to all ethnic nationalities to come down and sit there because everybody feels one pain or the other. But it seems that people from the south is my own part of people who complain more because we are both to talk. We don't see injustice and keep quiet. We are both to talk. Some of us. These things are not good.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, WC. I can see the night shift. They are coming in, and Buddy is here.
Okay, but put me on the backstage for now.
This guy is here. Huh? I want to hear from. Let me hear from Tone. Tone. Okay, Tone. Go ahead.
Sorry, when are we going to go to
Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, from last week, somebody has been putting me in the backstage while some people have not been reshoveled enough. So I think it's only fair. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying generally to people that have the access to whatever and all that. So if you're reshoveling, can we just make it fair? Okay. Thank you. What I just want to say is just an appeal. CM, I know you're very upset. Everyone is upset. Nobody is happy.
Please,
But let
leave
us wait.
CM alone. Say what you want to say. Leave me,
No, I'm
please.
just
Leave me out of your
okay.
discussion.
That's fine. I'm
You've
leaving
called
you
me
alone.
before.
Okay.
You've excuse me. You called me
okay.
before. I wanted to reply to you. Rudolph didn't allow me. Now you come in again. What did I do to you? Please leave me. What is
I
it?
withdraw.
Leave me out of your discussion. Please.
Okay. Apologies. I'll take
Yes,
it back.
withdraw forever. Withdraw.
Okay, I'll take it back.
And
Okay,
forever.
apologies. So what I'm just going to say, listen, guys. What I'm just going to say, Righteous Man. I don't know whether you're listening to this. Dr. Alexander have offered to look into this matter. I think he knows someone who's a Lausa. So if you can endeavor to get his contact and engage with him. So let's get to the bottom of this matter. There's no point us coming here and be spewing abuses and be throwing missiles across here and all that. Well, let's just look for a solution. What I'll still say, and I'll continue saying it, because somebody said I was bragging. If you're upset that I have a place in Lagos, that's your bloody funeral. That's your bloody business. You can go and hawk transformer. That's your business. Even Dr. Gomez even says he knows the building I'm referring to in Body Thomas. So what I'm still saying is there is some, listen, how can you compensate illegality? That is one thing that people are not talking about. And that is what forefathers is trying to say. When you've broken the law and all that, you will feel and this is not just about Igbos. There are Yoruba people's properties that has gone down. It's not anything about Igbos. Let us just get this out of our mind and we cannot go forward. Yeah? All the time we go on Igbos, Fulani. Not all Fulani people are bad. Let us start calling. After all, the Igbo people that are criminals, that are colluding with the other criminals, are we calling them out? Have we ever abused them and gone into their villages and attacked them? Masker here that is here, my brother Masker here that is he not a northerner? He comes here. Last week she made the statement that people should go back to Igbo land and start developing Igbo land. They all attacked her. But I knew where she was coming from. Is it a bad thing for you to say? I've always said this. Igbos go and develop the Eastern economy.
Doctor, can I speak, please?
Go and
No.
can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? It's my time. Thank you. So go and develop your own economy and all that. You know, you don't you just all this crying will not or saying free Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu cannot be freed just like that. You need listen. You need to be strategic, or rather, we need to be more strategic. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu is being held illegally. See, you can talk from now till tomorrow and all that. They are not going to release the man. They're not releasing the man. So what's the way forward?
All right. Thank you, Tone. We didn't even get to that topic. I have to go, but I want to hear some of my people here.
Body.
Yeah, Body is the next.
Yeah, Body has a lot of information. Let him speak.
You can't go until Masca.
I can't go until Masca. Yeah, even Aaron. Go ahead, Body.
Thank you, Doctor.
I've been trying to.
For clarity's sake, I think number one, you don't need chemical engineering department to develop a bomb. So chemical engineering is all about the process flow and process control. Get that right. You don't need chemical engineering department to develop a bomb. You have a physics department, you have a chemistry department, you have electrical, you have mechanical. So if you want to develop a bomb, that's good enough for you. So on the issue of the land, there are a lot of misconception, and I've been trying to follow the trend all through the week on Arise TV. I think this morning there's a guy from FHA. The land in particular that was actually causing issue now wasn't owned by Lagos State government. It was being demolished by a federal government agent. And it didn't just start today. It's been on for a while. They've been doing it all around the state. If you could remember, in the build up to 2019, you might laugh, KJ, you are a journalist. You go and verify. I challenge you. So, at the point in time, federal government in Nigeria don't hold the land anywhere. Government don't hold the land in Nigeria. This land was acquired from people. And this particular land they were talking about was acquired by federal government, was taken over from certain families. And this family went to court, challenging the federal government agent, that means Federal Housing Authority. In the process where this case was still pending in court, the family kept on selling the land. And at the point in time when judgment went in favor of the federal government took up their machinery to reclaim their lands. What we have to do more these days that we understand the way our society are because of the economic reason. People sell lands indiscriminately. And almost everybody is a victim in one way or the other, either in Lagos, either anywhere else. Go to Kano, go to Kaduna. When Erufai was there, was demolishing. The present governor of Kano State was demolishing land that was sold out by state government itself. Were they not Kano people? Are they Igbos? Because we have to be very careful the way we paint our narrative here. I remember at the point in time where I issued Apapa, somebody said Igbo containers were being seized. Are they only the Igbo that trade through Apapa? We have to be very careful. If you say you want Nigeria, and at one time, in another breath, you're saying you don't want Nigeria, you want war. You don't know where it's going to hit anybody. That's why we have to be very careful. And we don't know the future. So we have to be very careful with what we pay. We have to be factual as well. We should take our time to investigate issues. If you don't know anything about it, be silent. It's not by force we talk. It's not by force. So, because we just come here, we want to say stuff. Because there are certain people in that housing estate. One thing that took out of the point that the architect was saying this morning, they have almost 600 buildings in there. They were illegally erected. And the guy said they can't go in there and demolish all the building. They have to fight it. They have to work with them. But there are some that they could not allow. They can't close their eyes and allow those buildings to stand. Because there's a violation on the layout. And we want a very strong country, but we don't want the law to be implemented. I bet you here, if you drop a trash on the street, you will pay a fine of $250. That's how punitive it is. You know why? Because they know their people are crazy. The same way our people are crazy too. We know the process, the building process in Nigeria, and then we know how the show goes in Nigeria. Government do not have good number of agents, good number of staff that can start moving from local government to local government to start checking the level of development, whether you are in compliance or the other. Is whenever the government wakes up that they do whatever they want to do. All I want to advise in conclusion is that whatever you are doing, ensure that you are doing the right thing. Ensure that you have the right document. Ensure that you work with the right people. The same thing is going on in Abuja, whereby a lot of the CFO that were issued in the past were fake. And they took this CFO from government agents, from government people. Are they Igbos too? The same thing in other places. So let's be very careful. Like what Righteous Man was saying the other time that you have your way, you have your building on canal, and it was demolished because of canal, and then you have the CFO and the likes. If you could build house with 250 billion and challenge you, go to court and challenge that kind of demolition. If you have the right paper, sue the government, let them pay for that. So thank you.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Please, can I respond? There's important issue he mentioned. Let me correct it before everybody will think that statement is right.
All right, go ahead.
My brother Budi, as far as Lagos State is concerned, please carefully listen to me. This is a business I'm into. It's not issue of being tribal. Every street in Lagos, the government has informant. Quote me anywhere. You cannot dig a foundation today. By tomorrow, you did not receive paper from the local government or state government. As far as Lagos State is concerned, that's number one. Number two, I did not say my house was on canal. I said there was a canal to be constructed.
Okay.
My land was 20 feet off from the canal side. But because that canal, if it is constructed, it falls in somebody that is a VIP. They now shifted it because I met the surveyor. He told me that my land is 20 feet off from it. So where it fell into was a VIP personnel. They have to shift it to my side and not get my building destroyed. That's what I said. So please quote me rightly. So when we are talking about Kanu, it was politically motivated, and that is why the Kanu governor is paying for it now. The destructions he was carrying on was against his political opponent. Understand it. Nobody does destruction. You don't listen. You don't destroy people's houses. Okay, I want to ask you a question. Since the issue of this political dispensation, democracy, how many buildings have the government erected for low-income earners in Lagos that the citizens can pay 500,000 naira and own a property like that during Jakonde regime?
That does, yeah.
The houses, hold on. The houses Lagos State have developed.
That's what they call
Listen,
homes.
the houses Lagos State has built. Yeah. A poor man, a salary earner that only depend on his salary can never afford it until he die.
Yeah, but that,
I know many places.
In the same vein, that does not make you to violate the law because government is not building small houses. Does not make
okay, who violated the law? How do you prove it? It is the court. It is the court of law that says somebody has violated the law or not. This is a federal government. This is a federal government. My brother, listen. My brother, listen. My brother, listen. That land, Festac extension, is owned by the federal government, and that land was not gotten from families. It was taken 1977 during Obasanjo regime. If you don't know it is the federal. Every land in Nigeria is owned by the government. There is no individual that owns the land.
What point is
every land in Nigeria is owned by the federal government.
All right. So thank you. Maska, you're next.
That one. I thought I would. Okay, well, let me.
Yeah, that one. You guys go.
It's in London, man.
At least I'm very happy that I've made a good friend and a brother. Now KJ is my brother, so at least I feel I've achieved something. All right, good evening, everybody. I think Righteous Man, I need to correct you on a couple of things. Okay, The reality also is that, yes, you might be in that business, but you need to also go and do a lot of enlightenment for yourself. You talk about federal
How?
government owning land. There is no, within the constitution in Nigeria, federal government cannot own land. The only land that federal government can own is a land that has been designated as a mineral-rich land. But I don't want to join people on issues. The reality is that we talk about things on emotional basis. I don't know anything about these houses they are destroying, but what I can tell my Igbo brothers is that the reality in Nigeria is that we have a government that I can't find even the word to describe. They will see the wrong thing going. And I'll give you a very simple example. A policeman would himself cover a no U-turn sign. It is when you take the U-turn, the man will remove it and arrest you.
Exactly.
Yes, whether it's a Hausa man or a Yoruba man. Of course, if it's a Hausa man and he arrested me, a Hausa man, chances are that also, given the way the country is, if I speak Hausa to him, he will hiss because his money lost. Because somehow, I mean, there will be some sort of sympathy. And if it's an Igbo man that arrests an Igbo man, there will be some sort of lenient. So we should understand.
No sympathy. They know they give us sympathy. Forget that one.
But
Igbo man can never give Igbo man sympathy. Lie.
it's okay. It's so, but I am all I'm saying, all I'm appealing to my brothers, okay, is that let's sit back a little bit, understand what is really going on. First, this is what happens with our government. They do this all the time, and they do it to everybody. The houses that are destroyed in Kano, you may argue that it is political opponent, but was there no government? How come the houses were built first? Is it not the same? Are we saying that it's okay to destroy a political opponent house, but not okay to destroy Igbo people's house? Is that what we're saying on this platform? So let's be a bit more reticent when we speak. Let's not talk from the cuff of our lips. Let it be a little bit, you think about it a little bit before. Yes, I understand that in Nigeria, the truth is that we will not run away from it. We are tribalistic people. But getting deeper into tribalism is not what will solve the problem. Okay? I am a Hausa man. I was born in Plateau State. I grew up in Plateau State. KJ knows I was talking to you about Haipang and other places. But the truth is that I have to leave the state because the reality is that the indigenous people there are not happy with the Hausa people. And I can understand that because I believe in the Hausa people, they don't play their cards well. Okay? So I'm just saying that as a people, there's a saying in my place that somebody is maybe you have to help us, Mr. Rudolph.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing the noise. I was thinking it was coming from you.
No.
Most people here they are muted.
Well, it's okay now. I'm sure the person has muted, and thank him for muting also.
Okay.
So my singular point is very simple. See, it's not unusual in Nigeria for Nigerian government to allow a house to go up and subsequently turn around to come and destroy it. It's not unusual. So let's not be surprised. What I can tell you is that El-Rufai, when he was FCT minister, he destroyed a building belonging to Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. This is Nigerian government. Federal Ministry of Works and Housing has gone to erect an illegal structure. So I want us to be very clear about that. It's not a surprising thing in Nigeria. This is the Nigerian government, actually. And for me, that really is the issue. We live in a place where the person that is supposed to correct you is actually seeing you doing the wrong thing. He will wait until you enter inside before he comes back and do something very, very inhuman. Yes, maybe it's Igbo people now that are suffering, but I think this is what we should collectively talk about. We should not be allowing that to happen. Secondly, I think also that on this platform, even if the truth is that yes, we all have our own initial. If I come here and I start abusing Igbo people and start supporting Hausa people, nobody is going to be happy. I have my reasons why I can have some grudges against the Igbo people. I'm a human being. Even the Igbo people, they cannot claim to be perfect. But I'm saying that somebody said we are supposed to be examples. And when you are an example, I'll give you a typical example. One day, We were fighting. I think me, my brother, and some cousins. Our father came and started beating us. But the reality is that when we go to home and we start asking, but you know that this thing you are doing is not correct. He said, no, I'm an elder. Okay. I cannot be seen in public. Are you expecting me, your father, to remove shit and start joining you guys in the fight? Does it make sense? It doesn't. We really, whether we like it or not, we are the enlightened people of our society. We must take responsibility. And sometimes that means you have to deny yourself, especially the emotional aspect of your being. That's all I want to say. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. And one last, Aaron.
Well said, Masca.
Yeah.
Thank you. Even though I didn't want to come on Mr. Rudolph's show, I wanted to come after you are the master, but it's okay. What can we do?
Masca, I love this your cap or your hat.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's nice.
Hello, Rudolph, how many minutes do I have, please?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I thought it was 5 minutes. Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
5 minutes. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I joined because I don't want to call names because there was one particular statement somebody made. I think I don't want to mention them anyway. He talked about you don't want ethnicity. If he was the one anchoring the program, he would not want ethnicity to come in. First of all, I'm not from an Igbo. I'm not an Igbo man, but I understand exactly what is going on. I don't believe in graveyard peace. You see, sometimes in 2015, there was a leaked phone call conversation. I'm not going to call names because it was not confirmed, but nobody denied it. A lot was said in that 42 minutes phone conversation about what will happen to Igbo properties, especially in Lagos. It was said nobody came to deny that audio conversation. A lot of people who are coming here to talk about, oh, you build in the government this thing, do they think that we forgot that phone conversation? Two prominent people in this country were in that phone conversation. What was said in that phone conversation is presently what is manifesting right now. We are witness to the 2023 presidential election.
Exactly.
We saw
Sorry, which people? You have to name such names if you are
I'm not
making
going to
such
call
a
names.
big claim.
I'm not going to call names, but you know
I don't
exactly what I'm
know.
talking about.
I want to know. That's what I'm asking.
I'm going to help Rudolph's platform. That's why I'm not calling him.
Allow him to talk now. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him.
You forefathers
Look at this rubbish. Don't interrupt him. He doesn't want to name names. Don't interrupt him.
Dr. Rudolph,
what nonsense is this? I beg, speak up.
5
Speak up.
minutes. I don't think I have I don't think I've said anything wrong here now. Please tell forefathers to just stay calm when I'm talking because I have not made reference to him. I do not believe in coming to stand on the fence. You are neither hot, you are neither cold. You see truth, you'll be navigating it and be going here and go here. Say the truth. You are a man. Stand on the truth. When you see exactly what is going on, stand on it. The government saw a property. I see some of those properties. One column. I'm an engineer. One column on some of those properties that these excavators were bringing down is up to 1 million naira. You saw a beauty. There is the planning committee in the state. The federal government has all of these things. Who gave them the papers? Who gave them authorization to even first of all start building? Then the building got erected. People have been living in those houses in the middle of the night. You come and demolish it, and you are coming here to tell me that, oh, it is normal. You didn't build this thing. You didn't build the right of way. You didn't do this one. You didn't do this one. No. Some people said they got 1 hour. 1 hour to vacate their premises. We know what is going on. So let's not pretend about it. Don't tell me it's because they built on this thing. Those areas are Igbo-dominated neighborhood. Igbo-dominated area. So don't tell me that because they built on this thing that we know you in the election. Are you going to deny that what happened in the election didn't happen? Are you going to say that people were not denied voting rights because they came from Eastern Nigeria? Edo State inclusive. I'm from Edo State. So let nobody come and pretend here. Let's say the truth. The problem of Nigeria, we all know the problem of Nigeria. But the truth is this. The problem of Nigeria can only be solved by revolution. And that revolution will never happen. You know why? Because of tribalism. Because of tribalism. And these political elites knows that that problem can never be resolved because we will never be able to come together to solve the problem. Because when you want to come together, this person will say, oh, it's my brother, it's Tinubu that is there now. they will start to defend him. When somebody once said that even if Buhari, if a person from his side, northern Nigeria, eats somebody's leg, eat it, that is not going to criticize the person. Eat human being leg because it's from their region. That is the same problem. If a dog person is there, a dog people will protect it. So Nigeria is not one. We are forcing ourselves to be together. The tribalism will never allow the restructure of Nigeria, which will eventually make Nigeria a great country. We are only just wasting our time talking about it. For me, the solution to this problem, because I have told you the reason why, the only way Nigeria can be a good country, a progressive country, if we will restructure Nigeria. And the restructuring of Nigeria will never happen because certain people will never allow it to happen. Tribalism, specifically because of tribalism. And we can never move forward if we cannot agree. Some people will be thinking of different things, some people are thinking of progress, some people are thinking of completely different things. There is no way we can forge ahead and progress as a country. The only solution to the problem of Nigeria, I don't believe in just talking and talking and talking. What is the solution? Break it up. That's the only solution. We are not one. We are not one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that contribution.
You never reach my turn.
Now my turn now. My
No,
turn.
You never reach my turn.
Let me throw in as a little bit. Sorry.
You never reach my turn.
There have been requests that I should play.
Play this yes, play the Remi Tinubu video. First Lady of Nigeria. Play the video. And people will come here and be talking nonsense, evil-minded people. When you look at them, you think they are human beings. Play this video, let them see. They are coming here to
friend, stop
falsify
insulting
history.
people here. What's wrong with you, man? Control yourself. Stop insulting people.
I beg you, stop.
All right.
Did I call your name? Did I call your name?
Listen, you're an
You know
embarrassment.
the
You're
step.
an educated man. Stop giving.
Look,
calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. Calm down.
Listen. You are too
CM.
chameleonic to speak to me. You are too chameleonic. Simple.
What can I meet people
Play
now?
the video.
All right. So hold on, CM, everybody. I think there's certain things I'm learning as we do this, as we go along. I think it would be very helpful, if people come on the platform and air their view and leave, especially, by now, we know each other. Leave other people alone, air your view and say your point. And, that will help. I don't have any joy in shouting and trying to get people out from the platform. So that's one. The second thing I want to also say is that there's something that forefathers said now, there's no evidence. There's evidence for everything in Nigeria. But sometimes you can put it out in public for certain reasons. Okay. For instance, I've been getting requests to play the video of the incident, leaked audio between two people about what should happen to Igbo businesses and things like that. Because it wasn't confirmed, but it's not like we can say these are the voices of these people. I can play it here. We have a video of the current First Lady where she was talking about, but that was an old video, but it's there. So you can find evidence to support most things in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a perfect country. There are a lot of things that are not right about that country. And I hope that we'll get to the point where we will have to insist that we do the right thing, irrespective of who and where. That's the only thing that will save us. If we want to wait until it touches us and we want the right thing, the people who will feel that when it was their turn, the right thing was not done, will be watching you and maybe laughing, saying that it's good that this is happening to you, until it turns around and it happens to them. So that's what I hope we will get to, that point where we do things differently and where we don't have to wait until something happens. Okay, look at what happened in the National Assembly. When people are nominated for to be ministers, and they walk in and they say, you take a bow and leave. It was acceptable to us. I mean, not all of us, but majority of the country didn't find it abnormal. And now they are singing on your mandate for the president, and some people still find it right. It's good. It's good. We can do that. What will happen next? This is progress. We are progressively getting worse. A good example that I've mentioned here on this platform, and is, to me, that's when I gave up. When Obasanjo refused to debate his opponents second time, and people thought it was okay. I didn't care about Obasanjo. I guess I was thinking about what will happen later. Who are we going to have that won't debate? You can say Obasanjo is okay, and now we see that. So we have to start from the beginning whenever we see something wrong, irrespective of who is involved. That way we have the moral authority to say it's wrong when it's somebody else. All right, I miss all of you and I'm back. I thank you all for keeping the conversation going while I was away. And I thank especially the moderators, Forefathers Show, Electricity, and all the people who moderated and all the people in the comment section. I've been going back to watch some of the conversations that happened, but it will take me a while to catch up. I thank all of you and I appreciate everybody. And we'll be back tomorrow and we'll get our guests to keep coming back from next week. Thank you all and stay safe.
Yeah, Rudolph, I'm still waiting for the phone call that you're supposed to give me.
Oh, yeah, I will. It was,
I know you're a very busy man.
Rudolph, did you bring Okpa?
Let me show you guys some things I brought. Oh, no.
See, thank God, remember.
Tomorrow I will show you. It's far
You didn't bring Okpa.
I brought a few things, yeah.
Righteous man, I need your phone number, righteous man. I need your phone number, please. Righteous man, your phone number, please.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Righteous man, I gave you a number to Dr. Alexander Gomez. He will reach out to you. All right. Thank you, everybody. And
who is he? Sorry, who is he?
He will tell you who he is when he calls you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. See you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, finally, in the hand of Abacha's younger brother.
Come on, I'm very nice. Each other, I like to have evidence when people make claims. That's all, really. Okay. I think it was who's next? I think
it was me that was supposed to speak. But the topic I said I wanted to comment. You see, I'm tired of commenting on this thing. And the last speaker, Maska, my brother Danwana, from haven't come in full regalia. In fact, I'm so blessed to see him in this way. I don't want to comment on this issue any longer because the truth is simple, and every one of us, especially my brother Paul, put it very correctly. You see, the thing is, if we want a nation, let's build a nation. If we don't want a nation, let us simply say we don't want. If we want a confederacy, let's build a confederacy. If we want the regional government, let's build a regional government, and then we'll give parameters on which we will operate. Don't go if you go to Kano, don't build house, just rent and live. If you go to this place, don't do this. I don't have a problem when you define the parameter of my operation. I don't have a problem. I'll keep myself within that. And those of us who have something to do, parameter and all that, know that you can operate with the parameter given to you. It's not a problem. But don't now tell me that I'm overacting when you have not given me a parameter to operate. And it whether we like it or not, no matter whether I like people who are complaining, whether they're Igbos, Hausa, or thieves, where they are complaining, it is not good to destroy somebody's property. I'll give you an example. In Igbo land, if me and forefather were dragging over a piece of land, a piece of farmland, and I have my crops in it, if the elders sit and they decide that, oh, this land actually doesn't belong to me, it belongs to forefathers. But because my crops already on that land for that year, forefather will be told, since his crops already on the land, allow him to harvest this thing, then you take back your land. No Igbo person elder man will say, go to that land and break it and remove those things. It's an abomination.
Oh, no, let me just clarify something there. That's a very, very interesting example you gave. You see the decision they made there for people because the food on that land, they don't want to destroy it. But in the case of blocking a drainage system, they
Now,
want to prevent flooding.
hold on now. You see, you have taken it away. I give an
No,
example.
that's it.
Let
I'm
us
just
go
trying to
back to what is
like
happening
what you
now
said.
in Lagos State. Some of those families, not even one, they went to school in the morning, their children, and they came back in the afternoon and they didn't have a house. They didn't have a house. Think about it as a family man. You don't even, in fact, at this point, you are crazy. You don't even know what to do. Because
I would be.
for you, as a man, okay, let me hang, I can sleep in my car. Then your children comes and everybody is saying, Daddy, what happened? What do you do? What do you do? What do you, God forbid they are female children, okay? So if we don't look at it this way, we keep looking at it as if it's on far. It is not a distant thing. It happens to anybody. And if you have blood in your system, you should consider it. I'm not saying people, you see, the essence of having law on ground is because people will disobey the law. But this thing that we have come to be famous about in Nigeria, once I become a local government chairman, whatever I say becomes law. It is not how it should operate.
Okay, let me
That's
ask you
why
now
you
what you would do.
that's
Let
why
me
you have
ask you what you would do, KJ, because I can actually get somewhere. Rules of announce everybody just talk
what
and then let me
what
ask you what you would do. Let me ask you now.
yes, this is what I would do.
I'll flesh something out. Hold on now. I was because you are making it look like the people that own the property are the only victims. How about the flooding victims too? Do you take them into account in your evaluation?
When I started this thing, I said I lodged in Edgewaters. It's a hotel in Lagos. And I was supposed to do 1 week there because I came to work in Lagos. But the next morning, the lagoon, I mean, the Atlantic Ocean was right at the hotel, right at the doorstep. And I was panicking because I thought I was already carried away. And I saw the receptionist saying, Oga, come down, come down, come down. There's nothing happening. This thing happens every year. It happens every year. Can't I see that bank? The bank also is covered with water. And it will reside. That's the right word you say. It will reside after a while. It normally comes to visit. They call it come to visit too. I say me a Bibo man. I don't know how to swim. I don't know how to control this one. I need to, check out now, which is what I did. Okay. But they said to me when I went, I was talking about it. They said, look, these things happen. We see it. Have they developed those places? Have they built a barricade to stop it? They have not. Those hotels, those things are still there. So what I'm saying in essence is that instead of taking drastic action that will affect another man like yourself, these are individuals. You call them to a meeting. I'll give you an example for father. Why that whenever it has to do with government and individual, let me tell you something. We invested in a company called Pitch and Prime. Those of you who live in Abuja will have known Pitch and Prime. Okay. I invested in that company. The man used our money to go and buy what this called this car, Homer Jeeps, and did all kinds of, if you see the building, they rented that Tiku building in 11, the whole building, and you think that the thing was working. Later we discover that this man was just a scam. Okay? I'm calling the name Pitch and Prime. I even know his name. I can call him because I won't call him, but because I grew up together. I found out that he was one of the guys who grew up in my neighborhood in Makodi. Now, we go to a meeting, called everybody together. Often I'm telling you what happens in Nigeria. Now, we got a meeting, called everybody together. That meeting, there were army colonels who had invested. There were people who are retired from the government who have invested. There are directors who have invested. You know what the man told us? He came in his Hummer vehicle, and with a lorry load of police people. You know, and when people were trying to complain, in fact, the army guy told, I will, he said, Oga, just calm down for a while, just calm down. If you try to do anything, see these people, I didn't bring them for nothing. I'm talking about somebody who have taken your money and telling you right in your face they can do nothing about it. Okay? Until today, as I speak to you, I didn't recover one kobo of what I invested. Okay? The courts were involved. Till today, that case never came to trial. Till today, as me and you are speaking.
Mm.
So you are dealing with a system that don't recognize any institution and nothing
But
happens.
what you said you are going to disregard flooding victim because somehow canals have no use?
What I'm simply saying that if they have been doing this over time, then we will now say there's a basis for destroying these people's house. I'm not saying that it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Oh. If they have built on canal, the question we have all asked here since all this while is who gave them the paper, who approved the building plan, who supervised the building to be complete. Majority of these buildings were estates. Some of them flats. Some of them high rise buildings. Who
So, but if it was you, would you not remove it first, then go and start looking for all the people that caused the problem in the
removing it
first place?
first, forefather is the least of the way to solve that problem. You see, in Nigeria, we are used to this fire brigade approach of things, which never solves anything. Removing the building first of foremost, we are thinking about how to augment water. There are people living in it. So why don't you deal with the system that have brought
But
about
there are one people living in it. There
this
are maybe 100 houses that will be flooded. Are
forefather?
you doing
This
that
this house
calculation?
was not built in this regime. Oh.
You
This
know
house,
why I'm asking you this question? So you see where how my head, my own reasoning is.
no, and
I'm
I
thinking
don't
about the greater number of people.
listen. Why I'm not agreeing with you because first of all, it's the human individual. That's the individual in the thing that matters to you. That should matter to anybody first.
But those 100 houses have individuals in them too.
That's what I'm saying. So since the house has been standing there for over 10 years now, okay, over 10 years now, you can take your time to still call these people to a meeting and say, okay, this is what will happen before the next rainy season. I want this and this and this to happen. There's a you see there's a always a better way to do something than just carrying a bulldozer and bringing everybody's house down. Okay, don't you think about the people who have children who are in primary school? How are they going to sleep that night?
But there are people in those 500 houses with children in those houses too.
Is there flooding
Why
going
do
on?
you forget 100 and remember only one?
Forefather,
I can't
can
help
I
it.
interject?
Sorry,
That's what
Can I
leadership. That's
interject?
what leadership is. You have to
Forefather,
think about the greater mass than just one.
Forefather, can
The
I
greater mass in
interject?
this case is those people you are bringing out their house, not the two individuals I've told you who have not been confirmed that they have house really. Because from the what he was explaining, I don't think that guy owns any house around what he was saying. I don't think so. Okay, and I'm not a propagandist. I don't come here
KJ,
to throw things
KJ,
around.
we are forgetting something here. You remember that house that went down in Ikui? It was meant to be a residential building, stroke, um, um, office blocks. Now, if that house has collapsed and killed all the people, yeah, we'll be here, we'll be defending, we'll be saying, yeah, he should get compensation. But as Kama will have it and all that, he went down with it. He paid dearly, he paid the ultimate price, and some other people that didn't even have a part of it. So it's a system. So it's a system we'll be talking about, and that's what we'll be talking all along on this channel. The system need to be addressed so that they should start doing the right thing.
You
There's a
see,
system that allows all the illegality. It's not about Igbo or Yoruba or Yoruba
so
or
I will
whatever
say
and
this.
all that.
I'll say this before I leave this issue. Let me tell you that I was still in Nigeria when that thing happened, and I followed that story extensively. Okay, there were a lot of backhanding and forward-handing in that building that fell. In the first place, it was supposed to be that tall. Okay,
Yeah,
they had to
yeah.
change their mind along the way, and then decided to do all the stuff they did. All right, so it's not. You see,
It's part of the bribing, KJ. What I'm
I'm
trying to
only
say
trying
is
to
that
say. I'm only trying.
these people bribe to get their C and O. They knew they were doing wrong. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, no,
80% of those people
no, it's
knew
not
what they
true.
were doing.
Tom, let me interject. Look, that building was supposed to be four, four decades. Okay, the C of O given to the owner of that land or the developer is to build 4 story. Okay, he took it to 7, and that's the owner took it to 7 because the engineer, when he was interviewed, he told him that this land cannot carry
Righteous man,
7 story
righteous
building.
man, sir. Wait, sir. I understand all that.
Uh-huh.
But
So it's
you
not the
mentioned
fault
something.
of the
You
engineer.
mentioned something so few minutes. You mentioned something a while ago, saying that
Okay.
if you have to push something, you have to go through a Yoruba man for it to be signed. Is that act? Is it legal? Is it not? Is it not? Is it not the same illegality? Why should you put it
That
through
is
somebody? But it's illegal.
that.
You two are part of it.
Righteous man, let
That's
me
what I'm
answer
trying to
you.
say. We're
He's
all
saying
part of
No,
that
it.
no,
he's
no,
saying that
no.
he's
Let
not
me
going to get
tell you.
deduction on
Hold
the
on.
Igbo.
I can answer. I can answer Tone. So you see, in an ideal society where you are now, if you are a British citizen, the right that a white Briton gets is the same right you get. Okay, that is an ideal society. They will not segregate you because you are black. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we are dealing with identity problem. That's just it. And politically, our elite, they have bought over this to use it to divide the ordinary Nigerians. To the extent that it has become official. If you are dealing with the government, you know it's not every Yoruba man is in governance. The few that are in government, the moment they identify you with another identity, they begin to maltreat you. That's what we are saying. I have lived here for 40-something years. Yorubas, I have them, my workers. I told you the other day, 95% of my workers, okay, it was AY I was telling, 75% of my workers are Yorubas. The remaining 2 are from Edo State. I don't have a single Igbo man except the driver as part of my working force. Okay, so what I'm telling you is that the political elite in Nigeria know that the only way they can bring down an Igbo man is to destroy his business. That is what is going on. This land, like Maska made a mistake, and I want to correct him. He quoted me wrongly. I never said the federal government owns land. It was Obasanjo regime that changed the ownership of land. It is not the state that owns land, not individual. So federal government acquires land from the state. That was how First Act 77 came to be. So Trade Fair Complex is owned by federal government, not state, because federal government acquired that land and then now allocated to people. They paid the state for it. So now this is the issue.
Righteous man.
This is
What we are saying to you that the accusation wasn't completed then. They took the federal government to court. Go and check it.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this.
FHA, Federal Housing Authority.
Budi, can you hold on now? Let me finish what I'm saying. Budi, let me finish what I'm saying. Now, before you start a house that will cost you 200 million, probably if you have a good architect, your architect will charge you nothing less than 500,000 or 400,000 to put up a drawing. Now, that drawing have to go to the state for approval.
Righteous man.
Hold on. It has to go to the state for approval.
A minute, just a minute, please. I mean,
okay.
I don't know why you're going over it. You've explained yourself, okay? So, sorry, one thing I picked up, okay, it's important. Now, because Body, you said it earlier and you just repeated it. In other words, you're saying this thing, I mean, at least one area is about land ownership. Who owns land? Okay, isn't it?
That's one area. Yeah, the
right.
recent one.
And therefore, so if that is the case, this issue of people building, in other words, we're not dealing with environmental issue, environmental protection, and therefore the question about flooding shouldn't arise. Sometimes it's just confused issues. I don't understand what's going on. Some people should follow their thoughts, logically.
Oti, let me quickly clarify. One thing is to, the FHA, presently, FHA owns the land. You understand?
No. So for me, the thing is this: it's not about the environment. It's not about flooding. Somebody building on where they should not build, but rather dispute over land. Who owns what? Okay, and such a thing, it cannot take such a drastic measure. I mean, from nowhere and start destroying properties, and then somebody is trying to kind of.
Do you realize at the point in time?
Sorry. Paul hasn't said anything. Wale hasn't said anything.
No, let me finish. It's not about Paul. Let me finish what I'm saying.
What do you mean not about Paul? I mean, we have to have other people to speak to, except they don't want to say anything. Hold on. Oti, hold on. Oti, hold on now.
Because you make.
Oti, hold on. Let me just check. You have to take permission from other people. that time is also valuable. Paul, Wole, AY, do you want them to go ahead or you want to have your say?
No,
was talking, and I took permission
Oti
from
is
him.
Oti is champion to interject.
No, sorry, I'm just making a point, and so for us.
You said 1 minute. Okay, use the 1 minute.
Right,
I'm
okay,
looking at the time now.
Right, for us. Look, and it goes to you directly because you're the one who have been trying to kind of balance of, maybe convenience or balance of interest. No, you see, at least in this case where we have, we're not dealing with protection of the environment and other people, their properties are flooded. No, it's on land ownership. So you have to understand that. And don't confuse these issues. And that's why we're having this kind of really misunderstanding.
I will share a video about this later on so that we actually understand
I think
the context.
I made my point. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
There are about a month ago, there are issues about the flooding, the environmental issue, whereby demolition were carried out there. But the issue with the FHA is the issue of the land ownership.
Correct.
So you have to get that clear.
Body.
So yes,
body.
I was.
Oti, I thought you said you finished now.
Okay. Yeah. He spoke to me again. I just have to clarify. Okay.
So body.
Yeah.
One thing I like about you, you're very, very sound and very, very articulated. But when we try to be partisan, we try to play this type of politics that they play in America, where the media does not do the work of media. The media choose to be biased. I don't know why the media is not bearing Republican and Democrat. You understand? That bearing different name. You understand? It kills everything. I'll tell you something.
Okay.
My grandfather, like my biological grandfather from my mother's side, is a captain in Nigerian Ports Authority. Then Nigerian Port Authority and NPA, and the Nigerian Navy was together before they split. Now, this man had properties in Morocco. When Rasaki destroyed Morocco, Rasaki compensates my grandfather. They give them house in Jakonde. My brother, do you know where it's called Morocco today? Morocco today is an annex of Victoria Island. They destroy Morocco because they say it's a slum. But Morocco was designed after Victoria Island, where poor people live. Because rich people everywhere in the world don't want poor people around them. But they still want poor people to stay and annex close to them that will come do their dirty work. But when rich people want to extend, they find excuse for these poor people. I school in Apapa. You might call it Apapa, but we that grew up in Lagos then call it European Quarter, where junior staff white people live. In Apapa, we have just 3 secondary schools. In the whole of Apapa, United Crescent, owned then by the Catholic. We have Randu, and we have Apapa High School. When we believe body, those of maybe my age, when we're schooling, we do farm work, we do agricultural work. My school has tons of land where they'll do cassava harvest, they'll do this harvest. I don't even know whether my secondary school now have 2 plots of land. And the old people that take those land belongs to government. You understand? They've not demolished it, they've not reclaimed it. I believe every one of us are primary schools. I understand, body, what you are trying to do because of maybe my Igbo brothers take it too far with it. Every big market in Lagos, I just want to touch on everything. Every big market in Lagos, if you do your statistics very well, every 5 to 7 years, there's always a fire outbreak. People will buy store because people don't want to pay much money to rent a store for 20, 30,000 naira a month. People will probably buy a store for 1 million, 2 million, as the case may be. When that market burns, you lose your store. You're going to rebuy your store again. You don't see investigation. You don't see investigation on any other thing. Many people lose things. What I'm telling you is that, buddy, if you say all these things and you can't see federal government or state government, because now why I say you are biased, I'll tell you why I say you are biased. You are playing the politics of Federal Housing Authority, FHA. I do first start all my life. You understand? That's where I start looking for women. I live in a Papa area there.
Oh, even
So when you talk about FHA, you are not talking about Ajada that demolishing houses.
Well,
There's no
some of
FHA
us,
there.
our wives are listening.
Hello.
No, let them not think that we're not
Yes,
doing
I never
anything.
get white baby at that time now, so they go understand. You did talk about Ajada, they are destroying properties. All I'm saying is that look what happened just last year in Magodo. Because that place happened to be the elitists.
Okay.
State government, someone who tried to manage it went there. Even ordinary GSP, junior police officer, talk to governor and say, I can't do anything. Disrespect the governor. And the governor could not do anything. Do you know why? Because the upper middle class and the so-called 1% also have tons of property in Magodo. Someone who could not do anything. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Buddy, we know all the stories. So, buddy, all I'm telling you is that I am not standing here telling you that everything that happened to these owners of these properties, that good percentage of them, they do it the wrong way. But the state government also encourage it tremendously. Like I said, there is 10 of us here. I can send money to 9 of you, your Nigerian account, and all of you will give me tons of that you receive the money. Can we assess anything about government, state government, federal government, local government in that way? The answer is no. On that aspect, government has failed. Government makes things so hard that you can't access anything. And within that government office, that is where the misconception comes from. Somebody cannot have 200 million to buy a property, and the person will choose to say, mostly, some of these properties these days, some of us that live in the West, you understand, some of us that live here, that own all the property, we want due process, and we get all these documents. We do finding. I'm buying a property in Nigeria. I take 3 lawyers. So that you go check, independently. I'm paying 3 lawyers. You go check. So that if one try to cut corner, another one will catch him. And then you discover that everything will come from the right source. But because governments themselves, they are not good bookkeepers. Governments themselves don't have archive. When we buy akara in the street, it's documents from government that they are releasing that we used to buy akara in the streets. When we buy pop-off in the street, it is government document, sensitive document. But you know all these things. Let's not deceive ourselves. All I'm telling you is that government, body, balance it and tell me the parts that you feel that government did do wrong.
Say this. People might thought I'm not balancing it. I'm only touching.
No, I'm not hearing you said that.
Let me say something. You touch on the issue of Magodo. Do you know the issue around Magodo? This land was acquired by Lagos State government from certain families then.
And the family went to court
with the promise
for donkey years, for 30 years.
They want to reallocate them, which they did not do. These people went to court. They got a judgment against the Lagos State government, which was not implemented today. And then you are now telling me these people will listen to Mr. Sanwo-Olu? No. State government has violated their right. And they have a
but as I'm telling you today, the people who owns all those property in Magodo still sit in their property. Why do they sit in their property?
One day.
Why? No. The question is that, body, do the right thing. If these people bought this property from states, they didn't do anything wrong. It is states that you fight. It is not the owner. Body, if I buy a car from a store and I went to the DMV motor vehicle department and registered my car and do everything the right way, if they discover that car is a stolen car, police will only come and investigate. If they trace all the source of me, I don't have no problem. You're supposed to know these things. So if I bought the property in Magodo and I bought that property from state and I do the right thing, it's not my fault. You against the state. It is not you against the land.
And once there's a judgment,
it is you against the state. It is not you against the land.
You know why Lagos State government is in trouble? Because there's a judgment already against them.
So that's why Lagos State government, because body, that's why I tell you that you are being biased. That's why Lagos State government is begging the family that they're going to give them some property
and they've not
in Badagry. They're going to give them some property That's why Lagos State is begging. Do you know why? Because it's Lagos State that failed.
Paul,
That's
let
exactly
me,
what
let
I'm
me let
saying.
me help you, Paul, so that body will not feel that you are the only person who holds that position. Body,
Yes.
all that Paul is telling you,
Yeah.
okay, to start with, what is government? What is the essence of government? Is to protect its citizens.
Over time, you know.
Lives and property.
Hold on.
Mr. Paul.
If a crisis between two levels of government will impact a populace, will impact a citizen negatively, what kind of government is that? That's
let
all.
me quickly answer that question. You know,
No,
Mr. Paul, you asked me a question all that time. There are sectors in our country.
It's a rhetorical question. I did not ask that question for an answer.
Okay.
Please, because it doesn't. That government will not make any sense. That's the answer to it.
That's
the question.
Yeah, Lagos State sold the property for me in Magodo legally, and I bought the property legally. That owner, that person cannot ask me. Remember, the person did not sue me. The person sued Lagos State. That's why Lagos State is begging the people when Lagos State lost that. Let me find you land in Badagry. Let me find you land in Ikorodu. Why is Lagos State begging? Because Lagos State now default.
You thought I'm
now because Lagos State lost the
government. I'm only trying to lay the case bar so that people
No, you are respecting government like government. Look, buddy, let me tell you one thing before I forget. One of the ways, because everybody will say Abiola stole money, Abiola stole money. One of the place MKO Abiola make his money. Abiola bought a land to do an investment in Canada.
Okay.
Only for Canadian government to discover oil around that area. Canadian government took the land back. Do you know what Abiola did? Smart guy. Abiola went to take Queen's lawyer. You know what they call Queen's? That is what they call senior advocate of Nigeria.
Of the council. Yeah.
21 of them in the UK take Canadian government to court. Of course, Canadian government do everything they are doing. They took the land back and they compensate Abiola heavily. This is how Abiola make his money, more of his money. All I'm telling you is that we cannot stand here and say states cannot lose anything. Or if somebody inside state office sign every document inside state office, then they say the man don't resign. Then they say the man did the wrong thing. The man is the state. Are you hearing me? It is, look, why would they tell you that you can't fight a police officer, you can't fight a military officer? Why? In court, what did they tell you? They say you against the state, not you against the man, because the man represents the state. So if I go to Ministry of Land and Urban Development, and from that office, I got every necessary document, then they say the person did not do the right work. It is the state that failed. It is not my fault.
Let me quickly make this clear. You know, like the one in that the one at hand now, the issue at hand, and that of Magodo, they kind of like interchange. You know, I will tell you the reason why. The one that the FHA is talking about, the landowner sued the FHA, the agents of the government. They sued the government. And at a point, the federal government won the case. That means, and this owner, they are demolished their house. They bought the land, not from the government. They bought the land from the private people, the original owner of the land that sued the government. Unlike in case of Magodo, whereby there's a judgment against the government. That's why I'm trying to labor. I'm not holding brief for the government.
So, buddy, that's why I say you are trying to pick and choose. You are behaving like Fox and them.
No, I'm not picking and choose.
I said make comments about Aja. Don't talk about...
Mr. Paul, the point I'm making is that, like in Nigeria, like we have in the Western world, our land administration has never been effective. The only place where land administration is effective is only in Abuja, whereby we see the government to like be in the charge.
But see, but even in Abuja, that you are talking
plus
about,
Lagos even did it before Abuja.
No, I'm please. You know, this is a sector that government has never make that big impact. That like they are not in charge, they are not in control. Lagos State government is only try like having LabSCA, Lagos State Building Control Agency, having those agencies. If you go to other states, you won't see all those. They are only trying. They are not.
No, but the problem we're addressing right now is Lagos State.
That's why you have to. You have
Body, I don't want to sound like righteous man. Okay, I don't want to brag just because this is my sector. Okay. Yes, yes. Because the man come and think that all of us don't know anything about land. When he talks about land, he asks us to sit like children on the ground first. Okay. But what I can tell you, buddy, I've worked with a lot of state governments on real estate. The reality on ground is that almost every state has a land administration agency. But like I said, the fundamental issue is that our government doesn't work. And the problem is within the government
Yeah, I
itself.
agree. Totally agree. That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
I don't want you don't, I know, that tactics will not work with me. Keep your hands.
But body, you validate the government,
I
you
said,
support the government
I said
all through.
this is a sector that government has never really make it.
No, that's not true. That is
No,
not
body,
true.
that's a lie. You support the government all this while.
Body, all the state government, I can tell you, they spend a lot of money in terms of, yes, righteous man.
You know you are my brother, and there is one thing you have denied me. Give me the address where we get this to. I'm in fact they think they're hungry me past anything.
See what you do. Ask Mr. Rudolph to give you my number. Just chat me. I will send you my house address in Abuja. My wife is listening to you. She'll do tour for you. Don't worry.
No, it's not Mr. Rudolph. Just send it on the commentary session. I will just pick
That's
it.
public
Private
now.
chat.
That's public. That's
Do you
public.
have
Which means you just send it to 9 people
has
now.
my number. Talk to AY if you have AY's number.
Okay, tell AY he has my own. Tell him to give me your number.
Send me a righteous man's number. No, I will invite him to my house. My wife will do tour for you, and she's an exceptional cook. By the way, she even has a restaurant. Anytime you come to Abuja, I would take you there.
Good. Good. This is one of the benefits of belonging to Rudolph platform.
Yeah. The way Righteous Man advertise his job, it's free advert.
Anyway, so buddy, I think the key point Paul is making to you seem to be defending the government.
No, that's not the point I'm painting. I'm saying what I'm saying is that when there's a judgment against the government should respect it, and when there's judgment against the people should respect it. That's what I'm saying.
No. Okay, so somebody government send a land. In any case, no individual will buy a land. Anyway, I don't want to belabor this argument. I don't think it's even gonna take us anywhere. My argument, I will repeat it. My argument is that look, we should understand how Nigerian government works. Today, maybe it's true the Igbo people are crying. Okay, but I don't think that the cry should be because they are Igbo people. I think the cry should be because consistently our government is a very insensitive government. They see the wrong thing happening, they allow you continue with it, and they come back at the same time and start dealing with you on it. So,
okay, sorry,
everywhere.
Okay, look, yes, I take the point.
Let Wale talk. Wale want to talk all this while. We haven't allowed him to talk.
Oh, sorry. Can I'll be leaving now. So really, I just want to kind of respond to what Masca just said. Okay. Yes, granted, the point you made about, not making this a kind of, a plain victimhood. Okay. Let's put it that way. It's not helpful, but at the same time, the politics, the political as well as tribal undertones, shouldn't be discounted. If we're interested, if we're telling ourselves the truth, we really have to say the truth. Okay. Now, because from all indications, the circumstances, you cannot ignore all that. And but still, my view now, because we're dealing with Nigeria, a country that whose leaders are callous and inhuman. That one all of us can agree on. Yes, it can happen to anybody. It can happen to any people. So to that extent, that if like the tribal aspect, my view would be we try to kind of minimize it, but it is there certainly. Nobody can deny that. No, but let us not. Speaking to Igbos now, I'm one. So let us not kind of below that point of a label is now Nigeria against Igbos. So we know the politics. It's part of the politics, the elections. So that's what's going on. There's no doubt about it. So because now it's no longer is about people building on canals. That's why we have to the government to protect people and and the environment. We have to demolish houses, but Body is telling us tonight that there's issue a question about ownership. So you can see really that it's not everything that you hear or that you read that you can believe or accept. So that is just really my.
What is this? Is this not even a lot small street? It's simple.
KJ, I would have loved
Can
to
I just make
now.
my point, please, righteous
KJ,
man?
I saw one thing you were carrying. Very
Righteous
interesting.
man, hold on. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Is this not most? Is it not quite simple, really? Some people take the side of lawbreakers, others take the side of criminal government, while in reality, people's houses are getting flooded. I think we often miss the point of every action that is needed. You always have to take the action that benefits the most people. And if people's properties are getting flooded, you have to remove that obstruction. Here in the UK, if you do something like say build a structure that shouldn't be there, the government will come destroy that structure and they will bill you for it. You don't pay that bill, they will send bailiffs for you to come and
allow
get you.
Wale to speak. Then maybe you as the moderator can close.
Mind your business, Jare. I'm allowed to say. You had your say just now. Saying government you're saying government is the only one to blame, and the other one is saying that the people that are breaking law, we should worry about protecting the people that are breaking the law. How is the ones that are the innocent ones that are actually doing the right thing? We have to have a country that rewards the ones that are doing the right thing.
Forefather, you are the ignorant one. You might think you are doing the right thing.
I didn't say
because you are not trying to balance the thing. Listen,
how am I not balancing it?
Forefather, people break the law. We understand. That's why government is there. But the question I'm telling you is that what about when government break the law? Why do you just see government like government have immunity to break laws?
No, they don't have
the question I'm telling you now.
See, what you were saying
about that?
Because
you never talk about that. Okay, I'm talking about when government break the law.
You are a lot louder than me. I'm not going to be able to compete today. See, what you were saying was simple. If the individuals got document from the government, they will be compensated. The government is responsible for that. They will be compensated for it.
Are we talking about the same country?
Actually, so you mean
ask for fathers.
Actually, from what I gather, they even said it on this in
wow.
the hold on now.
This same country that you are, who will compensate you? Who?
See, Nigerian government.
Because
how?
Who? That you
KJ, can you tell?
They have not paid pensioners, though. They have not paid pensioners now to compensate
you. Let me tell you.
Forefather, do you know the commissioner that is destroying this property? It's commissioner for water resources. It's commissioner for water resources, not even his own department.
One at a time.
Cousin Gina's house was brought down in Abuja by El-Rufai. It wasn't even in any place where it was supposed to have been brought down.
See, in the newspaper,
people who were, but that his street.
KJ, I can't compete with you today. My voice is not good today. You win.
Forefather.
KJ, to support you, let Forefather. He's good at research. Let him research the houses that were destroyed in Kano after this election. Is there compensation?
Okay, I'll find out about that one. And that's very important. It's very good when we find out, because if they don't compensate people that they destroy their properties, that is wrong. If they build it legitimately and the government needs the land,
and
they should compensate them.
It's not only in the north. In fact, Nigeria, the government all around Nigeria don't compensate anybody when they bring down your house. So I'm not even talking about say it is because it's Hausa Igbo. No, I'm saying that the government has no responsibility.
I find that hard to believe.
I will tell you almost 85, almost 85% of properties owned by Lagos Badagry Expressway when they are doing this railway thing are owned by the Yoruba. And state government expand the road, destroy people's properties, and everything. Today, they've not even paid their compensation.
Can I share this video about this very case that's going on in Lagos so that people will get an idea? It's a bit long. I will try to
Don't
skip
pick and choose, Forefather. It's not fair.
What do you mean pick and choose? I'm not picking and choosing. I agree with you. They should be compensated. That's true. If they got the property from the this in the state government, of course they should be compensated.
So, Father, I'm telling you, look about Lagos Badagry Expressway when they're expanding the road to put in this railway that they're doing all the way to Badagry. They destroyed property all the way from First Gate, from First Gate, from First Gate all the way down to Agbara. They destroyed tons of properties. You understand? These are things that are done during Fashola time. Till now, and they compensate people. Plus businesses.
I was trying to find out about it, whether they because sometimes these things are not as clear cut as I will check. I don't know.
And when I'm telling you about those things, I'm telling you good percentage of these properties are industrial areas.
If I don't know something, I will own up to it. I don't know what happened there, but I know what I believe.
So let's allow him to talk, please.
Yeah. I just wanted to play this so that we have an idea of what actually happened in this context. Can you just let it be, please, and let me moderate? I understand it's been waiting for so long. Wale, I know your time is very valuable, and I appreciate your time here, and he knows that too. Let me just play this video so that we have an idea of what actually happens here. Because when I saw the video, it also clarified some things for me anyway.
It's unfortunate. And by the way, if you're wondering where I am, I'm currently on site, as you can see. And before everything becomes crazy, I decided to do this video. So I just had to leave that place. There were a lot of distractions, people needing my attention, and a lot of noise. It was affecting my train of thought. However, this is also our project, but this is just so the person that bought it is the one doing the innovations you can see behind me. I just quickly came in here, to record this video. It's in the same estate, just across the road here. And also, this estate was affected by the demolition. So I'm in the right position to, tell you what actually happened, right? I'm in the business. So many people have been calling me all over the world. My friends in Germany, Canada, even Ghana here, like, Bond, is this your real estate? What exactly is happening? And also this comment by MNK, right? Trying to tribalize the issue. These are the things that motivated me to create this video. I understand MNK sentiment. I'm an Igbo boy. I'm a member no local government in the state, right? So Emenike is my brother. I know where his house is. I know where his hotel is. Right? And all this stems from, what happened during the election. So I understand it. However, I feel that it is right to, share this information that I have with the public, for those who genuinely want to understand what happened. So right now, I'm going to go into my computer and then show you a high-level assessment, of what happened there. Let's jump right in. This is a map showing the Ikota area of Lekki. If you scroll in, you can see Ikota GRA down here. And if you're familiar with the demolition case that's currently trending online, you will know that the demolition happened somewhere here, just off Mobile Road here, beside Copramat, for those familiar with this area. And the demolition started from here and is going down to Ikota. But this is not the beginning. This is not where the story begins. Let's scroll down, right? Sorry, to here. You can see that this water channel, water body or canal, whatever I want to call it, commences from this place, just off Ogombo Road, not far from Ogombo Road, right? And from here, you see it goes down through this fire station at the end of Mobile Road, through Mobile Road, through Ikota GRA, and terminates inside this river behind West End in Ikota. And then it further goes, you can see that this water continues through Oral Estates, under that bridge at Ikota, that Ikota bridge, through VGC, and terminates into the Lagos Lagoon, right? As you can see up here, Lagos Lagoon. So that is the normal direction of water. That is how water is supposed to move to enable, to ensure that the area is appropriately drained. So all the drains in these locations all converge in this canal and then flows into the lagoon as so. And you have the same thing in Orchid Road. You can see this somewhere in Okwaja. If you can look here, Okwaja community, you can see that this channel starts from here, goes down through Lafiaji to the back of Orchid Road. You can see Victoria Crest 4 here, into the same river at the back of West End. You can see Orchid Road here, see Mega One event place. So you have that same water body. They now converge inside this place to all get drained in the lagoon, in the Lagos Lagoon. And that is how it is. However, if you scroll down, you will notice something. You will see some constrictions, right? Some bottlenecks that have been created by people who build unscrupulously.
Forefathers, can I make a comment so that, because it's a long video, can I say something?
This portion of the canal has obviously been.
Yeah, just give it 1 minute. I think he's just going to highlight something that I think it matters. Then we just stop it because it's a bit too long. The video is too long.
Blocked. If you see the way the water is just stagnant at the top, you see that it has been blocked. Let's go down.
That's the canal blocked completely, like nothing coming through, completely blocked.
All these rubbles you can see at the side here, they were all properties, especially this one. This one was still under construction. Everything demolished, about 20 terraces, everything demolished. All right. So have you observed the problem? You see this demarcation here, right? You see this demarcation here. That was what they narrowed the canal into. They basically turned the canal into a gutter. These other parts where you can see the water was done by the government agencies that are also doing the demolition. So as they are demolishing, they are opening up the channel. So how do you think this environment is going to be if or when this canal has been turned to a gutter? Let's continue. So you can see it very clearly how they narrowed it down. So as they demolish, government officials now opening it up. So
Okay, so forefathers.
That's about it.
Yeah. So, but there are two things that I think we must all be very, very clear about. Okay. This video will suggest that Lagos State government went on vacation.
No.
They just came back. No, seriously, it's not funny for me, because if you are spending your money, what you would expect, and this is what I said, the government should be alive to its responsibilities. Where was the government when all these houses were being built?
So the question then comes is that, are you going to prioritize blaming government or clearing the way for people not to get flooded so that then you can focus on the government? This is the argument, because you can't say, once I did wrong, just stop everything.
It's a valid question you're putting on the table. Okay, but this is my answer to it. Okay. The government is there first and foremost, not to punish people, but to make sure everything is right. Okay.
True.
What has happened now, and I think the bottom line of all these things, let's not go far. Me, at my level, I know that a story. The truth is that government anytime can wake up for what they call public, is it public good or something? There's a clause in the constitution. Government at any point, anywhere, can wake up and
overriding public interest.
For public interest. That no country, no citizen can deny that. I think the bottom line, if you demolish my house, two things are expected. You must carry me to another land, give me a prime land that is almost of equivalent value, and you must compensate me. It's constitutional. This is not even a law anyway. It's in our own constitution. You must compensate me with another land, and you must pay me for the value of what I'm putting up on that structure. So this is no man will argue. So my argument is basically only two. The government should have been alive. When I go and start clearing land, they should come and stop me. That is good governance.
Forefather, I'm the next to.
Yeah, if it's illegal, we always have to qualify it. Can I just add this? We need to qualify whenever we say government must do this if it's a legal property.
What is
Because if it's
legal?
not legal,
No, there's nothing like legal here.
there's no legal.
If you actually follow the
If there's nothing like legal, then you are basically arguing to reward criminal behavior. That's
No, so far, now because they are calling, I know say my guy. I will tell you the truth. Is that what you don't know? Don't comment. Just let people talk about it. All right.
Yeah,
If you don't know things, just calm down. No, you don't know things. No, my guy. If you go down, I will tell you. You're not my guy. What the information you don't know? So information you don't know. You don't kick and let people talk about it.
Made a video of it. Don't tell me. I know what I'm talking about.
The video, do you see? The video was going. You say, look at blockage. Government didn't put bridge. They put road across the canal. And you say this is a blockage. Do you condemn government for building up the road across the canal?
It's an estate.
It's
an estate, isn't it?
Did they put bridge across the canal, or they don't build road across the canal and block it by themselves?
All allow Wole to speak. This is how we
Yeah.
but we will not.
Yeah, myself and Wole, I don't know what we did to them.
You have to understand. This is the evening session. You fight for your share.
This is evening match. This is evening match. You know the damage show.
Wole is a gentleman. Let's allow him to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Forefathers, I think you did something last week where the lady was a timekeeper. I could remember very well.
Yes.
But anyway, all that aside, where should I even start before I lose my thought again? The thing is, okay, I've been on this program for quite a few hours now, and some of my friends that came around and I didn't go out because I don't know why Nigeria is I'm so absorbed in Nigeria matter. But one of them made a comment, and I was thinking about it like, it made sense in a way. He say, is this the collection of busybody people that just sit down there for quiet hours? Don't they have work? I said, they have work, but this is my suggestion to this platform. If there's anything we need to know, I know there are over 1 million problems in Nigeria, and that is what the government are doing. They bring something for us to talk about why they are strategizing their own way of either they go and borrow money, either they do something. They just keep us talking. What is the solution to what we talked about last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? I know we'll come here every weekend or every now and then to talk, which is not bad because we have to talk. But I would really want us to think about one thing. What is the way out? Because till next year, we'll still have something to talk about. And the way I look at it, I've challenged myself that, okay, if I'm part of those who are destroying Nigeria, I need to check myself and make sure that I do everything right. How do I do it right? It could be very frustrating. Every single one of us, we're in the West. If we want to renew our passport, we know what we go through. Is that how it should be? Many of us will have the West passport. You will sit in your comfort, in the comfort of your home. Probably maybe you just go to post office or something. Your passport will be delivered to your doorstep. But in Nigerian case, it's not. But the question I ask myself is it NEPA that take light? Is it printer that is not working? Is it the technology? I always pray, may Nigeria never happen to you. Honestly, and it will happen to every single one of us, either we like it or not a cause. But how do we move forward? Since I was born, they've been saying Nigeria is this. It's never get better. And now we are giving birth to our children living abroad. Some people will say they would never take their children back to Nigeria. Are we becoming second-class slaves? We are supplying them more. Wow, they need to know their origin. I don't say we shouldn't talk about the problem of what is going on in Nigeria, but what I want us to talk about is, if possible, let people come with What is the solution? People have come up with solution, but we just keep going back to the same thing. Like, okay, this house has been destroyed. Even if government is going to pay them compensation, the damages, the traumatic damage, or the psychological damage that has been done for a child that was coming back from school, no home to stay, have to go to a hotel or a neighbor or a family member's house. Those people who invested their money to build those houses, it can't be the same. They've already destroyed it. What is the way out? For those people who are involved in collecting money, in signing the document, heads needs to roll, not just one person that will suffer it. And that would teach every single one of us a lesson that if you want to buy anything in Nigeria, even if it's legal, make sure that at least is either you hope for the best or prepare for the worst. Because even if you buy,
Wale, you said something that I like now, but let me just add one small inch. You continue, please. I beg you. So, Wale, some of us, because of we want to be extraordinary careful, like what you're advising, we bought property. You understand? We use bank loan. You understand? First bank mortgage. First bank has first bank mortgage. We use mortgage. The bank, that department, it's an honest bank. Sorry, how do they call it? A subsidiary of First Bank. I mean to say, a subsidiary of First Bank. We use through First Bank to buy the property. Where First Bank verify all these things because they use their own money to buy it. We are servicing the load and everything. Some of these properties, these are the properties that you hear after 5 years, after 7 years. You finish paying First Bank, they'll come and destroy your property. You finish paying the mortgage company. Before mortgage company also put their money, they verify. It's like you live in abroad. Before you buy a car, before the car note, the bank will put money. They verify from the dealer. They check your credits. They check everything. You understand? So we've done our secondary verification. But guess what? After I finish paying bank, now state come and destroy my property. What it concern bank? Bank don't collect money. So sometimes it's just so amazing that so appealing, so painful that you've taken all this extra step, and it just look like you're so stupid you didn't know what you are doing.
Mr. Paul,
I'll leave it to forefather. Continue, my brother.
I hear you clearly. Honestly, if I haven't stepped out of Nigeria, I would think maybe that's the right way. Man past man, whoever get the muzzle will suppress you. But when I've been in the West, in UK where I live, before a government or anybody or even the local, I don't know, whoever, before they will penalize me for doing something, I must have known myself that I've contravened the law. I don't need anything. They will send, let's take, for example, you speed and they send you a ticket. No policeman is coming to knock on your door. If you like, pay. If you don't like, pay. By the time they even summon you to court, you yourself know that you've done this because there are evidence. Now with what you've said, I'm not saying it's the wrong thing. You've done the right thing by going to the bank to secure loan, the mortgage or the
even when you have the money, just extra will, even when you have the money to pay.
I think it's sheer wickedness. Sheer wickedness. Because to me, even if you are not right, government must have warned you, tell you that, look, this thing you acquired is illegal. We're going to confiscate it. We're going to take over. But we can go on and on and on and talk about it's just the system that is not working. The system is not working. How are we going to get?
And the thing, if I'm to suggest why the system is not working, is that we don't have enough disciplined people that can shoot narrow. We don't have enough disciplined people.
So who are these people? These people we are talking about,
our citizens.
They are our.
No, forefather. The West break more law than they put the law in place so that when they think about the law, they will not want to break the law.
I will tell you
that's true, but you have to have citizens to want to enforce it. But what we hear is that sometimes some people were inadvertently arguing for criminal behavior.
Government that will enforce the law now, but they are the highest lawbreaker.
They got it the wrong way around. It's leadership.
If he's here to moderate and she's going to help moderate, I'm thinking I'm not sure that's why she's here, but she's saying no.
Let me
she's saying no. She's not here to moderate. Who is going to step out then? Please go ahead.
Sorry, let me quickly round up. Then
No lady has contributed to this conversation.
Please bring Ify in. Let me step out.
Let me
okay, thank you.
I'll step out. Two things I noticed about
Okay,
human. Two things the lady is here. Two things I noticed about human psychology. We were born to be selfish. Two things actually stopped us from being over selfish. One, the law. Two, our conscience. So the law will say, okay, do it, but this is the penalty, this is the consequence. Your conscience will make you feel like, okay, this thing I shouldn't do it. It's not fair. It's not. I want to steal Mr. Forefather's money. I know he's been saving this money to look after his child, but I went ahead to steal the money. My conscience will tell me that would you be happy if someone do that to you when you have to care for your daughter? If the answer is no, why should I do it to him? So those two things, if we completely ignore it, maybe we'll face the consequence, maybe we'll enjoy it. But that is one thing. Now, please, everyone, including the people who are very close to you, I really want us to do how we can look inward and change things. Let's ask questions why and how. Two, let's try to change the mindset of our people, because everybody just want to do I better pass you. Look at the car I'm riding. Look at my house is bigger than yours. Until we move away from this mentality, we're not going to move forward.
Sorry, what's the time frame you're going for this? For this reform? For this conversion?
The national budget is $27 billion.
How many years are we? Yes, what's the projection?
Wale, it's not our fault that our houses in America is way bigger than your house in UK. It's not our fault. Just to let you know.
all this,
Chief, you don't come again.
all these Americans.
All this bigger issue.
Don't start now.
Don't let's go there. The land is
don't mind them. All these colonies.
Way they
Whenever I cry. These are touch up.
No, brother. The land is so small.
Now, forefather in the same pass now. Anytime we talk out, now forefather always pay pass.
Okay. Let's put it this way.
You see, Wale, you are saying something very serious and nice about room sizes. It's okay. Go ahead.
My dear sister, I beg, please control these men. I'll tell you.
Market indeed. Where do you find? No, you like go see.
Uzo. I beg tell Auntie if you make it show around the house. Make Wale shut up.
Then show around the house now. Spare feet here and you know how far.
Let me finish. Just my dear sister Evie, do you know why women are many in Nigerian politics? Because they do their meeting in the middle of the night. Which husband will be going to meet in the middle of the night?
That is true.
Wow.
You know, Margaret Thatcher. That is why someone like you who is here now, I really appreciate you. I don't know.
Wale, you know, get that for the esoteric. Now, where they do 9 minutes a pass.
Exactly.
You get water from my.
This after 1 a.m. UK time.
If you leave body, go 1 kill for Chicago one day. If you just leave body alone.
Sorry, man. Okay, and lady, good night. I wish you well.
Every single.
Thank you for coming in, OT.
Let us do. Can this country, please? My case. I'll be listening at the.
Thank you. We couldn't hear you.
Even Matthew don't come. Make all this money mass they go.
I don't Matthew, please hold on.
I don't complain. In governor don't demolish finish. 2019, 2020. Your governor doesn't demolish like.
Let's finish this topic so we can go into a lighter topic about Kano. And you know,
no, not big Kano issue. Come here. You go to ask people about Kano. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, okay, I will go to something else then. Please
let me say my own word. Let me say something. I've been listening for background. All right.
No. It's my turn.
Who's talking?
Calm down.
Who was you?
AY.
Calm down now. If my guy now, Ayo, if my guy now, don't worry. I'll send it on. Don't worry. Two for
Leave
$5.
Ayo alone. No, leave AY alone. Leave him alone. The
Mute
old they see the
everybody.
me. Since they find the old, since they never see him.
When I'm talking, you need to mute everybody. I don't want anybody.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Madioha.
AY, when you go put that O for your name, it's still the miso. I be UK people borrow from your hand.
I tell you
Now,
sometimes.
Paul, again one night when only me, AY, forefather, they just finish US people,
You
and
are
I
sick, man. You are sick.
Hey, they finish me that day. No, it's not finished.
So,
I don't know that. I go back. I go to watch them.
Oh my God, calm down.
If he
I
sure
need
you don't
to
want to
go
come and
back.
save me today from these people, I don't even have a voice.
If you
now.
do want to speak first, you know
If
me.
are you going to help me out today? These people, they're going to be harassing each other all day.
If you are if you are like the Mary Kay waiting for your page.
If he does come, I never talk anything. All this
Hold on now. If he's the only lady here, you need
No,
to
let if he talk.
If
No,
you
let
want
if
to
he
speak
talk.
first, I'll consume my time to you. Otherwise, I should go ahead. Okay.
It's like you
why they play politics. If you ask if that question 10 times, if he go say no. If you ask if that question 10 times, she'll tell you no. Don't answer that question.
No, if he's a gentlewoman, she said no, make her continue. That's good. The issue.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Forefather,
yes.
I came with my fight. Unfortunately, the person I came to fight with is not here, so let me leave. That is all I have.
Was it KJ?
The fight from that was the fight from Niger.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, the person that I came to fight.
Olumide is not here today.
Olumide the chemist.
You don't commit.
Olumide travel go we go buy some fancy and paracetamol.
Olumide don't recognize.
Olumide was very
welcome.
So you came in at the wrong time. So Olumide don't night shifts.
He will come back.
But anyway, good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Mr. Maxine, long time. How are you? So this issue about housing demolition going on in Lagos, for how long are we gonna talk about it? Like I said yesterday, 10 years from now, we're still gonna come back here and talk about the same thing. Nothing is gonna change about this thing. This is not the first time that houses has been demolished in Lagos. So why is this one special? Is it because we just finished the election? Come on now. So we can talk this thing from January till the end of Tinubu's this thing. There will still be demolishing houses. And mind you, let me tell you, the governor of Lagos State can demolish all the Igbo houses in Lagos. And let me tell you, nothing is going to happen. It is Nigeria. So stop ranting all this or Hanese this or Hanese that. I thought we Igbos, we can do better. We have some senses in us. Let us start thinking about going back home. I'm not saying everybody should move, boom. But nothing is going to come out of it. Even as they are demolishing it, and if they put the land for sale tomorrow, the same people will come and buy the same land. Come on now. Let us talk about the same topic. So stop defending these people that they demolished their house, that somebody had heart attack. It's not going to change anything. They will buy the same land. So it's time for us to start thinking, give it second thought. What's the next move? Is this what we're going to deal with the rest of our lives? For those of you that believe, like Paul will always say, Paul, I want Biafra. I'm standing on top of it. Gidigba. I want Biafra. If you want to come to Biafra, go get your visa.
If you go do on the American style now, I go marry you, go give me green card when I come Biafra. Now you go give me green card for Biafra.
No,
if you promise me green card,
you go take visa, take passport,
Uzo, that's why I say make a kuku marry and get green card, go Biafra.
No,
which green card? Biafra
Yes, now. I go marry you.
You go pay.
So I will get the green card. I go pay. I get dollar now.
We won't give you a visa.
If you don't mind, tell them how much you made your year first. Let me pay for that.
It doesn't matter.
Let's start from there.
It no matter. In America, if they don't be Nigeria in no go ask that kind of money.
There is nothing like one Nigeria. One Nigeria is a scam. Let me just say it. And it will never work. It has never worked since the amalgamation of northern and southern region. It's not going to happen. So let us stop deceiving ourselves. If one Nigeria is going to work, we won't be here sitting down and be talking about all this.
Ify, can I ask a question, Ify?
Hey, Maska, good evening.
Evenings. Iron
How can I find man? No, not small. We'll give a meeting.
Maska, talk to me.
Okay, thank you, Ify. My question is, now that we've turned Nigeria's problem into a mathematical problem, so one Nigeria will not work. Into how many numbers can we divide Nigeria that will make it work?
That is Nigeria.
Master, go and find S first. Go and find S. Master, first how you divide.
Did you see S and the Y? Did you see S and Y?
Go and find S first. First, how they divide. They want divide.
You are behaving as if you are Nilo. Can you keep quiet?
Master, there are some countries that have like 10 million people, 50 million people, 30 million people. But if you're telling me that we are all here, but we don't agree, how is that going to help our country?
We can even divide it by household.
But if no country agree, let's tell ourselves the truth.
No, but not to this extent. Okay.
I agree. I agree.
Not to this extent. I mean,
I agree. Even though I said it in the morning, I am not entitled to my own natural benefit from Delta State because I was born and raised in Lagos.
I listened to you very, very well.
Stateless, unfortunately.
No, Paul, I listened to you very, very well when you spoke. I listened to everything you said. But the thing is that what can we do if we want to stay together, Master? What can we do in order to, convince people that we can work as one country? I mean, what can we
just need one abnormal leader that will do the abnormality. Because right now, people that is doing the abnormality now happen to be people that they see that is doing the right thing. So maybe we'll need an abnormal person that will come help us do the right thing.
So
because normal people can't even do the right thing no more.
Until then,
that's all I'm saying.
Until then, Master, what can we do so that all of us can come to your state comfortably and maybe marry somebody?
See, and this is what I keep saying. The reality is that if you come to Kano today, there are so many Igbo people, and they are there, they've been there, they are giving birth to their children, they have their houses, they own their houses. Okay, we go to school with a lot of them. Okay, now, I am a Hausa man. I gave birth to 2 or 3 of my children in Lagos. Okay. I bought a house in Lagos without thinking, okay, yes, when I wanted to buy the house, I had to think, okay, is this where I want to spend all my life? But when my landlord kept disturbing me, I had no choice than to put money together, buy a house. When I left Lagos, I sold the house. But the point I'm making is that
demolished?
No, actually it was even it's not demolished anyway. No. So, but the point I'm making, Ify, the problem about Nigeria and this tribalism is not at the lower level. If you have said it before on this platform, if you go to Sabongeri market, it's Igbo people. Hausa people will not say we are not going to come to this market because it's Igbo people that are in that market. If you go to
Master, can I interrupt?
Okay, go ahead.
Remember, I think how many years ago there was the time the Northerners chased out the Igbos, the Hausas, because I remember my aunt, they came back. They used to live in
If
Kaduna.
you don't even remember, you lost count several times.
Yeah,
don't
okay.
even say you remember. Lost count.
That one happened. My auntie them sold their houses in Kaduna and moved to Onitsha. They are fine. They are doing well. That is what I keep saying. For how long? Let me tell you something. Tomorrow, we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, they will do.
Okay. So I would respond to. Let me tell you the answer to that, Ify. I can tell you the answer to that problem. Okay. The problem is simple and logical. Okay. We need to educate all our people. The more you educate, because as long as people are enlightened, and I can tell you what happens normally during this crisis, there are so many kids that have not gone to school, the so-called Almajiri. They don't know their left from their right. They say Reinhard Bonke is coming to Kano. He's coming to convert everybody to Christianity, and therefore you people should fight him. And people come out on the street. Okay, but if anybody who is educated to at least even a secondary school level, through that educational process, you acquire the ability to do critical thinking, even if at a minimal level. Is this thing logical? Is this thing people are saying correct? Okay. And then on top of it, you lay on poverty. Any country you put all this ignorance and poverty, it's not about the number of tribes. Even if they are the same tribe, you will find a lot of violence. We may not agree, but I mean, look, I know that for sure, for certain, in Lagos, there are a lot of people who have killed Hausa people, but that does not mean that all Yoruba people are against Hausa people. Even in this during stay that I did in Lagos that I was telling you, there are times when Yoruba people will come and have issues with Hausa people, and it escalates everywhere. You see Hausa man, you kill him. But I know it's the ignorant people that are doing that. Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, there was a question I asked yesterday that I thought maybe I should ask today again since we are going to be moving on from this topic. The question was, why is it that other countries that have similar problems that we do, like tribalism, corruption, and even if some of them manifested in different ways, they all have the same features. Why is it that they are still able to function? They are constitutions, some of them, the constitution is not even written. But yet they are able to function as a nation, but we are still struggling with a nation of 200 million people surviving on $27 billion as national budget. When the UK national healthcare budget is £400 billion, that comes down to around $600 billion for healthcare alone. Why is it that all these nations, they have tribalism? There's tribalism in the
Which
UK.
country? Give us the example of the country so that we can.
Okay, an example: the UK has tribalism, and they have Scottish.
Forefather, with
How many
365 tribes.
do they have? We have about almost 340 ethnic groups.
Yeah.
If you want to go there, if you want to use that, Bangladesh has even more. If I'm not mistaken, they are even more. They
Not
have
just
more
even
languages.
that, we are talking about good percentage of our country people don't even have basic language that we all speak together. Many people in the rural area don't know how to speak broken. I'm not talking English now. You understand? Language brings us together. Don't even know how to speak broken. Talk less of English.
So you think it's the language? That's the reason why we are behind.
It contributes a lot. So if you talk about the UK now, they have their different things, but they have common things that bring them together. They still have to access healthcare. They still have to access certain things. Forefather, when we travel in different countries, maybe when we're traveling, we're going home or certain things, we pass through some countries. We see them, they treat us bad. Have you seen any country that treats you bad to the extent of say bribery?
Mr.
Nigeria,
Paul.
that's where you see you will bribe, you will do this, you will do that, and use my American passport to go to Nigeria. Immigration is telling me, nah, you get Nigerian passport. Or guy, you get Nigerian passport, why not use them? It's telling me to bribe him, make him stamp me as a foreigner.
Mr. Paul.
Go ahead, my brother.
We have educated illiterate.
That is what I call forefather initially.
Educated
in some matters. That is what I call forefather initially.
That shows that Boko Haram is right, because that's what they preach against. Because being educators have never been a value to their society.
Is what we have.
You're right.
That's what they push against.
That would do something that even Agbero in garage that has never been to school, a professor of university would do, and you'll be like, wait a minute. We shouldn't even find such a person in this kind of a mess in the first place. So when people say they are educated, then you start questioning that, are you really educated? But they are educated illiterate. If my grandma that didn't go to school at all will use her common sense to put things together and do it properly because they have values and they have integrity. But all these so-called educated, they are our...
Wale, please hold on. So I wanted to share something. These are some...
I beg, it's not the Google to say for us, I beg. That's why they know. I beg, look at this thing. My village only get about 3 languages.
Hold on now. Listen, Maria, hold on. There is Nigeria.
No, sometimes just be waiting for rights. Do you want to find out the truth or not? Or what truth?
You want to check now. I asked a straight question, and you want to find out, because if you are guessing the wrong answer, maybe you want to actually get to the right one. So this is
Forefather, you use Google. So, forefather, if I Google you on Google now, what will Google tell me about your ethnic group? We say your ethnic group is Nigeria, and there's no ethnic group in Nigeria that is beyond Nigeria. You see how it is.
Actually, Nigeria is an ethnic group. Technically,
If I Google your tribe,
God.
sorry to say, if I Google you now, yes, Google will tell me that your tribe is Nigeria. There's no tribe that is Nigeria.
Yes, but tribe is a form of ethnic group too. But that is besides the point.
Okay.
Can
You
we?
don't. You see, you got to break them down.
No, I don't want to. I want to get to the point, but they are if you don't want to learn it, that's fine. I can take it away. It's up to you. You want to carry on as you are, that's fine. If it's going to help you sleep at night, that's fine.
Father, what's your theory?
My theory is that the language is not the reason, because you have to do.
Because looking at this thing, I totally agree with you.
We're not saying that.
That's why I'm dismissing that one.
It's one of the whole. It's one of the whole. Not just.
Forefather, what make a people? Wait, forefather, let me ask you something. I know everything. What make a people? If language is not, what make a people?
No. It's not about people. It's about why they are progressing. Why we are not.
What make a people? What make a people? What make people to say these people? What make them that people they are?
It could be generally common history. Because
language,
if you use language,
culture,
language, their culture, their food, their language, their culture, their clothes, their tires.
People. If you use language, technically will be English then.
You see English language? Damn,
English. No, I'm talking about if you are saying language makes people
because in tribe in Nigeria,
that makes us English then.
There's no tribe in Nigeria that think this is their language. No tribe. We all
Uzo. Forefather tribe in Nigeria and Nigerian language na English.
English.
You understand? In tribe.
Okay, now I get it.
Okay, fine.
But I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking anything here. I'm not speaking anything here. Don't be speak again. I wanted to say something. All right. This conversation we have been saying this morning. As we listen to Paul, you are not here. Paul concluded everything that this conversation is like snake and ladder. Sometimes he will go up to the front and you come down. That is Nigeria. Everything is in Nigeria. As we listen to Paul very, very well. Paul was talking. Some people want to cry. You see Paul talk. This why be when they grow. The thing is, they merit him. They are why be more intelligent, more reasonable talk. Nobody was saying anything. Even Mr. This was like it was listing names. See Paul don't flow. I think it's my guy. Yeah, this is my guy. Even my they listing. People just if you say this week fast, people was listening.
Listen, it
was nice. That I didn't come in since. If I listen to Paul, nobody will be like coming destruction. Paul says everything as it is. It doesn't matter regions, ethnicity. We know what's going on in Nigeria. All right. I wish to say if you don't know anything, don't let it be as it is. When you don't know the beginning, don't. If you know where they're from, slavery person, don't go and start digging the person out, or else he will dig for the wrong place. The elder will find you two goat. Go and take and bring two head of lion because he made a mistake. So if you don't know where convention is, let's just leave it. Let's put down about it, talk about it. All right. Then you can come in and say, okay, look at what I feel. Look at what I feel. All right. You don't know how Lagos is. I live in Lagos. I know how Lagos is. I know how things are. You can't erase such a structure in Lagos. Even the sand, a tip of sand he brought to that place. You're going to pay tax for it. A tipper of sand.
You don't know if your money, Lena. The tipper said, the tipper, they already tell them when they carry the sand go.
The gutter,
where they carry the sand go.
A gutter. You must have approval for a local government. You can't just dig gutter. If you dig palm, the next morning they don't cross them for you. All right, we all know that. We all do that. If you do palm, nothing, all right, you do that they are not aware. All right, but this car, everyone was saying it here. Master said it. Let's focus on the system. All right, if you want to focus on the system, people sold that land. People make that document. Governor sign. I saw a document. Governor sign. In Nigeria, I think my village, I can't buy a land without me knowing the owner. So once I bought, the owner have to even do a record video for me to know that, okay, he had the real owner. He's still in my phone to tomorrow. All right. It's not ignorant people. Nobody got anything right now without going through the document. But the issue is that you pay the right money to the right people, but you don't go the right channel to bring what you pay for. No. Most people will have fallen to that trap. All right. And when those that bring them, we blame them. Some might be blamed or not to be blamed. All right. But at the end of the day, that place you bought this land, you spend a lot of money, you spend all those things. Governor signed for it to be on that house. And tomorrow they will tell you you didn't get it from the right side, they demolish the house. Without any conversation of some houses they are worth over 200 million. Then what that is, it is. Some houses. All right. And you talk about the drainage. Let's talk about drainage. If you're going about the drainage in Lagos State, don't the whole house in Lagos State will be drainage. We all the house will go down. Because almost 70% of houses.
Hang on. What are we talking about here?
Please, I'm not.
What are we? Excuse me.
Defending criminal behavior. That's the whole thing. Just because they are biased, it's okay for people to be criminal.
We're talking about if we go by that thought, we're saying that anybody can do any criminality and then receive compensation. It is not right. We cannot go.
No, don't call it a criminality. I'm telling you, a house that worth 200 million. All right.
When you say this thing, I want to put it to forefather.
You
went to Nigeria.
You said I will
my brother, give me 20 seconds. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the platform.
Demolition Abuja. We are houses demolished in other parts of Lagos State. What are we talking about here?
Let me tell you something.
No, Paul, please.
Jonaba, I'm leaving. Jonaba, believe me, I'm leaving. Jonaba, I'm leaving. I just want to ask Forefather one question. I will leave for him to answer me. Forefather, when you have passport issues in Nigerian passport, when you have passport issues with the government, you come here, you cry, you feel bad when government fail you. But government have all their own perfect excuse to say, oh no, it's not our fault. There is system failure. System is down. You renew passport. It takes you over 6-7 months to do a passport. It is okay for you to complain. But when other people complain, you say, oh, government say they bought this thing for this. They bought this thing for that. But when government punish you, when you paid for your passport, you come here, you whine, you cry like my little baby. Have a good evening.
Forefather wasn't punished for passports.
There's no punishment. I can't even dignify that. I don't know why our people are so petty. I just
the issue is how we want a better country, but we don't want to enforce our laws. That's the issue. Because over time, we keep talking about issues.
You know what? My job
for the past 20 years, in that country, there is no governor in that country that have.
Hold on, buddy. See, I'm getting tired of the way people that are supposed to be grown up talk. I'm getting tired. I'm going to get tired. And when I believe that what is going to be required is going to be something else, I'm not going to come here again. Because I will just be wasting my time. There's no point. Because I'm getting there. When I get to the point where I realize that there has to be certain things that needs to happen for people to change. Because most of those companies I listed there, it took something for them to change. They were like us once. They changed and became something better. Because what we do here, we just pretend as if we are after justice, but most of us are not really after justice. They're not after building a good nation. They're just after their own interest, individual interest. And narrow one too, because when you build a nation, in reality, it's also in your interest, but it's a narrow interest. But that said, that's just my own rant on that. And let me allow Maxi hasn't said anything.
I'm not listening what I'm saying. Don't cut me off. You take over from me.
I'm here for like 2 hours. Oh my
but Maxi hasn't said anything. Amadio, you've already said your piece now. Maxi hasn't said anything. I'm going to come back to you soon. He's going to start short.
Amadio had turned to Oracle. She's there.
After Maxi, then everybody can, just have friendly conversation.
Okay, Mazi, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please, if you are not talking, mute. I'm receiving some howling back at my end here. I did not speak. Good evening. Here is morning. Good morning to every one of you. It's 12:33 here in Ghana, my beautiful country. I'm enjoying everything that a government, responsible government, can give to its citizens. It is not all uhuru for us because we are also suffering. It is not easy here. I would like everybody, I beg of you, to just allow me to flow. I have been sitting down here listening to all of you. I have never interjected. I would like you to, do the same thing to me as I,
You
make my
got 5 minutes.
submission.
You got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm a Ghanaian. My mom is from Mungwa tribe in Abia State, Biafra land. And I support Biafra wholeheartedly. I served in the Nigerian army, and I will use this opportunity also to greet my senior comrade, Captain Tony Wright, retired. I'm not happy with your submission today, sir.
You know, greet me, I'll be Hess military.
Only the facts. Okay.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, sir. I've never, you never introduced yourself to me, so I retired a warrant officer second class from 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna. So, and I took part in several wars, peacekeeping, UN, and the ECOMOG. And yeah, I resigned 2004, warrant officer second class. You see, the same thing we accuse our politicians is the same thing we do here in this platform. You can't continue to talk on people's voices while they are making their submissions, and you expect to have a decent discourse. You do the same thing here. As you are accusing your politicians of all manner of things that they do against the Nigerian people, you do the same thing here. I believe that in this platform here, there are many people. There is nobody here that is below first degree. I don't think so. But we come here, we talk on people's voices, and we make the discourse so become some sort of nuisance, and people are listening to us. You see, something is going on there. Now, to Niger, Masca is gone. I served in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna, for almost 18 to 19 years.
Masca is not gone, Max. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I served in the north all through my military active service. I served there. I know what happened during the Zango Kataf. I know what happened when America assassinated someone in the Arab world. It is the Igbos that bear the brunt in the north. I was in Kaduna. I specifically participated in IS, internal security in Kaduna, when January 2000, when Sharia riot started. If you go to Aliu Gumi Market in Kaduna, former Kaduna Central Market, you go and see what happened there against the Igbo traders. They brought out all their properties in the shop, their goods in the shop. They did not even carry it home, but they brought it at the center of that road and smashed it. These are things. When you come, you defend your people that though they are illiterate, they are this. You make excuses for criminality. Who told them not to go to school? Who prevented them not to go to school? Because that is what you choose.
Is it a rhetorical question, or you want me to write this question down for response?
You hold on. You get your paper and pen. Just write them down. When I finish, then you can come on.
No, I'm asking you, is it a rhetorical question, or you're asking me
I
so
say,
that I can answer?
please get, because I'm responding to what you said,
haven't
and this is
responded
my
to this,
time
but
to
you
make
have
my
not
submission.
responded to the
Please,
question, Max. Are they rhetorical questions
can you
or not?
can you please tell him to hold on, get your paper and pen, write it down. When I finish, then you go on. I did
No,
not
it's not.
interject you when you are speaking.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is not what I'm asking is a legitimate question. You called my name, and you are made an.
That is why I said when you were speaking, you called my people out. When you were speaking, you called my people out, and that is why I am responding. You said when Ify said made a comment, you said something, and that is what I'm responding. I did not interject you when you made that comment. Please, can you just hold on? Can you just hold on?
I cannot.
Can you just hold on? This is my time to speak, Mr. Master. This is my time to speak. Can you just hold on? Let me speak. When I finish, then you can come. You can come on.
It doesn't work like this.
Time is up.
Are you the moderator? Are you the one that is deciding what happens here or not?
Let him talk. Okay, you can come after him, Master. Okay, please go ahead. I'll give you 2 more minutes. Please go ahead, Maxi. I'll give you 2 more minutes.
No, he has taken all my distance. He has taken all my time. So 2 more minutes will not be enough for me to say what I want to say. You see, people should not come here and make excuses for the failures of your leaders in Nigeria. Don't make mistake. Don't make excuses for them. What I would like to, you see, me, I don't support people that engage in illegality. If houses were built on canal ways, which blocks, the flow of water, and it is destroyed, and those, facilities are destroyed, I am for it. It is a good thing. But my question to the government, don't you have municipal assembly that regulates buildings that are being built in a place that is not authorized to be built? Why do you allow those buildings to be built from the scratch, from DPC, all the way it was completed 5, 6, 7, 10 years before you now realize that they were built on a bad place, consequently destroying them? Look, ndị Igbo, lekwa n'anya m. Look at my eye, lekwa n'anya m rachia, ndị Igbo. The weeping, the cry of Ojukwu when he visited Trade Fair, Lagos, is what is happening to you people right now. I would love to see all over Nigeria where you build. If you go to Aba, where my mother comes from, Aba, there is a place they call Amausa in Jubilee Road and Hospital Road. They sell suya their kebab. Go there and see. They came with their mats. They sleep on their mat. They make the money in Aba and they take their money back to the north. They have never come out there and build. As far as I know, you cannot count 100 northerners or any other place that build houses over there. Within that area, they call Amausa. You leave your place. When you are extending the hand of friendship and love to a country you say you love so much, at the end, this is how they will pay you back. It's quite unfortunate that even at this time, Ohaneze Ndigbo is coming out to say that they are going to build international market in all the 36 states of the Federation. They are just mad. They are mad. Go to your home, develop your place, Go to your home, develop it, and make
Thank
it
you.
look like Dubai.
Thank you.
All
Thank
this
you.
demolition that is going on must not allow to be happen.
Thank
Our
you. Thank
people
you.
are
Thank you.
suffering. You make so much money, you use it to develop a place, and they will come, they demolish it with
Thank you.
one
Thank you.
thing or
Thank you,
any
my Maxwell. Thank you.
excuses.
Thank you. Your time is
That
up.
is not what is supposed to be done. Igbos go to your
Yeah.
place and develop your place.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. I think that thing people keep. Who said the Igbos should go to the south? Because it looks like they keep saying. Some people say. Some people say. Who actually said it? That is, some people should go from Lagos and build in the southeast. Who said it? Because this somebody say. Who is the somebody?
To Niger, can I respond to you? I think that
Please.
question is directed to me. You see, what happened is this: you can look at the body languages of the people that you are staying with, and you look how they are treating you. What is only a fool that will look at the pulses of the people and refuse to understand when they are loved?
Tinubu said
they are
it. Tinubu said it through his.
Okay, there are so many things that happened in the past.
Okay,
You said
hold on. Dan is saying something. Dan is saying
to Niger, you said that you have not heard the full conversation between the current president, vice president of Nigeria, and the Kunle Amosun. You said you have not heard it, right?
No, I'm
I will
not.
send it to you. I will send it to you.
I would like to
And
hear it.
at least you must have heard Tinubu's wife before her husband became the president, when she was addressing people on video, on camera, that they will inherit Igbo properties in Lagos. I think that you cannot deny that one as well.
I think he
So when
said
you
something.
see all this,
I think what video said was that
when
they
you
inherit
see,
the whole
look,
Lagos.
when
I
it
don't know
backs,
what he said.
Tunaja, I understand their position. When it barks like a dog and it walks like a dog, then it has to be a dog.
Hold on. Maybe they are Yoruba supremacists and they said that they want to take over the whole Lagos. Delta people are losing out. Edo people are losing out. BBO people will lose out. All those people will lose out. And this thing that we do.
Not good. It is not good anyway. Look. What I'm
can't
saying
shout.
is this.
Sorry, I don't have the voice. I can't shout.
I understand because say I've been at the background even when Dr. Damages, when Dr.
Let me finish talking now before you just jump in. The point I'm making is that you can't just listen. Why do people not let somebody talk? I keep losing my chain of thought now because of this. I'm sure there's no point really. Let me just go to the next person. Dan, you were saying that that tape, is it online? If it's online, I would like to hear it. Where people are saying that they are going to take the land from Igbo people. If Tinubu was talking about that, then now it's very, very damning. But I've not seen such a video before. I've not heard about it before, so it sounds a bit strange. Please, Dan, go ahead. Dan, you're muted. Dan, oh, you can't hear anybody.
I guess it's freezed. So
B, please go ahead. B, I'm not sure I've seen you here before.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is my first time here.
Yeah, good evening.
Well, Dan, it looks like you are delayed, Dan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it looks like you are delayed.
But I think that Dan should speak and then
get out and
come
Dan, go out and come back in again. Go out and
can somebody hear me?
We can hear you.
Tell him to go out and come back in again.
It's delayed. Maybe you go out and come in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good now. Yeah.
Hello? No, it's still delayed.
Okay, give me the link. Give me the link, please.
All right. I'll do that now.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
That's the link. The link is there now. I'll put in the backstage too.
Okay, I come.
Yeah. B, B, thank you for coming in, and please go ahead with your contributions.
Okay, this is my first time coming in. Hey guys, really nice to, finally be one of you guys. I've been watching the show for a while.
You're
So,
welcome.
concerning the whole thing, the demolition of houses and, the Nigerian government, like personally, I feel like concerning the Nigerian government, it's not really about tribe or race or anything like that. They want to make a slave class. They want to make two tiers of citizens. They want to make the elites and the slaves. And when you're a slave in Nigeria, you don't have any rights. You don't have any what's it called? You don't have any type of leverage to get to where you want to get to. I feel like they just want their kids to rule over the country, continue from where they stopped, and you're always going to be underprivileged. And until we rebel against that, we're not going to have any type of chance. Nigeria is a really messed up place, and it keeps degrading every single year. Every single election cycle, Nigeria keeps going down. Nigeria doesn't ever go up, it only goes down. Nigeria is completely messed up. And until the slaves are ready to, uprise, take back their country, it's not really about tribes or, all those things. All those things are just what they use to separate us. We're talking about, oh, this guy is Igbo, this guy is Yoruba, this guy is Hausa. They don't care about that. You're the one that cares about it because they've, you're. Sorry, did anybody want to say something?
It was me. I was trying to see if I'm alive.
Yeah, very much now.
Then I wait for my turn.
Let me just ask something before B carry on. There is a new KJ out there. Is it KJ Junior or KJ? Who is that, please? Who is it? Who are you? Please, can you introduce yourself? I have to be sure because I'm not so clear. Is that KJ?
I think it's Mrs. KJ.
Yeah. Sorry, Mrs. Before I go and think that she looks young. You see, I can't be sure. I have to be sure. Okay, please go ahead. Be sorry about that. I just have to be sure. But young people are not allowed to be here. You see, because somebody might go and say something. And B, go ahead.
Yeah. So like I was saying, the thing about the demolition of houses specifically. Sometimes when things like this happen, maybe Yoruba people will be looking at it like, oh, yes, these Igbo people, they're buying our houses, they're taking too much of our land. And then Igbo people will feel like, oh, they're affected by, this whole thing that they're being targeted, which, both parts of the situation are kind of true. But if you really want to look at it from what's it called? From an outsider's point of view, the political elite is just doing what benefits them. Because by the time they take these houses, they know what they want to use these houses for. These houses are not going back to civilians or regular people. So either way, both the Yorubas and the Igbos are losing. It's not really about tribe. It's class warfare. We are losing at the end of the day. Like that's one thing Nigerians really need to understand. You need to understand that it should be a one Nigeria type of thing, and that's the sad thing. That despite the fact that it's 2023, we still talk about these things. There's still this tribal rhetoric. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't move the country forward. Every time it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or all those types of things. It's all. It doesn't even. Like Nigeria should be past this. The fact that we still talk about these things till this 2023 amazes me. I won't even lie to you because like Western education has been in effect since 1960, I think. We should have seen through this. The educational system in Nigeria is messed up for a reason. Infrastructure doesn't work well in Nigeria for a reason. The economics of Nigeria is not functional for a reason. The way they spend the budget of Nigeria, they spend it lavishly and stupidly. They buy ministers' cars and all these things. They do all these things for a reason because they want the country to go down, because they don't want you to be educated, because they want to suppress and subjugate you so that you don't even know your rights.
But B, let me ask this. I like to ask questions so that I like to try to get people uncomfortable, so don't take it personal. It's like our leaders, does it not make sense for them to make the country develop so they can have more money? Because right now, our budget is $27 billion, which is pathetic by world standard. So why do you think they don't care about even making more money? So because when they build the country to be more prosperous, they will make more money. Why don't they work in that direction instead?
You know, the thing is, if they make the country more developed, yes, of course, they will make more money. But do you know why they don't want to make it more developed? The reason they don't want to make it more developed is because if they make it more developed, they educate the youth, everybody both from the north and from the south, they have good education and stuff like that. People would want more, people will feel like they deserve more, people will understand their rights. Nigerian politicians work on subjugation, suppression. You can't suppress people that are
Mr.
educated and
B, let
free.
me also support you
You know?
there. Let me support you just for 30 seconds. The reality also
Okay,
is
sure.
that if they do what you are asking them to do, forefathers, the reality is that they would suddenly realize, and the country will realize, that these are not supposed to be our leaders because they are not the best of us. It's not the best of us that
No,
are in these positions.
do they care about leadership or they care about money?
No, I think they care about leadership and they care about money. And the reality is that if they dare educate people, empower people, make people well to do or economically independent, we will not vote them in the next cycle because they are not the best of our people.
True, but the elites will always be rich. If we operate the capitalist system, they will always be richer. Like in the West now, they have billionaires that are so rich
No,
that
forefathers. In the West, let me tell, for instance, Mark Zuckerberg, you can't say he's an elite from an educational perspective, for instance. He's an entrepreneur. The same thing with Bill Gates. It's not because he has gone to
is
school,
an
that's why
elite.
he's where he is. So there's not this question or this concept of elite exists in a non-meritocratic society. There's nothing like an elite. In America, who is the elite?
Come on, there is an elite.
No, I'm
Let's
asking
not.
who is, no, let's have that discussion.
There
Who
is
is
an elite. They
Master,
they they they, they, they have they have the 1%.
Master, why will you say there is no elite in
they
the
don't live with
Leave him now.
commoners.
No, but the
So
question is, who are these elites? They are
And you
meritocratic
know
people.
what? I'm
They
gonna
deserve to be
bring
where
you.
they are.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
show
say
you
elite
this.
because you want
you
to
don't think
vote
it's
for
all
your
you don't think it's all play here. That's the truth. They still have a lot of a lot of
It's,
swamp to
it's
drain.
my turn, oh. It's my
So
turn.
let's get that.
All right then. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for the discussion so far. Earlier, I tuned in and made a little comment, and I couldn't withstand the pressure of the attacks going on at that time. So I thought I should come. Anyway, I'm not in Sweden right now. I'm on holiday somewhere in West Africa enjoying the sun.
Hey, Mr. Dan.
Yeah,
Cool.
bro.
You are right there.
I'm just somewhere. You can see my atmosphere now. Very cool. I'm just.
Yeah.
He said, like he said somewhere in West Africa. He said that Ghana or Gambia. There's no other place. So,
The
Okay.
code.
So,
We know the code.
Papa, that's why they like you. You know, say no be Naija.
I know.
Dan, I've been
I
there. I
know.
think it looks like Gambia to me.
We know the
Yeah.
code. No worry. Don't worry. We know the code.
You cannot get the code except I tell you guys. But
Come on,
anyway,
I know, man.
I just want to. I don't want to share the enjoyment. To be honest. Anyway, I said make I just chip in. Because all the while I've been listening. I cannot tell you how long I've been listening. I didn't want to interfere. I saw the blows and the shouting, and even further that you lost your voice. Not today, now for the last show we wanna do. I saw that fight before you left and called the show to come and rescue you. But anyway, what I'm saying is the Nigerian situation. We are talking about Nigeria, innit? How are we going to survive? Some people will tell you that Nigerian problem, the Igbos, and this and that. I'm an Igbo myself, but I'm a Lagosian, and I've been all my life mingling with Nigerians, not Igbos alone. We don't have that belief that Nigeria should be divided. But at this moment, to be honest with you guys, the only solution for the Igbos and the Edos, because it's not only the Igbos, the Benis join all of them. They pack all of us one side. Let us go back to our home and develop our home. Because when they start demolition, people go just say Igbo. Not only Igbo has the demolition. As far as they demolish so many people, innocentists, we no even, and the people wey sell the land, wey chop our money, they never catch one person. No, that is Tinubu in people. Oh, they never talk say, okay, now this person sell land where they're not supposed to sell. Now person house they demolish. So these are the things, forefather, I want you to bring out, or you have to tell these people who are demolishing. They know that what they gave you is wrong. And I'm a Lagosian. I know how this works. Lagos life is very wicked. They will sell you something and they call you Mugu. You cheat somebody, finish, begin call the person Mugu. And then we are asking for freedom in Nigeria. We are asking for peace. Peter Tosh said, I don't want no peace. I want equal rights. So these are the things that make Nigeria ungovernable. This one way Tinubu they do it, they are just wasting their time. You understand? I've always stood up for revolution, but people tell us, say it's not possible. So what I'm telling the Igbos, and that is my main reason of coming back to this program, is for the Igbos, it's time for us to go home. All those money we are spending, we can turn our place to paradise too. If it comes to that, all our money we are spending in Lagos, at the end of the day, they demolish our house. Let's go back home and tell all those wicked witches and wizards there to leave the young people to grow. Because that is the main reason why many young people don't go to the Igbo land. I know some friends who went to Igbo land, they died there. They couldn't come back, they went to enjoy. So the Igbos, when we are crying of ourselves, we have to know our problem. We should tell all those witches and wizards in that Igbo land to leave the young people alone so that we can come back and develop our place. Because that's the problem why the Igbos are running away.
So witches and wizards, we have ended up with witches and wizards driving even
No,
Igbo away.
Father, I have to speak the truth. That is why many Igbo people don't want to live in Igbo land. It's true now. Ask the Igbo people who are on your program. They will tell you.
Insecurity has nothing to do with it.
Brother, the reason why people are running away from Igbo land is the witches and wizards and all those our forefathers' rituals that they put there. That's why Igbos are running away. When those witches allow us to come. No, forefather, I will give you an example. There are people who went home in Igbo land to enjoy their land. They died there. Accident. Unnecessary accident. That is why the Igbos are running away. Let me just hang up for the moment and keep
listening. Let me show this to Maska because he doesn't seem to understand that there are elites here. There's the elites here. They just hear this guy out.
Shows that try and
No,
put
he says meritocrats
on America's enormous wealth disparity and instead make a show called Shine My Shoes, Fuckface. Come on. This is America, where the top 400 people have more money than the bottom 150 million combined. If ABC can make a show where millionaires give their money to poor people, Animal Planet can make a show where pigs grow wings and fly out of Donald Trump's ass. Now, this week, ABC gave a secret millionaire, which is like Undercover Boss, but less intellectually taxing. In each episode, one of our richest 1% drops in on the wage slaves for a week and finds out that living on $185 a week in America really blows. So then they anecdotally solve the wealth gap problem by showering everyone with cash. It's like Pretty Woman if you were the whore. You know, it's amazing. TV used to give Americans the reverse fantasy. What if you, normal person, suddenly became a millionaire? Now it's so, who are we kidding? You consider yourself lucky to hold on to your job deep frying chicken parts. But how'd you like to be briefly introduced to a millionaire? Wouldn't you like that? You can touch his garments. And people watch this shit and find it inspirational. It's why they fawn over Donald Trump when he flirts with running for president every 4 years, even though he spends the rest of his time letting 18 people kiss his ass on TV before he fires all but one of them. America's rich aren't giving you money, they're taking your money. Between the years 1980
want to leave it there. I think the point has been made.
Oh,
That
no, see, forefathers, I think I want us to understand one thing very clear. Okay. There's a fundamental difference between a rich person and an elite. Okay. What I'm simply saying in that in Nigeria today, okay, most of the people that will say they are rich people, you can't point exactly to what value they have added, either to themselves, to the society, or what product they have brought to the country. And it's the opposite if you come to America. Almost every single rich person that you can point out, you can clearly see what value he has brought to the society. And these are rich people, I take it. And the disparity between the rich
So,
and poor.
sorry, Masker. Let me quickly interject. Are you saying rich people are not elite in the society?
Okay, in America, what I can tell you.
Not in America, all over the world. Rich people, they are member of the elite class.
Okay, so in Nigeria, are you saying that only the rich people are the elite?
No, not only the rich. The
no,
rich,
it's not only rich
to
that can
involve,
be the elite.
it will involve the rich, even the top educated, the people, the successful people in industry, in the military, like the generals. You can come there elite. So elite cut across board.
Okay, I agree with you, and I think I must eat a humble pie and say maybe I've gone too far to say that they don't exist in America, because the reality is that they do exist. But I think the point I simply want to make is that in America is different. If you see that this is a military general, certainly a general, in my opinion, in any society should be an elite, because he must have gone through a lot for him to be there.
Yeah.
If you say this is a rich man, in my mind, I would expect that he should have brought some product to. If he invented motor vehicle, for God's sake, why can't he be a rich man? And why can't he be there with the elites? What I'm simply saying in Nigeria is the opposite. That the people we call elite, you can't point to what value they have added to the society.
They are all criminals.
Yeah, true.
So,
You
so
see, all
I'm saying,
elites are a form of criminals too. I think
so
this is why
I'm
I
saying
asked that
that.
question before. Go ahead, please.
So the point I'm making is that I won't call the people in America elites. If you call the people in America elites, you can't call our people elite, our own people elites. You have to find a different name. That's all I'm making, because in America, mostly it is a
Just you can
meritocratic.
just call that
I
of
think
Nigeria ruling. Call
they are
them
not
ruling
that
class. Call
different. They
them
are not
ruling
that
class.
different.
Nigeria ruling class.
And having a list today is a factor of human society.
No, but let me tell you the difference. No, let me tell you the difference, forefathers. Okay. My perspective, and this is just a personal opinion, it's not scientific, it's not that it's somewhere written or it's cast in stone. My understanding, my perspective is very simple. Okay. If you take America, for example, okay, because it's a society based on meritocracy, you will not remain an elite for long if you are not going to be adding value to the society. So the society will continue to grow. Yes, they have elites, but the elites must also add value to the society, or they will lose their elitism.
Not necessarily.
Very necessarily.
I know quite a. I can give you another example. Believe you me,
Okay,
I've studied these people. If I give you another example of this company that claim to be offering value, all they do is just go to company, advise them to fire people, and then they encourage the company to pay the CEOs more money, and then they sell the company off and they move on to the next company. Hedge funds are not there. They don't create value. So
Donald
there are
Trump is
many
number one.
out there. They make billions upon
Donald
billions.
Trump is number one.
You
That's his
know
business.
what he's saying, that like despite all that, they still bring a value. They sell an idea. So whether it's
and
a
the
scam,
point I'm also making, in
Hedge
every
fund is not an
society,
idea. Hedge fund bets for your company to fail, and they rig it and they win. They make money from your company failing.
yeah, you know,
What kind of value is that? They are destroying companies.
That's a system that thrives in capitalism.
but
You know, in
see,
capitalism,
forefathers, the day you
stuff like that
discover
thrives.
that, for instance, a good example is Enron. The day it's discovered that look, you are just how do I put it now? You are just
A share complaint or whatever they call it.
you are just a fluke. The society generally will discard you. You will lose your leadership, and you will go to see Maddox. There's this guy that went to prison now because he was doing what do they call this this scheme that you
Crypto. The guy that was doing crypto.
no Maddox. This guy that was doing,
Masker, let me just do some work because some people on the chat are informing me that Miss KJ is here. Mrs. KJ, my apologies. I didn't inform you. When a lady is on the platform, you are free to interject and have your say at any time. And so just know that we've not called you because I felt like if you wanted to say something, you could say that. But if you didn't know, now you do. Okay. So or do you want to say something now? I felt like if you wanted to say something, you could say that. But if you didn't know, now you do. Okay.
Is she there?
Or do you want to say something now?
Are you there? You want to speak? I think the internet is not good. I don't think so.
Oh, forefather.
Are we already 10 people here? I didn't even know we were already 10. Okay, yeah, because there's somebody backstage. Okay, that's fine. I can.
Let me talk. I never talk since so.
This is an interesting conversation about elitism and what value that they offer.
You can put
All right then. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely like to hear from Mrs. KJ. It would be nice to hear from a lady.
She's not saying anything.
Yeah.
anyway,
She's
since
frozen.
not saying, so forefathers, let me just link up the point I was actually making, because the starting point was that why do our elites not understand that you need to educate people, you need to empower people? And my argument is that because they are fluke elites, they are not the true elites. For me, the elites in a society, when you say somebody, it's like in a team, an elite athlete. It means these are the top performers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? These are in our society, the people we call elite, they are not the top performers.
Somebody told you there that they are the ruling class. They are not elites.
Thank you. So
I
thank
said
you.
it earlier, they're the ruling class. Forget.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. For me, okay, if are on their ruling class, okay, would you tell me in America that there's ruling class?
I know.
Exactly.
But you cannot compare America.
Actually, there is a ruling class. There's a ruling class in America too. I don't know why we do this thing.
So my
There's
point
a ruling
is
class in America too.
My point is that our ruling class are not the best of us.
No.
If they educate us and they empower us, we will quickly understand that it's like you are in a bus and the worst driver